What's up, everybody? Good morning. How you guys doing today? We got some news. We had some stocks popping after hours. If you're new here, my name's Justin. Um, so I'm pretty much just going live just to record all my trades and you know maybe help some people out if they need it. If you have any questions, throw it in the chat. If you find the stream interesting or if you learned something, hit the like button. Maybe think about subscribing. If you make any money with us, any trades, you can give back. All the proceeds would go to the stream. See if we can make this a little bit better. I have always had a goal of being able to make a place where traders could go and without a monthly subscription. Um, and it just takes a lot of work, a lot of money. But we're gonna just see what we can do here. It's nice to have a studio and all that stuff like Trader TV. It's just the one thing I find with when you watch that is there's no preparation, there's no real insight as to what is going on. It's a good place to get the news and all that fun stuff. But anyway, I'm not gonna keep yapping. Good morning. Hope you're having a good. Hope you're ready to get the day started. I'm just getting set up myself. Um, we're gonna go over. Um, we'll go over the overall markets first. We'll make it quick, and because I don't know where we are right now. I haven't even had the chance to look. Um, Secondly, we will go over some of the news earnings. We do have. Hopefully, the government can open up, and um, we can get all this data that we have a backlog to. So, with that said, give me just 1 second, okay? And let me get all of my stuff opened up and ready to go. I did not trade LFS yesterday after the close. Um, I wanted to, but I kind of just missed it. I was getting a little tired. I kind of just didn't really. I wasn't too enthused about trading it after hours because it had already ran so much. We're gonna talk about this. You have on shoes. They had a pretty nice earnings release. Okay, I personally have a pair. I like my pair. Um, I'm stuck between because I had as I was running, I like the like my heel broke, and I actually don't know if it was from the shoe itself. I don't know, but it's healed. I've been wearing them around. It's more of a shoe that I wear just um, you know with sweatpants and jogging and working out and stuff. So, but we'll cover this. I actually wanted to buy this, but I let this thing run its course. As you can see, it's kind of just it had a really nice V-shaped recovery, and then so can we get a W? Right? Can this thing really do what it needs to do over the holiday? Can we get this thing running back up? I don't see any gaps up here. You got a little one up there, you know. So we'll see. But this is just one of the earnings from this morning. Again, we're going to cover this. Just give me just a second, and I'm going to cover all of this, and we'll go over our levels. Humana's Humana's getting hit. It's just really a support level, coming back into a support level. All right, so again, welcome. If again you have any questions, please don't be shy. If you find the stream interesting, if you learn something, hit the like button, subscribe. All right, we're gonna try and help make us some money today. That's the goal here. So get your pen and paper ready, and let's get ready to get to work here, guys.
These large language model commitments that don't actually have the money on the other end in truth. In terms of profits, I mean, this is like when you look at your client base and say to yourself, is my client base solvent or will they be solvent in a couple of years? You think what?
It's a very important question to ask. And as we deal with the potential customers here, Andrew. We deal all the way from the labs who don't have a business model that generates earnings right now, all the way to the hyperscalers, which are the highest valued companies in the world and generate massive amounts of free cash flow. So you have to be very cognizant of who you're contracting with and what kind of security there is behind any of those contracts before you take a multi-billion-dollar decision. This is nothing new in our industry. We make these kinds of investments at this scale all around the world and have for decades. And so the creditworthiness of the customers and the business case for these investments is something that has to be very carefully examined.
So we should assume that the customer you're talking to is a hyperscaler who has a lot of money and who can definitely pay this off?
We're under an agreement. We can't identify who it is, but I would just say whoever it is, we need to be sure that there is security behind the contract.
But here's the thing that I've been thinking about. You see like a hyperscaler, maybe you think like a Meta. We don't need to use a name, but you look at the deal they were making in Louisiana with Blue Owl. It's an interesting deal because effectively, so much of the deal is actually not their cash, right? It's them committing effectively for call it a short-term lease, 4 years, to use those data centers. Blue Owl effectively is going to spend the money to build most of it. There is a cash component so that if, in fact, they want to get out of the lease after 4 years, they are still stuck having to pay, I believe, over the next 12 years. I don't know if they have.
So again, if you guys don't mind, hitting the like button, commenting, that really does help out the stream where we can get some views and get the stream out to other people. So let me just log in real quick and let's rock and roll, guys. Coffee's starting to do its job, so I got to get on my job. All right. I haven't really had any trades this week. I had a trade yesterday on the SPY, small little loss, but it was a gain, right? It was a green trade, but a trade I nonetheless probably shouldn't have taken. Okay. All right. So we're good here. All right. First things first. Let's just go ahead and get the overall markets out of the way. Yesterday, the Dow ripped. We talked about it yesterday. This stuff is pretty easy. That's why I took this trade on the SPY off, and then I kind of reverted, to the long side. The Dow was on a freight train run yesterday, so naturally, we've noticed the past few days, and we since Monday, if you guys noticed, we've used the Dow slash Monday, the IWM, right, as our leader. You could look at the Dow chart and trade the SPY. You could, without looking at the SPY, you could, right? Because it led us to the upside. So anyway, let's rock. All right, a little bit of look at this. Right, this is what's beautiful about the market right now. Technical levels, it's just to a T. It doesn't get easier. This environment is fun if you know what you're doing. If you try to just fight the trend and just do what you want to do and not what you should be doing, it's probably a nightmare. But market trading off of technicals, if you're new, you're going to learn to love this stuff. So we have a nice range here. Pretty easy, right? We're going to flip this green. We said we wanted to see if it would hold because each time we recaptured this triple bottom low from a week and a half ago, we failed to extend off of it. We got up there. It tried to hold. That little bit of an extension would have just got sold, and it failed. So let's get rid of all of. See, we still have the zone down here at 67, 675 on the ES, but that could be a week or two. It could be a year from now. So this is our range, guys. Pretty easy, right? 68, 68.5, 68.9. And I would even extend this up into 68, 69.20. 69.20. Matter of fact, I may end up. Here's what I'm going to do to make this easier. 50-day. I'm not going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of this. There's not too much here going on. I'm just going to use that range, guys. That's what I'm going to use today. I wouldn't even honestly, if we do open up today, if we don't get a test of 68.5 and we don't get a test back into this, even at least this pivot high here, I'll just let the market go. It looks like you've already pulled back. You have a small little zone right here at 68.8. Right, you can see here previous lows. So we got back into the gap, the NASDAQ. We got back into the gap. It floated around, right? Consolidated in the gap, very healthy. Uh, Now we're trying to push higher. So, um, this is here. This is your gap. That is the gap entry. Right here. So you have a little bit of support here, and this is going to be 68.8. So you could, again, bull markets will get away from you, right? They will get away from you. They will just go, and they will run farther than you can think. So I need at least that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set an alert for this. We have to watch for. I'll do it on the SPY. I'm not going to do it on the ES. You know what? I will. No, I'm not, because we watch the ES. We have to, the government's showing us that we need the government back open, and it's so hopefully they work to get that done. I'm trying to think of what could stop us from pushing and making this climb, right? But that's our levels. No matter what happens, this is the level I'm using, which would be we ran up. You can see we consolidated in that gap, and now we are trying to extend higher. Let's pull up a 15-minute chart. I mean, I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on it because I want to move on to other names. But this is it, right? Nice little bit of resistance up here. Some nice price action, right? And here's our gap. Spend a little time in there. So let's see if we can, if we're able to grab these pullbacks. Let's see if so if here's the thing, right? I'm not going to say just because, but I need if we here's the thing, like you have to say to yourself a little bit, if 68.8 fails, right? This is your gap, right? This is your gap right here. I'm just going to make it gray so you know where the gap is, even though you guys probably do. You know, I need 68.5, but here's the thing. If we fail that gap that we just, had some price action in, does does it take back? I'm sorry, you can extend that actually back down here a little bit to find ourselves back in the gap, right? Then you have to look for overhead resistance once if you fail that 68.8 level. Okay, it's just really nice structure here. So you know this could be a nice trade, 68.8. If we can have it hold, it's already tested it, right? You can see a little bit of seller pressure trying to step up there, 68.8 to 69.2. I'm just I would like to see the gap hold. I don't want to see it break. Let's say if it breaks on no news and the government passes, I will be long down here. I'm just waiting for my opportunity. It probably has already left. It is what it is. So not too worried about it. There's other names and stocks we can trade. So pullbacks in a 68.5, 68.8. Top end resistance is going to be up there at 69.2 and up at all time high 69.4. Okay, 69.4. So this is the range I'm going to be using. All right, and that's going to be on the ES. Triple bottom lows down here. You. Let's go look at a 5-minute chart here just to see. This is a really nice, pullback. Again, we talked about that 9 EMA, and you can see through the price action. This bright green line is the 20-day, by the way. That yellow line is obviously the 9 EMA. Just so you guys are aware and wondering what that is. Okay, it's not the same as these boxes. Um, so right here, let's look at this. Let's just pull up a 3-minute chart from yesterday and see if it tested it. It did. Look at that. Look how beautiful. So we're reclaiming levels, as we make them. What a trade that was. What a trade that would have been. Right? It's easy to say it now, but you know, really nice. If you got long the spot, congratulations. Nice job. And you had really no reason to, okay? Because we just watched the Dow just blast through levels, ran to all-time highs. Um, S&Ps, same thing. Again, the market's trading off of technicals. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move this. S&Ps 68.5. Right now it's a little bit of overhead resistance, right? But that bigger level's up there is 6,900, 68.8, okay? Which is going to be I'm going to move this. Let's move this. I'm going to make that a 2. Again, the level that I have is 690. And let's pull this into, I might wait to use the hourly, but right there, 690 to 6,800. I'm sorry, 688. All right, pretty easy. Market's trading off of technicals, like I said. Really good opportunity for people that are new to make money off of this. Um, this is the zone, right? Your gap entry. That gap entry. 682. I keep wanting to talk like we're talking futures, right? You do still have these previous pivot lows down at 680. We'll turn this green because we're back above it now. So, right, pretty simple. This would be a beautiful test, right? Look at this. Get that pullback. That's why I want this gap fill to hold, because if that pullback there does not hold, then it makes it a little bit harder. Okay, cool. You got that 670 or that 680 support, right? And then you try to bounce, and then what happens? You're back in the gap with overhead resistance. Not a lot, but a little bit, right? Not a lot, but a little bit. So I would much rather see this hold, right, than this pullback. But we'll use the IW. We'll use the overall markets, right, to tell us and paint us the picture. All right, let's go to. We're pretty much good here, I would say. Let's get rid of this. Of course, the day I get rid of it, I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this is just, if you bought that bottom on Friday, which we were long Uber. I tried to get long Uber. I just couldn't get my fill going into the close. Long Meta, that was a beautiful trade. But it just on a freight train, man. This is what bull markets do. Shorts get over their skis, and the market and it doesn't stop. It doesn't quit. Um, 682, guys. That's got to be the zone for me, which is our gap entry. I don't really want to get rid of that, but I will. I want to get rid of some of this stuff here. Let me get rid of this. I apologize. Boom, boom, boom. And look at this, right? This is everything we drew out past couple days, and it's been hitting it, hitting it, hitting it. So do this. So this is the range I'm gonna attempt to play, right? Come on. This zone right here, 680 to all-time highs. All right, that's what I'm going to be focused on. Really, again, you can't forget this zone here, which you held. So look, man, look, here you go. Just break, retest, break, retest, break, retest. All right, but we got to get above this 68, 686 level. Got to get above it. Got to get above it. The market may just sit here and consolidate in this zone and say, okay, I did my job, government. Are you going to do yours? Right? Market's showing the government, hey, I'm trying to price in this opening up. I mean, it's only a matter of time before the government opens up anyway. But it's not rate cuts. Again, it's debt. That's why we had a global sell off. We only got 2 more cuts to go, by the way. So just remember that. That's not a whole lot, right? Summary of economic projections. If you don't know where the target range is, right? We're working our way there. We only have 2 more cuts, really being priced in. All right, I'm gonna move this down 68.2. This is a bigger level here, 680. I mean, I'm going to use this previous high, though, as the marker. 682, 686. We'll look at that range. If you break above 686, 688, 690. Very simple, right? We'll cover it throughout the day. Let's go look at the Dow. Did it bust through those highs? Let's see. Which would give us, look, it is. Look at the Dow. See what I mean? The Dow has just been on a tear. On a tear, guys. Um, we're going to go over to the Qs. Just clean this stuff up. Man, let me clean this up real quick because I want to go through individual stocks that are going. Because if I got to trade pre-market, I'm going to trade pre-market. Very easy. Look at this. Technical levels again, just holding. So, I mean, again, same thing. The Nasdaq is lagging behind. Keep that in the back of your mind, okay? So if the market does start to give us a pullback, if it does, when it does, as of right now, as it stands today, the Nasdaq is the weaker of the bunch, in my opinion. Okay, it's still below these pivot lows up here, right? Still below those pivot lows. And this stuff is pretty, in my opinion, this stuff is pretty self-explanatory. 25.9, 25.9. It looks like, let's see here. You see the Nasdaq is starting to fail. So, well, I would use, yeah, I would look towards the Nasdaq if it cannot keep up. Right? Look, the IWM small caps are trying. I noticed yesterday the S&P small cap 600 was in nicely in the red or in the green. All right, NQ. Just pay attention to your gap, right where that stands. 25.7. You have a little bit of overhead resistance up here at 25.9. Right, this whole area, in my opinion, it's a little wide. 25.8, 25.9. It's about a 100-point zone that you got to get through and start holding as support. All right, this first area right here at 25.8 would be a nice start to start holding that as support. For whatever reason, it couldn't do it this morning. This is what I'm afraid of, right? Not holding this zone, right? And it failing like it is right now. And look, turning it into resistance. The problem here is if that gap. If we cannot hold that gap entry and it fails, then once you bounce back above it, it's more than likely going to be again overhead resistance. But we're getting some breath. Hopefully, we get some financials going. You're getting some healthcare going yesterday. There is a minor level up here at 2,600, 26,000. But I'm gonna focus on getting up there first. It's a minor level. And it really, the Nasdaq really starts to open up here too, guys. If you can get above 60 or 25.8, 25.9, I'm sorry, it really starts to open up. The only minor level you have after 25.9 is this little minor level right here at 2600. Right? It's just a small area. I'd say 25.98 is really where it's at. Right there. That's that minor level right there. Once you start getting up into that zone, if you can. Again, it's fairly weak. All right, let's move on because I need to get things going here. Let's go ahead and look at gold real quick. And we'll look at semiconductors and just look at the SMH and see where that's at. SOXL. Come on, what's going on here? What are you doing? Nice consolidation here. Really nice rally. Was not able to catch it. Sunday night or Monday when I came in, I told you guys I was going to take that trade Sunday night on gold, but I was really tired and like didn't I. It is what it is. So have access. If you don't have access to futures, if you don't have access to you know a variety of ways to trade the market, you know you should think about it because you need to be able to follow volatility from the bonds, currencies, equities, right? Have access to it all. Forex, because volatility moves, guys. It moves within the market. Um, Gold, this is a nice consolidation. I'm going to wait for this break above this zone here. This could be a really nice trade. You have nothing stopping you if gold gets back above 41.5. It gets back above here. Oh, this could be another hell of a trade, I'm telling you. So I'm going to say this. The longer gold consolidates, which I'm going to be honest, I think you get this test of 45 here, 406, right? These previous support levels here. I think you get that test, but again, you know, look at this downside move. You could still have some people short, and the second this thing starts to break above that 41.5, you could have another, you know, quote unquote bear market rally because again, bull markets can be just as wicked as bear markets, and they can go and they don't stop. Minor zone is you know, the wider zone, I mean, is up here at 41.8. 41.8, 41.75. Right? That's really the zone if you break out. So it's not over with once they break out. Get a little area and then up there at 4,200. And that's what I would target, right? That 4,200 zone. Obviously, would like to get a pullback into 4,006, 46. But we'll see. That's gold doing what gold does best. Wait, did we didn't go to the Qs? I don't think so. We'll get that over with. I mean, again, guys, these levels are pretty simple. Just using that gap, knowing what's going on. The Nasdaq is just slowly creeping behind the rest of the market. So, um, looks like you're making this test right now to solidify the gap, which is a good sign. What I would do is to see if the Nasdaq does struggle here as an early weakness sign. If the market's going to, pull back. But with the Dow strength that we had, I feel like a consolidation, go higher is the move. Okay. Going to get rid of this. I'm not going to get rid of that. I'm not going to get rid of this, actually. These wicks could be tested. They could, especially if the government doesn't open up. But it looks like um, the market's saying that more than likely we're going to open back up, which is a good sign. So minor zone, and then you have that all-time high. So that's really it. So that's self-explanatory, right? You have a minor prior support level here at 20, or I'm sorry, 62,750. Okay, 62,750 on the Qs, right? You got to get above this level. What I'll do is I'm going to set an alert. I'm going to set an alert right up close to it, right? I'm going to set an alert in front of it because I want to be there if and when the Qs try to get above that. I would I would also be careful with this zone right here. This could be just like a chop fest area right here between 628 and 625. Be mindful of that. Let's get things on a roll. I think we have it. We'll cover. Listen, we're going to be here throughout the day. To cover the overall markets here. 6:30. All right, let's go. All right, so let's go ahead and get our watch list and everything ready to go. We have some earnings from last night, this morning. Let's go. We'll go through. We'll run through big tech. What time is it? It's 8:09. I gotta hurry the hell up. Gotta hurry up. Um. So LFS yesterday. I want to go to this real quick. So we are trying to hold it right now. Yeah, see, it's starting to reject. I know you guys can't see it right now. You gotta. This is a nice hold though of previous highs here. Don't have much room on this. I'm gonna have to turn the paper. The reason I haven't turned my paper yet is because I got a lot of names on there I don't want to forget about, but it's whatever. I can always put it in on this. Create at or below. Why is it all the way over here? See, it started. It's trying to reject it now. This was a nice trade yesterday. If you were able to catch it, really nice trade. I didn't think the spreads were that wide. When I looked, they weren't. But again, maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I didn't think they were when I was watching it. So they were a little wide. Don't get me wrong. They were a little wide, but nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Um, keep an eye on this, right? Let's see here. This again, if this is the type of stuff that kicks off um small caps. All right, but let's I digress. Let's move on. Sorry, let me move this here. Get that. Oh shit, 15 minute. What I'm doing right now, guys, is I'm putting the Qs and just the markets. I should put the Dow up because that's really the one that matters right now. Again, if you guys have questions, please feel free to throw it in the chat. Please hit the like button, subscribe, share the stream. It'll help the stream out, help others find us. Um, Options are not a scam either. They are not. The act of using options, if you don't know how to use them, is a scam. It doesn't bug me when people say that, but I just I don't know. I think you guys know who I'm referring to. You know, no hate, all love. Okay, all love. But if you buy way out of the money options and you don't make any money buying fucking 20 standard deviations out of the money and then says options are a scam or options are a gamble, that's kind of, you know, it's kind of calling the kettle or whatever. whatever saying goes along with that. All of them. Throw it to that scenario. Yeah, let me go ahead and buy options that are 20% out of the money, and yet the stock only moves about 2% a day, and I only got a week or two to get there. It's probably not going to happen. The math isn't mathing. And yeah, look at this. Look at Apple, guys. Beautiful setup here. Look at this. Really nice right now. This is a nice setup. Pivot low. We've been watching this, keeping our eyes on it for a couple of days. This is a really nice consolidation. Um, Let me clean this up just a little bit. Let's get rid of some of these levels here. Man, I'm gonna be honest. Can I tell you guys right now? Is there anybody here that can witness this? I think this could fail. If there's anybody here, please let me know in the chat or something that you heard me say this. I think this is gonna fail. I think 275 is gonna fail. I do. I could be wrong, but if it doesn't fail, this is my opinion. I think it might. Right? I think you might get stuck at and still reject 27750. um, this if it doesn't fail, then this thing is going right. I'm going to target 285, 280, 280. All right. Let's move this stuff here. Move this. Let me remove this stuff, guys. Let me make life a little bit easier here. I'll make this a little wide because I want to use. Okay. Let me get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. What I'm going to do is, so we have that pivot low here. You don't want to break that pivot low, honestly. So I'm going to set an alert right above it. Okay, I'm setting my alert at 275.06. And to see if we can catch this pullback here on Apple and see if the markets can extend higher. Perfect example of, you know, a Dow name running higher. So this is like peak what the market's doing right now. Let's see here. 272. That's going to be the level if we fail. 272 is the level if we fail. I'm going to watch. Okay, so Apple here. Look, you're already starting to. Look, you have this little support level here at 276. Look, it's trying to reject prior day's high. Look, 276. Look at that. It's already trying to. It's making an attempt. The trade's not over with. I would like to see like a quick like a just like a okay, yeah, it doesn't hold, and then whoop, and then you just get this rip, right? Like kind of like a fake out, but I think it may pull back in. I just don't think it's ready yet. I don't think it's ready yet. It could be. Maybe it is. I don't know, but it's just my opinion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to act upon what it does. I have my thoughts, and it's up to price action to, it's price action that matters. All right, so Apple 275, right? Let's watch this 275 zone. Watch this mild level at 276. Looks like it's kind of trying to change gears here. And it makes sense, right? It makes sense that it would because you've already rallied. People that are long have already made some decent money. So you would expect, hey, I got long at the lows of this consolidation. I'm going to take some of my money off. As long as this remains low in volume, then it's just profit taking. You could also run a fib extension if this is the move that's going to go. Okay, these are your targets, and you could just follow this. And what is it doing? It's exactly doing that. Look at that, hitting them to a stride. Bink, 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 bink. right? And then look at how it gets like these rallies to the next levels get wider. Okay, now watch, see if it holds here. See if it holds here. It's 275. Okay, now each of these bands here are not the same width, right? They're small. They get bigger as it goes higher. So the higher we get, we can look for that bigger trade. You look at the ADX, right? That negative, the decline is starting to ramp up. Okay, it's starting to ramp up a little bit. So those down moves are becoming bigger than the up moves. So, which it should because of where it was. If it's ready to break out. So, but I digress. Listen, 275 is the line in the sand, in my opinion. We'll keep an eye on this. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Look, it's hitting. This is what I don't like about Thinkorswim. It's literally at the alert right now, and it's not going off. I'm gonna have to figure out what the deal is with that. I think you have to use a drawing or something. All right, 278's. A little bit of resistance up there at 278. So, my move with this. I'm gonna write it down. I would like to get that area if we could. I don't know if we're going to. What time is it? It's 8:20. Make sure we have data and stuff. Microsoft started to rebound. Microsoft started to rebound here. Just step by step technical levels here. Nothing really that I'm interested in. Let's go take a look at OKLO. Oklo reported earnings last night, and it's just hanging out at lows. Just hanging out at lows. All right, so that's OKLO. Let me go to this. What time is it? It's 8:20. We had some news also. Let me see here. Let me pull. Okay, so Aklo's still above $100 here. Let's pull up the daily chart. I'm gonna remove all of this nonsense that I have up here. It's really not nonsense. It's kind of played those levels to a T. I gotta hurry up. I don't have time to just keep bullshitting like this, going over stuff with people that aren't here. Let me All right. You have a little bit of support down there. You have a small gap here on Oklo. Really, that level extends down into 90. That level extends into 90. That's about $10 wide. That's a 10% move. I'm not doing that. Hold up. Let's use this. They were not even there. Wait. Look at this, guys. Hold up. There's a major support zone, another pivot high major support zone. Man, this could be a nice trade. This could be a really nice trade here. Man, they're going to take this trade from us. Watch. Look at that. Look at this, guys. If this takes place, look at this. I think you get that break of 100, and you're looking at 90. I mean, this could be about a 20% move here. Look at this. It's 16 there. I'm not even at the highs. And it's about 18%, just under 20%. Man. Oh, gosh. That's a beautiful setup, you guys. That's really nice. That is really nice. You see that, you take it. You shoot your shot right now. So for anybody that has a margin account, I'm not telling you what to do, but so minor level, obviously down here at 100. And this is the thing with Oklo. When things don't work out and people start to stop out, right? If you hold this, you don't want to hold that as support or this level and extend higher. But wait, it's 108. I'm going to use that. So it's that pivot low there. Prior resistance. I'm going to use this 108 level. Okay, so 110, 108 rejections on Oklo. Looking for a move back down into $100. Let me go here. There's a minor level at 105 also. You want to keep on watch. I'm actually surprised Oklo has not moved. Kind of a little bit surprised. To 129 from 58. So you have some price up you have some price upgrades. You had some news on AMD yesterday as well. I'm gonna set man, I want to set another alert up there on Oklo, but I'm gonna write this down. Oklo can be a big money trade if you get it done, if you get it right. I'm just trying to see here. Okay, so here we go. EPS 20 cents. That's a uh misses 12-cent estimate. Hold up. So EPS is 20 cents versus 12-cent estimate. I don't understand. Oh, point two. Yeah, I still don't understand. I don't get it. I'm going to move on from that. This is what happens sometimes. Q3 loss was greater than 20 cents a share. I was trying to look for revenue, but apparently there isn't much of that. So they lost 20 cents and their estimate was 13-cent loss. Okay, that's what it is. All right. All right. So here we go. I got some of the names here. We have AMD had some news. Okay. So that was Oklo. Let's move on. Let's go look at. We'll look at. We'll go to. Let's go to SMH. Sorry, and then we'll look at our semiconductors. Here's our daily, just hanging out above these previous highs up here at 350. Nice support zone. This may have been a nice dip buy. That may be a nice dip buy there. We'll find out here in the next couple days. All right, you're starting to get that bounce off of that level. You can see nice green box there that we've had for a little while. Overhead resistance, minor level at 357. Okay, 357.50, but that real rejection zone, that bigger level's up there at 360. All right, that 360. You are you are still in the gap on the SMH right now. Okay, you're still in the gap. So you have not so you're underperforming other names that have went filled the gap and are back above the gap. All right. So keep that in mind. Semis are a bit weak. So if we turn around, this as of right now is the place you want to be to short. Okay, where you may get more weakness in this area. It's weak right now. Okay, that's the hourly chart. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on that pivot low. I'm going to get rid of this. That was from yesterday. So right now it looks like it's working its way, forming upside setup. Okay, here's a nice pivot high, pulls back, right? It breaks above it, and what's it do? It holds it, right? It holds that pivot high right here. All right, pulls in, holds, and now it's trying to extend higher. So the next place I'd be looking is what up? So that's yesterday's high. Let me do this. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. Sometimes you have to use the right time frame here. That's really it, guys. Right? Your support's down there at 350. Top end of that range is 360. So if we get bounces back into, which it could start here at this, double bottom pivot high here. You're seeing them step in to reject it, but that's really your range. 350 support, 360 resistance. Make sure nobody had any questions. The ugly setup. It's a really ugly chart. The good news is you're getting that positive ADX trying to step in. So see what it can do. I feel like I want to get rid of that. It's really where it's at. So just keep that minor level there. That's your middleman. Maybe I could lower it just a little bit. All right. Bink, bink. All right. Let's go to AMD. Not fooling with that anymore. All right. So there was some news out yesterday on AMD. I may have to fill my coffee up again here. All right. This level up here, the first level I'm going to be watching is 255 on AMD. 255. Let me pull up the daily chart. Start there. So you had a nice bull flag up here, whatever you want to call it. Volume was not matching. Nice support. I'm sorry. Nice resistance zone here at 240. Okay, 240 zone. Let's see. AMD climbed 4.9% following Tuesday's financial analyst day in New York after the market closed. Chief Financial Officer Gene Hughes said AMD expects to increase its operating margin to more than 35% over the next 3 to 5 years. So a longer term outlook from 24% this year. So that is about what, 24 to 35%. What is that? Maybe that's like a 20% increase in margin, 20% um, savings, or 20% you could add to their income. So that's why you would see that bounce. Whatever the math is, you'd have to math it. Resulting in a clear path to annual earnings of more than $20 a share. Annual earnings, of more than, so the EPS. Wall Street had been forecasting 2028 earnings of $10.18 a share. So that's double. So that is a debo. All right, let's get rid of this. Bing, bow. You have previous lows. Okay, previous lows. Now trying its hardest. I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this area right here. I'm not going to use that. All right, I'm going to use this right here. That's your pre-market low. All right, that's your pre-market low. Nice. And look, we're above this level right now, guys. So we want to look for pullbacks off the bell, and that's what I'm going to do. Possibly, depending. The volume's really nice this morning. Look at that. So I take what I just said back. I take that back. I am going to use as resistance 258 to 260 if we get resistance on AMD, or if you get some pullback in the overall markets. I'm just going to watch for that, okay? And then I'll take pullback longs off of that area right here. So what I'm going to do is put, have a minor level up here of support that you have to watch for. This was your consolidation level there. Really, it was a wedge, so, right, it's not just a straight line across. Hurry up, 255. Let's do this. Again, these dotted lines are just minor levels. I'm just going to move that up. I think that's the best bet. All right, so that's AMD, you guys. Okay, that's AMD. Low, and then AMD. Again, if you guys have any questions, go in the chat. If you guys could, please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so. Share the stream. Would help, help get as many traders in here. I'm open, transparent, I don't bullshit. All right, so that's that. This is going to be my play on AMD. I want to see where it is where we open. I would like to see us pushed up in the like 250, 750, 250, 750 to 260 in that zone. Call it 258. 258, 260. It's about $2 wide. The thing here is you're going to start having your 9 EMA in the 20-day. You have support at 250. 250 is, I had a line there too. If you look here on the daily chart, 250 is a nice level of support here, right? But you have that wick low. So what we'll do is, let me see here. Yeah, 250 is that previous daily high, previous daily lows, right? You can see right there. See that? It's a nice level of support and resistance right there at 250. So, I'm just going to leave it how I have it right now. Just going to leave it. Okay, so that's AMD. If we have, let me see here. I'm trying to look. I want to look at this. See if we have anything today. 17 week bill, 10-year notes. Let's see here. that's not until tomorrow. Okay. All right, guys. AMD. So I know I haven't said it yet because I just what there's a couple things that's going on here. There's a couple things going on. I'm good. I'm going to be patient and wait for these upper zones here. You have a minor level, but pullbacks into 250. If we're above 250, I'll look to be long. 250 longs. I got two ways to do this. There's two ways to do this, in my opinion. Gotta hurry up. What time is it? It's 8:39. I gotta hurry the hell up. Yeah, so anything above 250, guys, I'm going to use 250, like that area, as the support zone, which would be 250, 252, which would be your pre market highs here. You have a gap fill at 255.80. Call it 259. So, depending on where we open up at, like part of me would like to short it right off the bell. Like we open up, it pops, like you get this quick pop, get short that pop, and then see if we can get that pullback and just take our profits off. Again, semis are a bit weak right now. You'd have to make a, that's kind of what I'm thinking. But again, the bigger trade would be if we're above 250 on the daily chart, pullbacks into 250 long. Okay. Anything above like into that 260 zone, pullbacks off of 260. Looking for pullbacks off of that zone into 250. Okay, so I'm not really. Again, it's going to be hard if the SMH, continues to lag behind. It's going to be hard to get that momentum. And the second something happens, that's going to be the first sector to go. So you got to manage risk. You got to have something to keep you aware of what's going on. If government comes out, you get one headline that they are not going to possibly not coming to a deal, that trade may not work for you. I'm not saying that it's a definite, but um, if you're long semiconductors, I would be careful. But if things go smooth, you could have a nice trade on your hands to the upside if you're long. All right, so that's that. That's AMD. Pullbacks into 250, long off of 250. It's all going to be based around 350. I'm sorry, not 2, but 3. Wait, no, I am right. 250. Previous highs, previous support. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to be using 250. All right. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. We talked about Oklo. Okay, we talked about Oklo. I want to set an alert here. Just in case I don't want to forget about it. Okay, so then we have Circle. Okay. All right, Circle had earnings. All right. This thing has just been dead. These IPOs have just been dead. Um we'll have to go over these later. I have to go over it now to see what the hell. Profit surge. Let's see here. So EPS, man, they didn't have too bad. So EPS 64 cents. That was a beat. They were estimating FactSet estimated 18 cents. Sales 739.7 versus 700. So you had a beat on the top and bottom line. Okay. Beats on the top and bottom. And we're still selling off. All right. I don't know what's going on with the lockup, what's going on with this. You have the gap fill after the IPO day down here at like 83.50, $80. And you are now in that gap. Okay, so let me do this because this is where you're at. You're on that opening price here. Right here. Okay, so okay. All right, so we are entering the gap. All right, I think this is going to be pretty easy. I'm going to get rid of this actually. I'm going to move this stuff down to there, which it already did reject. I'm gonna go probably grab a coffee real quick, you guys. I'm gonna go fill my cup up. So 98. Watch for bounce backs in the 98. You're having a bit of a bull flag here, bear flag. Um, the lower end. Look at the volume on this morning. Okay, a ton of volume here. So I'm looking at circle like we're in the gap. So I'm gonna if we get any bounces, I'm gonna use that bounce to short into um, let me see this real quick. I just want to make sure I'm correct. This is a 4-hour time frame that I have here, by the way, just so you guys are knowing what I'm doing. So you have that open. All right. So you have all this area of resistance here. Let's make this a 2. So this is the range I'm going to play. That was the close. Let's pull it down there. Make it a 2. Okay. Shit, I probably should use 95, and we're below 94. I'm going to put this right there. All right, and that'll probably be the area that I look for circle to bounce into if I can get it during market hours and use that 95 pullbacks off of 95 and target 88. All right, that's circle. All right, that's circle. Um, so we have our 15-minute chart. So we'll look for bounce back into these pivot lows. See, it's really rejecting there at 94 right now as we speak. All right, I'm gonna grab my coffee. I'll be right back, guys.
Vote on the will probably come later around 7 o'clock after all the debate. There'll be, I'm sure, a good, thorough debate. But it's so important that this gets done. We've been trying to end the shutdown for over a month now. And look, I think some Democrats still want to play games and inflict pain on families across America. But we've got enough, luckily, 8 in the Senate. You know, we may get a few more than that in the House who want to end this madness and just let people get back to their lives, stop holding hostages. We still have differences we need to negotiate. That's going to go on. But don't hold the American people hostage. It's been a ridiculous shutdown. It's time to end.
I've watched things in sort of, it's very puzzling to me when I've seen leaders of the Democrats say, we are not going to accept this. We are going to keep fighting to keep the government closed, which is just, I wonder whether they hear themselves saying we're going to keep fighting, we're going to keep fighting to keep the government closed. And they know full well what's happening at airports, what's happening with SNAP, what's happening with air traffic controllers, salaries, government workers. They know full well. It's very strange to be in that position. How do they justify that?
Yeah, they know that this is inflicting pain on millions of Americans, and are they not listening to those people? And these aren't the millionaires and the billionaires that they love deriding every day. This is the least amongst us. You know, SNAP recipients, low-income families who really need those food stamps. It's going to be our men and women in uniform, air traffic controllers who work incredibly stressful jobs and now have to also go drive an Uber shift just to make ends meet because the bills are still due, just because Democrats shut the government down. And they don't care that they're inflicting pain on people.
Yep.
It's madness. But it's going to end today, hopefully, and let's move on.
I mean, what's two votes, and even with the new representative that's been sworn in, if the margin remains the same, and you have no doubt that that Speaker Johnson has the votes?
Well, it's going to be work because you still see the Democrat leadership digging in against this thing. Again, last night they were in the Rules Committee till 1:30 in the morning trying to bring amendments to do things like gut the $50 billion rural hospital fund. What does that have to do with any of these fights? And how's that going to help any family to hurt rural hospitals? They are a rudderless ship of a party right now. They don't know what they want. All they know is they want to wreak havoc on the American economy and hold Americans hostage. And I think the American people are sick of it, and it's going to end today. We just need a few Democrats to join with us. I think we'll get that, and then we'll move on to a lot of other things we have to do.
Yeah, that is interesting. The midterms are coming up already. They're not really coming up, but that's next. And I don't know how the two parties are going to be viewed in hindsight as time goes by. I can tell you, I looked at something this morning, and I made the reference that AI, roughly half the time it's wrong, but I looked at something that was trending. It said the government's set to reopen after a Republican bill to cut health care, Obamacare credits, that they finally voted. They were they finally were able to pass that with help from Democrats. A Republican bill to cut Obamacare subsidies. So that's on AI. And then, so people read that, the public.
And that's inaccurate, but that's,
totally.
if it's on the internet, it must be true.
And they ask the public whose fault it is, and the public has just read that Republicans are cutting health care benefits, and then they say that they're on Democrats. And then the same people use that to justify, to say that, oh yeah, more people think it's Republicans' fault. It's just like this weird circular.
Those COVID health benefits, the subsidies they're talking about, that go to insurance companies, were set up by Democrats, not Republicans, to be temporary. Democrats are the ones who set them up to expire. They never wanted them to go on beyond COVID. And yet now they're saying that's what the shutdown's about. Well, then why were they trying to gut the $50 billion rural hospital fund last night?
It's not 20 million people that are going to see these. A lot of people are not going to have these huge increases, but there are, I think, at least 2 million or so that are going to be very adversely affected. Not wealthy people. I mean, I think it's what, 400% of a living wage or something is who it affects. But that could come back to haunt Republicans if something's not done. Do you think that it passes when there's a vote in December for this?
Well, I think the one thing that all of this is exposed is that Obamacare is deeply broken. And it was Democrats who created it. Everybody knows Democrats only passed Obamacare. We said it was going to create problems, raise costs for families, limit options, limit the doctor-patient relationship. And it's done all of those things, unfortunately. And so now we're at a place, do you keep shoveling hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money into insurance companies while your premiums keep going up? Or do we actually focus on lowering premiums? That's what Republicans have been focusing on. In fact, in our One Big Beautiful Bill, we had a provision called the CSR cost share reduction that would have lowered premiums for families by 13% on their health insurance premiums, and it was Democrats who blocked it. So, Democrats have always been against lowering premiums because they want to push everybody into Obamacare, even though they admit it's failed and it's costing families unbelievably more money. 80% more you're paying for Obamacare than just 10 years ago. Why won't they work with us to lower premiums on families? We're going to do that, by the way. We have bills in Congress right now to lower premiums, and we're going to move those bills.
That's the criticism that we hear levied against Republicans a lot is you've never liked Obamacare, but you still have not posited or proposed a fix or even an alternative other than just getting rid of Obamacare.
We've laid out a lot of ideas, and Democrats have voted against them actively. So there have been votes. PBM reform last year would have lowered prescription drug prices. Again, the CSRs that we had in the One Big Beautiful Bill, every Democrat voted against, scored by CBO to lower premiums by double digits for families. We have other things like health savings accounts, association health plans, very proven to lower premiums.
All right. Let's keep this train going. Let's see here. 3, boom. All right. Hub. All right. Orla, DOX, CAE. I'm kind of frustrated I did not purchase any Reddit. I'm kind of pissed. Man. I actually want to look at that real quick, and then we'll go into the names that are moving. Look, it's still going. I think you could see some outperformance here with Reddit. You do have a bit of a resistance level up here. I'm so pissed I did not buy this. I'm kind of frustrated, honestly, because I wanted to own it. And that would have been the perfect place to do so. I'm coming, Turkey. Let's see here. Boom. Okay. All right, so we have Reddit here, RDDT, AMD. Yeah, you do have a little bit of resistance here. Two ten. Yeah, 210. And then what is that? 20200. pretty much the levels I would use right there on Reddit. I would use this range though. I would use that high a day at like 211. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Look at that. This is perfect. So I'm gonna keep my eye on Reddit for pullbacks off of that level right there. But it may not. It may hold. So I am gonna put this red box there. Okay. And then I'm gonna set an alert. Create alert. Add our above. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright. So we talked about AMD. We talked about Circle. Yeah, I would like that pullback long. So we have rejections up at that zone. No, I'd rather use 257. 257. Okay, it's 9 a.m. My cat wants to come in. She had to use the bathroom, I guess, or something. She's making up her mind whether or not she's coming in or not. 257, 50, 260 rejections. I'm actually just gonna go ahead. Let's see here. AMD. Fifty longs. Again, if you guys have questions, go ahead and throw it in the chat. Don't be shy. Let's see here. Let's go here. So we have AMD, Circle, Oklo. This thing is struggling. Dude, why is my shit freezing the fuck up, bro? Come on. What is Moderna doing? Okay. I'm trying to see where, if possible, we could find some support, but that's not going to be until much lower. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right, so we're working on 906. I got that there. Let's go trade. Let's go look at this. Dude, on is just gone. No, no, no. It's just gone now. Fuck. Come on, man. It's gone now. She's out of there. Fuck.
I see it. Are you? What am I bucking for?
Would you agree with B of A today that shorting hyperscaler bonds is a top trade for 26?
Well, I don't short bonds. There is an HYG, an index that you can do for high yield. And if you feel like I do that things are getting out of control, you can do that.
Yeah.
And that's a better way than individual pieces of paper. But I keep looking at that remaining performance obligation, very tricky term, but how much Oracle's got basically in the bank from OpenAI, and that triggered this next wave. And OpenAI, Sam Altman had all the characteristics that I saw of very boisterous info space people who are saying, come on, sure.
Guys, that thing is up off the lows. 26 to 27%.
You don't, and you may think that things really are magical, but they're not magical. It was magical, right, and it was terrific. And everyone's made I was with a guy last night, and there was a very good, my friend Tom Poley was honored for an ALS, Man of the Year, for Lou Gehrig's side. And a really nice man came up to me and said, "Thank you for making me millions." And I said, "Remember, you guys, it's not made until some selling." And that suddenly feels very novel when I say it. And yet, these are, again, in 2000, I would meet people and they had made so much money. And I would say, geez, and one of them was a critic. who loved Confessions of a Street Addict, and I said, I said, could you tell that guy there's a good chance to light up? No, he knew so much more than I do. It was incredible. I had only brought a company public that had gone from 63 to 2, and was a hedge fund manager that had made a lot of money. I knew nothing, but he, a critic, knew everything. And this is the kind of stuff that's happening again.
Yes.
And
That said, Melius today does point out that when AMD gave guidance on semi and network TAM back in 23, it seemed cartoonish, and they ended up being right.
I went out to dinner with Lisa Su when she was using a $400 billion number for 2030. She was very disconsolate because she said people just didn't believe her. She's different. Remember, they're picks and shovels. They're picks and shovels of this thing, and picks and shovels has made out in every single one of the rushes, the gold rush, everything, and she's real, but she's playing with real money. Now, I think Andrew correctly pushed her on the money from OpenAI.
Yep.
When I hear OpenAI, that's the one that if they are the one. If they don't deliver, then it's not just magical thinking that ends, it's actually profits that end.
Right.
They have to deliver. And the 800 million users, I'm getting tired of that. The $20 billion exit run rate, they're on the hook for so much money that I would feel better if they just slowed down. That would make me happier. Like to say, listen, we're going to digest this.
And the market response to that would be?
Well, I think a lot of these stocks would go down, but maybe it would last longer.
Right. It's worth listening to what Lisa Tu told Andrew.
Sure, she was
Take a
great.
listen.
Computing is a limiting factor in how much people can adopt AI, and you can see that in a number of different places. And so, yes, you have to invest ahead of the curve so that you can get the entire user base on there. But if you just take a look at the growth in users, and not just at OpenAI, but across the entire AI ecosystem, we're seeing that growth. And we're seeing that growth because there is true productivity coming at the other end of it. And from that standpoint, I think we are all, like I said, we're disciplined business people, but we see an incredible opportunity in front of us.
So that's interesting. And the street reaction, a bunch of price target increases today.
Right, but Ben Reich, she said that to Ben at Melius last night. I do think that they have the orders. So does Jensen. Jensen runs the orders. You need the orders in order to be able to get to where we're going to go here. It's just that we need the orders to be paid for. And I felt better that Lisa Su said, listen, we've got orders to be paid for. I know that Jensen Huang has a list of clients who are willing to pay for anything that was going to meant for China. And I think that you own NVIDIA, don't trade it. I'm after the other companies that are on the hook chiefly to OpenAI, and that's it. And I think that all the quantum and the nuke, I just think you're going to, that's just not where I can be.
Right. Although IBM had some reassuring news on quantum where we might be getting some hard evidence in 26.
I've been saying that you got to own IBM if you want to own quantum. It's not expensive. Arvind Krishnan walked me through their quantum. It's commercial. D-Wave is the only speculative one that I could actually countenance, but I even pressed the CEO, Dr. Barrett, and said, listen, IBM's got it. And
you think IBM's the best quantum play?
Oh, by far. And then the second would be Google. But Arvind Krishnan called me up, basically said, listen, I want to show you this. And it was very convincing. And by the way, he's not a year magical investing guy. He's a serious. I mean, I like it that it's called the loon. Yeah. No, because my ex-wife used to call me a loon.
That's some of the nicer things she said.
She's away. She wouldn't have catched it.
Right.
You loon.
We had
we have silver here
There's a
breaking
10
out. Okay, so look at this. This is just like gold, right? We got up to this zone, so silver is breaking out and above it. Let's see if we get any pullbacks here. On SLV. Maybe might not be a bad idea to look at some double, triple leveraged ETFs on this. If we can catch it correctly. It looks like it's already taken off, running for that gap fill. The question is, where are we? If we started, it's just, in my opinion, it's hard. Let me see something. that actually looks like it's just. Yeah, look at that right there. There's the pivot high at the 1618. Really hanging on there. Oh man. I may use that. It's hard to. I don't know what I should do. Hell, I kind of like this one because this is where the move started, right there. Right, move started there. Bing, bow, boom. Anyway, keep SLV on watch silver. A little bit of resistance up there, 47, 48. Um, hmm. What are you guys watching? Let me know in the chat. Give me let me know what you guys are watching. What are your thoughts on today? All right, I feel like I don't have a solid watch list. All good. Not every week is going to be perfect. Let's see here. So Fortinet has been on a run ever since their earnings. This might be a buy here if you want to get into the sector. I'm not. You have a massive gap up there. This thing likes to. This thing likes to uh, put in some gaps. That's for sure. But it's down on the year. It's underperforming, so I don't want you to get ahead of your skis here. All right, we're coming in 916. 916. Here's our Baidu. I talked about this for the past couple weeks, something that I would like to, build a little bit of a position in. What happened to the? I thought I just clicked on it. So it says here, Kathy Wood Ark Invest made a significant move in its portfolio, focusing on Alibaba, Baidu, so and Reddit. These trades come amid a backdrop of evolving market dynamics and regulatory challenges. I'm with Kathy on this. Ark Invest Reddit shares across. Oh, Ark Invest sold Reddit shares across multiple ETFs. Wow, she sold Reddit. Why? Adjusting its holdings in social media platforms as of Tuesday, Reddit stock closed at 208. Approximately 8.3 million. This trade involves substantial acquisition of Alibaba shares, ARK, blah, 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 blah. She bought 157,000 shares. This comes in the wake of Jim Cramer expressing confidence in Alibaba despite broader challenges. Baidu, ARK purchased Baidu stock through ARK. Autonomous technology, robotics. Cameron recently shared a positive outlook on Baidu. Positioning as a strong choice for Chinese stocks. Meanwhile, what is total market cap? Let me see here. I don't have time to do this, but I should. It's got to get above this prior resistance zone. I'll be patient and I'll wait. I'll do this work later on at lunchtime. So remind me if you guys can. Okay, we got 10 minutes here. Let's get ready. Remind me to do some work on Baidu. I'm going to write that down. I'm missing out on MDB. Feel it. Hopefully I can get it. We've already pulled back. Oh, MDB actually has earnings coming up, so it might be a good idea to just wait. T minus 9 minutes until the opening bell. So what I have here is Melly, Mercado Libre, and watching this zone here. This is a really nice monthly zone. T minus 28 minutes. T minus 8 minutes. What the hell did I say 28 minutes for? All right. Sorry, I'm also trying to use, again, guys, this opportunity for pullbacks, and to try to see some of the names that I don't own that I would like to at least have some exposure to. Man, if I could get this thing back down, I would love to be able to get this back down to like 1400. I would buy the shit out of this thing. You have a nice double top. This thing's been on a run. I mean, honestly, it's just been on a tear. T minus. We haven't even really moved. Let me see this. Boom. Boom. I'm going to watch this zone right here. I think I'm going to use this instead of what I had. Okay. This story actually on Mercado Libre might already be playing out, just like Oracle. People are surprised Oracle's down. Well, you shouldn't be surprised, especially coming from somebody that's supposed to run money. Nobody should be surprised. That's why I didn't buy it when it ran. The time to buy Oracle was 10 years ago. You should be taking your money, not buying it at this stage. So 832, lower EPS. All right, guys, let's get ready to rock and roll here. Almost 5 minutes to go, 4 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go. 5 minutes. Okay. AMD got a bit of a pullback here. Major level up here. Nice support. Again, this is more of a wedge setup. $245, $250, $245, $250. We're gonna make today a good day, you guys. Make today a good day. Just be patient. This market's trying, and we cannot forget about Apple. I almost forgot about Apple. AAPL. Shit. T minus 4 minutes and 45 seconds. All right, Apple failed. Just like we said. But this is a support zone. This is a really nice area. All right, let's get ready to rock and roll. Let's get ready to rumble.
Is this all of them?
As you ordered. 300.
Go with you, sire! For Sparta! For freedom! To the death!
Combat with your shield.
Did Tesla bounce? Did anybody get long Tesla yesterday? We talked about that. Let me see. Where's Tesla at? It did. It did break above that level. I had a feeling it would. Very nice. Okay. Okay. So I am going to keep Tesla on watch, guys. I am going to keep Tesla on watch. I forgot about that. I always forget about Tesla. I don't know why. Okay, we're pushing. We're pushing. I also have that zone. So 240, 250 zone, Tesla. The bell's gonna ring, guys. Let me turn it. Okay, we got 2 minutes. 440. I'm gonna turn this down so that we don't get blasted in the ears by this. Hurry, 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 hurry. All right, look at this. The Dow's climbing already. Trying to. NASDAQ still bullshitting. The NASDAQ just cannot get out of its own way. 1 minute. I'm trying to hurry hell up. I have to do this. I gotta put this here so I know that I'm looking at a buy zone there. Come on, hurry up. Hurry, 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 hurry. Hurry! Okay. Good luck, everybody. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. They all got hit. Apple, Tesla, they all just got hit here. Look at AMD just ran right through 255. Ran right through 255 on AMD. Oh my gosh. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's going to look, as soon as the market opens, it just slows down. Tesla just cranking to the downside, you guys. Cranking. I got to get back on AMD and got to get back on AMD. And Apple. AMD. The Q's just selling off right now, you guys. What is today? Today's Wednesday, right? Today's Wednesday. Yes. Just want to make sure that it's not Thursday. That's okay because we have our anchored VWAP right there. All good. I feel like we need some music or something. I hate this. I hate when they do that stupid shit with the fucking these wick candles that are way down there at 238. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Jesus Christ. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do this. All right, here you go. Let's see what happens here. I hate that every time this shit opens up, it just gets so slow. All right, so you just went up and filled that gap on AMD. I don't know what about the market, why my computer just needs to be turned off and back on when the market opens up. It's just like all this data just hits it and it's done. So I don't know. I guess I gotta buy a new computer. It's always something, I guess. They want to charge you for shit that isn't worth half of it. They want to charge you fucking $1 million for everything, but don't want to give you a quality product. It's crazy. It's crazy this world we live in. At least make a quality product. All right, QQQ, 623. So here we go, watching this zone here. Look at the Dow is still just shredding to the upside. Okay. As of right now, you have IBM, NVIDIA, a little bit of the tech name, so getting some good breath going here. Okay. AMD for the NASDAQ. The AMD is your winner in the NASDAQ. Semis are doing pretty good right now. CrowdStrike. Let's check on the S&Ps. AMD. Once again, AMD. IBM. Okay. Goldman Sachs. Some of your financials. Visa. We talked about going long Visa the other day. QQQ, or the NQ broke down, guys. The NQ broke down. Let me go back. This is the time I need to be focused. Not. So we talked about this, okay? So now we're back inside the gap on the NQ. All right, we're back inside the gap. And we talked about this. Okay, this could be a nice trade here. Look for this bounce back into the into the gap. Here's your break and retest. All right. That downside move, low a day, is down there at 25639. Now you look for that rejection up here. Okay. It's possible. It's not doing it right now. So the level I have is 257. Okay. The level I have is 257. 257. Right there. Bang. You're trying to get it. This could be a little support zone. Okay. You got to be cautious. 2568. Mild support zone right there. But again, what did I say? If you break back into the gap, that could be overhead resistance. It could be. Doesn't mean it will be. I should probably be taking this, but I'm going to wait. I think you can get a pop. I think this is a shake and bake. I do. I think this is a shake and bake right here. I do. I'm just going to wait and be patient and see if we can get ourselves a pullback, and or how deep this goes or doesn't go. All right, I'm moving on. Moving on. All right, here we go. This is what we talked about. Apple breaking down. It's what we said. You're not getting that bounce back, though, into the area you need it. They're just taking these trades away, man. Taking them away. AMD still holding strong, which is good, which is a good sign. The Dow still holding on. Let's look at UNH. UNH, nice move here on UNH. This is a really nice move. Come on, UNH, pull back. Dude, UNH is just on a run, guys. UNH is running away. All right, so that's what I'm gonna look for. I got it. I'm good. I got this. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna watch this zone for bounce backs on the NQ. Of course, I gotta pee right now. God damn it! Come on. All right, watch this area here. This is your like middle zone. All right, you're at middle of the gap. The area I'm watching for is 255 two 25.5. Okay, 25.5 is the area I'm watching for bounce backs. I want to see if you bounce back in front of this level and then start to reject 25.7. We'll see what happens. So fucking done with this shit, man. I really am. I'm so done with it. Okay, watch Apple here for support. Watch this area here. But you're back below high a day. Let's look at the volume. This is just a low volume pullback at the end of the day, really. It's what it is. So I don't think it's too much to get concerned about. Dude, this fucking um this this shit's really pissing me off because it's just like it's like freezing. So AMD probably just sits here and consolidates for a little bit. Or this is the start of a sell-off. It's one or the other, in my opinion. And this could be a rejection pullback into 247. I don't trust it. What else do we have? Circle, CRCL. Let's find out what's going on around the markets. Damn, Circle dumped. So Circle's making a new low. So that's 90. So 90 could be support here, guys. Watch this 90 zone to be support on Circle. I don't want to fight that volume. Look at all this selling pressure. I don't know how much they have to sell or what the hell's going on with this. Like, this is bad. But again, this is and should be 90 is a bit of a support area there. I feel like I'm asking for trouble to try to catch the reversal on this thing when it's done nothing but show you weakness. Yep, there it goes. So let's see how let's see what happens down here at 90 on Circle. I don't know what is or isn't being said on the earnings call. Hey, you just hit 90. You just hit 90 on Circle. Look, my options chains aren't showing up. 93. Dude, they want so much money, and there's like no liquidity here. This thing has no volume. It's ass, bro. Oh my god. If you're trying to get long this, it's probably not wise, but CRCL. I think I might try it. Let me try it, guys. Is there anybody here? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I think I may try. I'm not gonna make up my mind. I'm gonna let it show me. I'm not just gonna. I just think there could be a shot here. I just don't like the fact that there's not a lot of liquidity and it just continuing to sell off. So I don't want to, especially if the Qs. Look at the Qs, guys. This thing is just selling off like crazy. Another wall of selling pressure that stepped in there. It's already getting away from me. These bids were down at 200. Okay, there you go. 210. This is very volatile. This is very risky. Do not trade this. Just gonna say that. Do not trade this. Fuck, it's getting away from me. I doubt I got filled. No, I didn't. I'm gonna be patient here. I am the bid, but I'm lowering it. I am lowering it. Fuck, it's gonna go. It's gonna go. Shit. I'm not gonna be. I was too slow, guys. I don't know if it's me or if this is like messing up because it's kind of just it's acting up. I did not get filled on that. I have no position. Fuck, man, that would have been a nice trade right there. It's been a nice little something something to get in down there. Man, I want another opportunity. Come on, please. Give me another opportunity at this. Just give me another shot. Give me another shot. Give me another shot here. So we have 90 and then 80. Yo, the Qs are getting murdered. Not really. It looks bigger than it is. I mean, it's 0.23. These gap up sell offs can be you know what? Wait, did that alert go off on the NQ? I had an alert on the NQ. I swear to God, I thought we had an alert. Yeah, this is the zone we were watching. So I guess because I had the volume down, UNH on a tear, the Dow on a tear. What is today? Today's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. Okay. I just missed it by looking at that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I missed it. I missed it. God damn it. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. Come on, baby. Then we want to shoot for this like 93 zone. That if you're going to take a long on that, this area up here would be your target. Pre-market lows and seeing if you can get up there or not. I'm not paying up. Congrats if you were able to catch that. I just gotta get back and focused. Gotta stay focused. Yeah, I'm gonna turn away from this. Come on, give us one more flush back to the downside. Let's go. Give us another flush there. Come on, pull it back in. There you go. Go ahead. Do your thing. Dude, they're just relentless. They are relentless selling this thing off. Let's go. Keep it. Let's go. Get rid of all you got until you have no more. $90.85, $90.87, $90.93, $87.85. I don't know. 91. Wait, so my shit is behind. That's what's screwing me the fuck up here. Let's see here. Is it crashing? It's not crashing. I mean, it's down 1%. It looks like it may have went through. I know you have that 20-day and 50-day all right there. See what I mean? You have this consolidation zone. It might look bad. It could get bad. I'm not saying it can't, but the bottom right, you got your 50, 20, 90 MA, all that fun stuff. Yeah, all you have to do is just look at Twitter. I post charts, I post trade ideas and stuff. So, yeah, I would just it's just sitting in its range. Let me see here. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna miss the short. Um, please yesterday's low is the gap, so please keep an eye on that at 618 on the Qs. All right, keep an eye on that. This looks really nice. This looks like a nice little short zone to take it down to 615, but your gap is at 618. Just keep an eye on that. Um, let's look at this volume real quick. Give me 1 second here. All right, you're pulling into the 20-day and 90 MA right here also. So that's why I say be cautiously optimistic. Let's see here. She is doing good. She's doing good. Thank you for asking. That's my little baby. That's my little girl. That's my kid, practically, right? That's my kid. But she's good. Thank you for asking. How's everything with you? How's life? How's everything been? 15-minute chart. So circle looks like it's still just hanging out. I don't like how slow this is. I wish there was a way I could restart the stream and turn my computer off and back on. That would fix it. I don't like how slow this is acting. Nice, good stuff. How is everything working out for you? For the better? Come on, let's go. Give us 90. Give us 90 again. The longer this sits here and consolidates, I'm ruling this out. I'm gonna just move on from circle right now. Maybe I'll set an alert. There goes Apple trying to make its way back to the upside. All right, what did we say? 270, 250, 272. I can't let this happen again today. I need to get something going here for myself. You see what I'm saying? Why the fuck did this fucking chart just sit there and stop like that? Like, I'm gonna have to make a call. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Motherfuckers want you to spend fucking 10 grand on a fucking computer, and the motherfuckers just like can't keep up. I'm not even running a shit ton of shit. This is crazy, bro. Just I'll read that in 1 second. Just give me 1 minute, guys. Just give me a second here. Just trying to lock in, all right? Just trying to lock in. So the Dallas still has some nice relative strength. Um, SMH, nice reversal here. So our levels are working, right? We talked about this 357 gap. You know, it's just feel like you're in a range bound. I don't like this right now. just yet. Like, part of me wants to get ahead of it, but part of me, okay, like the NQ, I would like to be able to get through this, like the opening price from today. All right, you held this, held this, held this. You're trying to make it resistance, but I would like to get this. I want to get this pivot low up here, and bring it back in. But here's the thing: that would be bullish because you're reclaiming prior resistance and support. So if we don't get above and can't get above it, I'm leaning to the short side, looking for a move back to back towards Monday's low. Back towards Monday's low. Let's go ahead and take a look at the VIX. All right, the VIX is obviously with a little bounce. So the VIX is flat, in my opinion. I think the VIX is flat. It's just sitting around $17, $18. Same thing as it's done the past 2, 3 days. 18.50, 17 is its range for the week. All right, so right now you're at 1742. 1742. All right. Tuesday's low, 255.50. Just getting this area is just so crowded. It's like it's just crowded. AMD breaking out again. Let's go AMD. I'm actually gonna switch here. Just taking off without me. It's taking off without me. You may get a second chance here. I think you could get a second chance. And look at the low a day on that. What did we say the low a day was? It was 250. Above 250, we open up above 250, pullbacks into 250 longs. Um, I am going, man, I don't like this. I don't want to say, I don't want to fight this trend. This is probably stupid. But if you can get them, if you can get it for the right price, you might be able to get like a test back into like pre-market lows on Circle. It's already doing it, so no, I don't know. I think you stay away from it. I don't know. I think the best thing to do is just to stay away from it. Unless we hit 90 and it continues to hold, then I think you got to have it on your radar. Now it's frozen again. My shit's frozen again. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me, bro. Can you? Buddy's just sitting on the bid. Yeah, just sitting there holding it up. Fucking dumbass. Piece of shit. Excuse my language. I apologize. There's no reason to hold the bid up when it's obvious what's taking place here. right, so this is what I was looking for. I know I'm moving back and forth, and I apologize, but this is what I was looking for. Right, so it was yesterday's high. Yesterday's high. This is just like a range here. Just be careful. I think the market doesn't know what it wants to do. There's a part of the market that's flying to the upside, and then there's this part of the market. So maybe if you start seeing some weakness out of the Dow and transportation names, like look at the Dow. So the Dow's starting to turn back around now, but it just made a brand new all-time high. Okay? All-time high. You're slowly getting to AMD, right? Your AMD's trying its best to just get up there. You got a little bit of resistance up here at 260. So if the Dow starts pulling back off of that new high, um, you know, maybe that gives us some downside move. But right now, I think we're just in a bit of a range here. Um, you could have a trade off of this level right here where we're at, back down into like 618, 617.50 on the Qs. Okay, but if the SMH, right, the SMH is about like range bound. So I would look to that for your answers, honestly. Right? You got some. This is like chop here. Right? This is chop. Even as soon as you break above it, you got some resistance up there at 360. So is this going to be another lower high? We'll find out. So I'm okay that I don't have anything on just yet. I have no positions on as of right now. All right, circle is breaking down to that low. Let's go. And it's just coming in with volume, man. Just coming in with volume. As soon as I go to it, they just bring it right back up. They just bring up the bids. It's almost like somebody's watching. Um, let's see if we get a flush here. It's not going to yet. See if we get a flush, then it reclaims it. There it was. Oh shit. I got filled. I didn't want to, but I got filled. They filled me on that. They filled me on that circle position. Let me see here. And look at that volume that just came in right there. What time is it? It's 10:15. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get a bounce back to VWAP. This is a little area of support, so we should attempt, which we may have already, you know, at least run a test back up into that VWAP zone. I'm going to set an order. I just don't like how it's just illiquid. I don't like how illiquid it is. Let me get out of this. Somebody's sitting on the bid. They just don't want to lift. There we go. Let's go. Oh, I knew it. They were going to go 210 to oh, what fucking assholes, man. See, all my. It's all right. It's all good. That was it right there. Motherfuckers. I should have had a bid already out at 205. Let's go. Let's get this thing. Let's go. Let's go get this bounce. See, my everything is freezing on me. So I'm watching this, and then I'm trying to keep up. Let's go. Let's get this. Let's go. Let's run this thing back up. Let's go. This is a nice area here. Somebody's just sitting on the ass. This is what I don't like. I don't like that somebody's just sitting on the ask. This is fucking ridiculous. This is a joke. You're gonna have to give me a second in the comments. You're gonna have to just give me a second here. I'm out. I'm getting out of this. Get the fuck out of here. You guys ain't fucking with me. I'm moving on. This thing is a joke. This thing trades like a joke. You can probably get a nice reversal here on this shit. No. Let's go. It's starting now. Thank God I put in an extra number. Thank goodness I put in an extra number. There. They're not showing my order. I'm below 200, guys. Unless everything froze up. Let's go. Let's see if you get this bounce. Let's go. Let's get a target at 91. Dude, I should be filled. I should be filled. I don't know what's going on unless there's... Look, of course, that's why. I'm just getting the fuck out of this. This thing is a joke. Do not trade this, guys. Do not trade it. It's a joke. I should give it time, but it's just so illiquid. I'm out of it. Thank God. Thank God. That was a joke. What a joke. All right, it's time to move on from that. All right, I'm not even looking at circle. It's a joke. I'm good. You guys can have it if you want. And look, here it goes. Look, it's going to start hitting two. As soon as I get out, they want to start look at the ask. Look. And now look how wide it is though. Look, 203, 190, but they were down at 170 on the bid. I'm okay with that. It's just as soon as I get filled with my orders, you can see how the bid ask gets real wide, right? as soon as I get filled, it gets real wide, like it just lifts because there's nobody there. There's nobody on it. It's a joke. It's illiquid right now. All right, let's go. Let's move around. Market watch. AMD busting out the new highs. That's where we should have been. All right, AMD. Again, you guys have to give me a minute to read the comment section. It's already fucking 10:30, man. Damn it. Yeah, you have to just give me 1 second here. Look. So the cues, guys. Don't just be patient, or don't get on yourselves if you haven't done much yet. Um, we are at this level here. Like, it's just, we are making it. You're running into overhead resistance now. So let's see. See if we do start to give it up just a little bit. Again, listen though. The longer you sit here, the more you're gonna have of it holding support because you're gonna start having things catch up to price action. So any dip that does happen, you got 9 EMAs, 8 EMAs, you got whatever, all the algorithms, the things that all the indicators that are being used. The longer you sit there and chew up time, it's just every closing price from the 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, just yanking it up, coming in with the gap up. So that's going to allow you to have support, and then when it meets with the technical level. So when you see something just sitting there chewing up time, in my mind, okay, moving averages are going to start to catch up. Exponential, like things are going to catch up. There's a shit ton of things that you could use that to, but in simple terms, 9 EMAs, VWAP, right? And again, we said this morning, whenever we were making progress, you get into the gap, and the gap fails. That means any bounces once you've recovered the gap, it's now overhead resistance. Or could be. And like now, you're at this level. We have it here as support. This green box, we drew it this morning. All right. Fucking lock in. Come on. Want to stick to names that are moving. We got AMD making new highs. Let's check in on. I'd have to trade that with the shares itself. I should have bought this a long time ago. So I have an alert here. It has not hit yet for whatever reason. Look at this. This thing is pennies away from my alert. My alert's at 41.98. It went to 42. I missed it by 2 pennies. Can't make it up. Can't make this up. What's going on with the market? We're going to go over to the market. RNA. Dude, my stuff is just freezing up on me, man. This is not cool. Don't like this. UNH on a run today, guys. UNH squeezing. So this is up 4%. so frustrated right now. Palantir is deep in the red. I guess it's trade. You can tell Palantir is trading its range. So over the next couple days, you could probably see Palantir go to the bottom end of that range. Let's go look at Goldman Sachs real quick. Breaking out. Jesus. Mm-mm-mm. Goldman Sachs. What else did we have here? What did we see? JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, IBM. We talked about that. UNH. We bought more Nike yesterday. Nike. So you're still seeing day two. Dow names just on a tear, just which is good, right? Because that's that broadening out we speak of, which is good, which is good. Let's look at. Let me pull up the SPY real quick. So right now, VIX is still climbing. Let me see here. Let's see here. Let me go to this just so we can. I know I'm flipping back and forth. I do apologize. So we said we would. I wasn't going to do anything unless we got that pullback in the 680. 684 to 680 might be a decent trade here. It probably could give some opportunity. You have minor support there, 682 on the SPY. What I would do is, if you think you want to take a trade on that, it would obviously have to be kind of a scalp, because you have there's no like room to just flush, unless you have some type of news or something that comes out. We could actually. I'm gonna turn this on, just because even though I hate listening to him at times, but
We are Vegas, baby, since 19.
If you exclude all of this circle jerk AI money, the GDP growth is negative. Like, you guys are
no,
aware
it
of that,
isn't.
right?
See, look, you see what he's
So
saying
let
right
me,
now.
I guess,
GDP growth is
again, this is what I was
negative.
talking about.
Listen, Atlanta Fed GDP just came out at 3%, guys. What the fuck is he doing, lying to people? Like, this is the shit I'm talking about.
2-year
People are
recession.
so fucking dumb. They literally
some of
just
them are
released
trading.
it.
Last
Like
time you've seen
a
certain
week and a half
staples
ago.
go down this much
2 weeks ago,
relative to everything else,
like
there
a
was a
week
damn
ago.
recession, like 08, 09. Like, that's what I'm saying. Some of these prices on very high quality names and all that, they've kind of been guttered. It's kind of feeling like a pseudo recession, kind of how you had under Biden, where, like, remember Biden? It was a damn recession, bro. But like, it didn't go down super low. This time you don't have government data, and then you have a fuck ton of AI spending.
Here.
You get what I'm saying? That's the other part. That's where
we look here on the hourly chart on the SPY, the 682 zone. We'll keep an eye on that.
TX.
It's only right that we get our pullback here. So if this is a really nice inverse head and shoulders, guys. This is setting up to be a nice inverse head and shoulders on the Qs and in the overall markets. Look at that, right? Isn't that nice? There's your left shoulder. There's a possible head, and then you would look for pullbacks into that zone if it holds, right? That 625 is your neckline. Setting up pretty nice. Let's go have a look at Palantir real quick. So right now we're a bit in a range. Okay. Things could get interesting here if you start breaking down. But again, you start breaking down from 620, you're going right into the gap fill again. So it's like, and then you have support. So it's like, if you try to get short, you have to like you're not going to get paid. People talked yesterday. We sat and watched the contracts to yesterday. Nobody was getting paid on these contracts yesterday. They made some money, but these contracts were not paying. Because of the way that we moved. You know, the real pay would be long yesterday's low, selling this morning, right? Those are the ones that got paid. All right, let me move back on. I digress. So stocks that are moving. It's getting late, and we're gonna fucking excuse my language, but we're gonna not really have much to trade here because the morning's already been gone. I just get frustrated when I waste my day and I don't have much accomplished. I have one trade down today, Circle, but I just immediately got out of that. Another trade that was just, barely green, should have been a loss. It's just illiquid. Just illiquid. Let's see where those contracts are now. Yeah, see these things are down right where I bought them. So Circle, I got in at $1.84 and 193 $2 bid ask. All right, that's what I have at the bottom. On the right hand side here is the option price, and then left is your time and sale or level 2 for the stock. Just so you anyone curious. So they're floating between $1.80 to $2, and I got rid of those at $1.96, $1.95. Okay, let's go to Apple. Let's go look around. Apple. Everything this morning is really just trying to bug the shit out of me. So every time I click the type, it's up, and it's like the spacebar thing is going, and then like it just adds on to the ticker that's there. Like part of me wants to just like restart my computer, but I'd have to end the stream. So I'm just gonna deal with it. Man, we are not moving off of this level, Apple. Let's go look at Amazon. CN. Oh, Palantir. That's what I needed to look at. Amazon selling off of that level. The LTR taking back some of its move. Palantir coming right back into support. I gotta turn something on. I gotta turn on some type of news, something. All right, the Qs may start to give it up now. I'd be looking for a move in a prior day's low. Tesla right down into support, you guys. I don't even know what's going on. Again, be careful. Yesterday's low is right down there at 617. So if you take the trade and it doesn't flush, you may not get paid that much. Because you're also working your way right back into that gap fill in yesterday's low. So just be careful. Don't, just because the market's open doesn't mean you have to trade. I need to just keep that in the back of my mind. I just, I want to do well for other people so you guys can do well for yourselves. So that's the stress that I have going on right now. But it is what it is. there's nothing going on, there's nothing going on. If the markets float lower and they just continue to float lower, okay. But I got to stick to my rules, right? You just, every time you itch lower, look, guys, we're right at the 20-day. We're right at the 9 EMA. You're right at prior day's low. You got all these things that are in your way, the gap. So it doesn't make sense. Like, unless you're trying to catch 25 cents to 50 cents, you know, you might get disappointed and you get the move and you still lose money on your trade, right? Because it flushes, but then it bounces right back up, right? And it just goes lower, but it bounces right back up, and it just kills premium. So, you want to think about selling contracts instead of buying them. So I'm good. All right, we're just talking this out. If you guys see anything and have trade ideas, please don't be shy. Throw it in the chat. I'm gonna just because I like frustration, I'm gonna just eat a warhead real quick, an extreme warhead. See what I mean? It's frozen. Look at my. Um, Tesla working into its 50-day. Nice area of support down here. That doesn't mean you want to fight the trend or take trend. Maybe you do want to take it and you have to like find out when you take it that you don't want to take it anymore. But then you get the results and you're like, damn, I kind of want to do trend, but I don't want to do trend. I'm joking, of course. So you just broke prior day's low on Tesla. Meta. Meta. We had a massive trade on Meta last Friday. The past 2 Fridays, I've had some nice trades on Meta. You're talking 1,000%. So Meta is just, it's right at a level now. So Palantir, let me pull this up. It's getting late too, man. This is what's going to frustrate me and piss me off is that I've like wasted my day. Let's go look at Reddit. Let me look at Reddit real quick. Sorry if you're hearing me on the mic. So really, we just have like Apple and AMD. Um, I said GameStop has potential. Yeah, it's getting worse for a lot of names. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. That was really nice. GameStop actually had a nice short setup on it. All right, let's go AMD 265. Let's set an alert up here at 265 for AMD. What do you think people are doing right now who got short the Qs because they thought it was going to break down and it didn't? I mean, it could, it still could, but they're probably stressing real hard because we broke support, but now we're regaining it again, right? So, so it's okay if you know what I mean. Just have to just patience, patience, young grasshopper. We are below 620. 620.50. We are below that zone. 622.50. So our range right now, if you want to write this down, 620 to 622. It's about a $2 range. Oh, nice. Nice. I was thinking about short in GameStop. There was it's a nice little short setup here, but it's just not breaking down. Right? It might start to do it now, but I don't know how liquid or illiquid it is. Nice job though. BJT back down to $12. I think this has been the quiet short that nobody's talking about. SoFi breaking out the highs. This is a nice little area here for Robinhood. There's your weekly chart. Carvana's been in the news about their CEO change. We can go take a look at that. So you have a pivot high here, 130. Let's see. That's a gap fill. You're closing below that close. Let's see what happens here on Robinhood. Let's see what happens. Where's our moving averages at? Let's go to Hood. I gotta have something, guys. I'm sorry, but I gotta turn something on for news or something. Okay, so I'm gonna turn on Trader TV or something so that we have an opportunity to know what's going on. Oh shit, so we're below the 50 day. I'm actually gonna probably look to short Robinhood. Let me see. So I think I may have a trade here. Wait. I take that back. I was on the wrong date. I was on the wrong date there. I take that back. It's really not. It's not time to do anything on this. So we've already broke that. Pretty apparent there. See, you've already went so far on that. Damn. I'm not giving up. We fight. We fight. We keep fighting. You never know what can happen. Oh shit, quantum names. I forgot about quantum names. If this gets annoying, just let me know.
One or two times. You've got to sort of have that mentality and then just go back to the well. Speaking of the well, the well still has not managed to run dry on what was the initial long. So this is getting a little bit ridiculous to the point where I wasn't willing to take a trend break in silver. Now that's pretty much what I will wait to do because it's gone way too parabolic here. Only 10 minutes to go. This is now back to almost to all-time highs on the daily on this move. So it's really, really close to getting there. What hasn't happened yet and why I wasn't willing to do it before is on the 15-minute, there's been no turn on the 15. It looks like there've been some turns on the 3-minute chart, but on the 15-minute chart, this is still very much heavy trend up. So it needs to show me an entry on the higher time frame chart to be willing to take this reversion here. So might have to wait it out, but I think the back end of this will obviously get pretty nuts. Let's go up to Adara. It's time for Money Talks. Let's see how the Dixie is doing, the US dollar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, so almost 11 o'clock.
Scott Bessent just took the stage here at this economic conference. That is the 2025 U.S. Treasury Market Conference. It's interesting. I'm already seeing comments that have come out from him. I'm guessing that's prepared remarks because I'm watching their live stream and he did just take the podium. But either way, I'll keep you guys posted on what he's saying. Right now, nothing super market related, more related to the functions of the Treasury. But again, if there's anything interesting there, I'll always keep you guys posted. And it is worth noting, he has begun speaking. I do want to talk as well, really briefly here. Paul Atkins, who is the chair of the SEC, making some comments about potentially establishing token taxonomy. That would be a framework to create a common language to classify and describe tokens. I'll get more into that in our crypto update at 11:30 a.m., so stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, let's talk about this U.S. dollar. We've found this really interesting pattern lately where we'll have, 4 or 5 days of buying, then a couple days of selling, 4 or 5 days of buying, et cetera, et cetera. We're very much continuing to trend on this DXY chart, and very marked difference from what we were seeing here in a lot of August, just a lot of top. So DXY, at least until we start making these lower lows, looks like we're still trending higher for that U.S. dollar. I do want to talk about the Fed. We have a lot of Fed speak right now. Fed's Paulson did not comment on the economy. I didn't really see any comments of notes from Fed's Williams. And then 12:15 p.m., we're going to get Fed's Bostic and Fed's Myron. Now, this is significant for a couple reasons. Fed's Bostic has been a little bit more on the hawkish side as of late. Fed's Myron, in contrast, as you guys all probably know, is incredibly dovish. So this should be an interesting, I guess, paradox that we're going to have here. Fed's Bostic announcing via press release from the Atlanta Fed that he's going to be stepping down as president of the Atlanta Fed, or I guess retiring from that role once his term ends on February 28th, 2026. So again, term ending here for Fed's Bostic. He's going to retire in a couple months. We're going to get a new Fed to add to these Fed infographics, guys. So make sure to like and subscribe and stay tuned for any comments I have to say about Scott Bessent's speech.
I get a nice little reversal here.
Yeah, I think something.
It's the weather, that means.
It could be the weather.
Yeah, Sharif and Neil having
hanging out. They are not
allergy issues, but we don't have any of that over here. We had a coughing fit earlier. I feel much better right now. Yeah, look. So I know Meta and I know it's been a rough day for trading some of these tech names here, but like only if you're long. Like Meta absolutely has not found a
We were
bid at
short.
all today.
You know, we were
Like,
short
this
today
is
coming
getting
in.
absolutely
Tia,
crushed as yeah, down to 610
Here,
right now.
we're look.
We'll see if it
Everything
can
that I
hold
have written
out
down
at
is
6.
rejections.
The name, if these dips continue,
goes
man,
Hood. I'm
the name that
moving
I
on
want to
from Hood,
buy
guys.
10
Unless we
times
get a bounce back,
over any of
I
the names
will-
is Google.
But
So
the
if
move's
this can come
happening
in,
right
we're getting
now,
close
so-
here. And again, remember, I don't want to be like all layered into all these AI
Maybe
names,
it
but
picks up.
what about a dip buy into 275, 280 for Google? That could be tomorrow. So if you're looking to put some capital to work, I don't know necessarily this is like the greatest time here to be layering into any of these kind of trades right now, but Google would be something that I'm interested in there. My boat's kind of full on Amazon. I don't love Microsoft or Meta at these levels. The most recent buy for me on NVIDIA is 175.
You can hear
That's
him in
probably
his
gonna come into
voice saying the
question,
same thing.
here
that
at
there's
some
not
point.
much,
We've done really
you
good
had
dip
to be
buying
on it at
Oscar
the
2
bell.
days ago. I don't even know what
And
that's
if
up
you
right now. It
weren't,
might not even be
you know,
that
you
good.
weren't.
We got some at 1475. And then we also got Lulu. Target's been on my mind to dip buy. We did some of that as well. Marvell as well. But there comes NVIDIA right back in. And we've done really well on AMD, man. Less than now less than 5%. And we're right now at the 200 period, or sorry, at the 50 period. So just mind ourselves to take a little
man,
bit
I'm
more
sorry
out.
to hear that.
That was initially going to be our out, was when that broke, but now it's all the way back
that's a
up
shame.
here again. So let's just use this as our out. 259.50. If we break down below that,
Yeah,
we will conclude, like I said, the biggest trade
I just took
in
mine
my
to the
history
vet,
here at Trader
Sunday.
TV Live. So
Sunday
P&L
or
wise,
Saturday.
anyways,
Yeah,
besides
Sunday.
an IPO,
I was
or
surprised
you
they
guys see
were
me
up.
hit that Palantir on the imbalance one day. That was pretty crazy too. But there it goes right now. AMD. Happy to close this trade, and we'll put it right here at 259. We're going to close it for a $9 winner, but 250.
Okay, fuck this. I'm done with him. I can't take it anymore. What? Are you sure you want to remove all drawings? Why would I want to remove them? There's our on alert that's not sounding for whatever reason. On alert, I just happened to see it. That alert just went off, but it didn't go off for whatever reason. You guys, I'm having so much trouble here. Really am. It's bugging the shit out of me too. I'm trying to just like keep my cool, but it's just like slowly just building and building and building. Apple looks like it's just been sitting up here stuck. Is that the case? I feel like every time I look at it, it's been at the high of day all day, or prior day's high all day. Fucking done with this shit, man. I'm fucking done with it. I didn't even hit that box up there. All right, AMD, we never hit our alert never went off, but look at this. I was looking to try to get up there in front of that 264 level. Looks like things are going to start pulling back here.
Optimism isn't
Shut the fuck up. Not the chat. Not you guys. Let's see. LPTX. LPTX. Okay. Okay, we're on. Possibly. It's probably too late, too. This one's probably too late as well. It's going to be one of those days for me. LPTX. So now that everything is so slow, like once I go to click on something and I click it, it goes further than it should because it's catching up. All right, let's see. You might have a lot of traders on this. Be careful. It looks like they've had earnings or something. Be careful with this because this is at a resistance zone. I would look for pullbacks into $1.12 if you like this. In my opinion, I think this has already filled its gap. People are going to look at the gap at $2, but that's not necessarily the gap, right? You had this previous support level here at $1.20, right? $1.24, $1.20. So, in order for me to feel comfortable taking this, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable taking it. $1.10 would be it. I'm sorry that we weren't on this sooner, guys. So I'll set an alert here, and we'll see if we get the alert. Unless you just waste a bunch of time up here, then maybe I'll take $1.30, $1.27. But I think this is coming back down to $1.10. Let's see here. Okay, so what do we have here? CoreWeave, CRWV, Oklo. CoreWeave is down at its level. Let's go look at Oklo. Forgot about MP Materials. MP, guys, MP. Okay. Man, as soon as I see something, it's like already done. I'm just not on it today. It's gonna be this is like a frustrating week for me. Very frustrating. Frustrating week. I've had a really good August, September, October. Past few months have been really good to me. So I'm not gonna be all that mad, but I'm just frustrated for others that want to be able to learn to do this and would like to be able to make some money. That's what it's all about, right? I don't. Nobody shows up to just have their time wasted. RGTI also selling off here, guys. Looks like we have a liquidation happening. Just going to turn this on to see if we have any. I don't even think we have people here, so it's all good.
Providing a reliable reference point for other borrowers and financial products. To implement this regular and predictable framework, Treasury sells all
And
its
WDC
securities
now.
at a regular
That's
cadence.
To defend the land. Generate.
Are durable trends in investor demand and Treasury's assessment of the issuance mix that best achieves its low-cost borrowing goal. In making these decisions, Treasury stays in close contact with investors, utilizing bilateral engagements with many of you in the room here today, and it solicits the advice of the Treasury Borrowing Advisory Committee and the primary dealers. When borrowing needs change quickly, bills are our issuance shock absorber. Because we want nominal coupon securities to adjust gradually, bills play an important role in managing changes in borrowing needs that are seasonal, short-term, or unexpected. Bills also facilitate flexibility, particularly in times of uncertainty and amid quickly evolving changes in demand profile. Importantly, being regular and predictable does not mean that Treasury's issuance policy cannot or should not evolve as investor demand changes. If our borrowing outlook changes, so will the amount we issue. And if structural demand for certain products or tenors evolves over time, we will be responsive and adjust how we allocate issuance accordingly. For example, we are closely monitoring growth in money market funds and the stablecoin market, which are both large investors in treasury bills. Money market funds are now valued at about $7.5 trillion, having grown by nearly $1 trillion in the last year alone. The stablecoin market, meanwhile, is valued at around $300 billion and could grow
Uber,
tenfold
Lyft,
by the end
Waymo,
of
and
the
free
decade,
San Francisco,
thanks to
LA
the
rides.
innovation made possible
That's why
by
it's
the
down.
Genius Act. As money market funds and stablecoins grow, so too will the demand for treasury bills. In addition to growing demand for treasury bills from money market funds and stablecoin providers, we are witnessing increased demand from banks as they shake off the excessive oversight that has held them back. Since the start of this year, bank portfolios have expanded their treasury holdings. Additional reforms, including the potential ESLR reform I mentioned earlier, could further accelerate this process. As Treasury watches these trends play out, we will assess whether they are structural or temporary shifts, and we will adjust our long-term issuance plans accordingly. For Treasury auctions to be successful, we need to be attentive to market participants.
Again,
We
there's
will
a
not
little
change
random
our
pockets, but I think
overall
most of this is still the big tech.
We will remain analytical in our decision making.
But yeah, now equal weight's
adjusting
going down on this
issuance
one, so see how much we
gradually
move
to avoid
and how much
market
it goes with it.
disruptions.
Gold on the high again.
We'll provide public forward guidance.
Yeah, bro,
to
they're
the
bringing
extent
Waymo to San
practicable,
Diego.
And we will regularly
I can't wait.
canvass the market for feedback on how our issuance decisions are being received.
You guys know that was the only
Now,
reason
let's
my
look to
girl
the
bought
year ahead.
Google.
At
She's up like
Treasury, we've already
80% on it.
provided forward guidance
And she said,
that
I'm
we will
buying Google
likely
because of
not need
Wayme.
to change coupon auction sizes
She names the
for at least
Waymo.
the next several quarters.
She calls it, it's a character.
Existing financing capacity
She's like,
from current
she like
auction sizes
blushes
and
at
robust
Wayme. She's like,
demand in the
oh,
bill
Wayme.
market have given us
She said, I miss
flexibility
Wayme. I'm
to
like,
manage
is it,
our upcoming
why you fall in love with this little
potential
demon
borrowing
car?
needs.
You
Recent
see where they try to
developments
kill
have
us?
also given us
It was
additional
actually very
time
safe,
and
but still.
flexibility before we need to make any such decisions. These developments include the reduction of the national deficit
ADP on the high.
and the FOMC's announcement that they will start purchasing treasury bills with proceeds from their MBS holdings. At the most recent T-BAC meeting, the committee determined that
The
the
latest
current
T-BAC?
issuance mix is well
T-BAC,
positioned
okay, I'm
to
glad I
balance
wasn't the only one who
a low
heard that.
cost of debt with the low volatility of a productivity boom.
Little volatility
While
with
keeping
your tea
proper
bag.
risk management in mind, our long-term
Only Scott
economic
Besson.
outlook is consistent with an expectation of increased productivity stemming from an additive boost of artificial intelligence, increased investment in the United States, and elevated capital expenditure investment. As such, we will continue to monitor trends in investor demand, and we will continue to consider where and if additional issuance could best achieve Treasury's debt management goals. When and if the time comes to make changes, we will be prepared and we will socialize our plans with market participants. Now allow me to offer a few thoughts in closing.
Please.
We are gathered this morning in New York's financial district, historically the beating heart of global capital. A few blocks south of here is the New York Stock Exchange, while today's venue is Wall Street, or maybe In a few years, it will be Y'all Street in Dallas.
Yeah, I was going to say.
My main
Texas.
audience is and will always be Main Street. I answered the call to serve because I wanted to help President Trump usher in.
This is what they
a
keep
new
talking.
era
They
of
need to
parallel
tackle the
prosperity.
affordability.
A decade
Or
of
they at least are
economic
going to talk about it
expansion
enough
where
so
Wall
you
Street
hear it.
and Main Street grow together.
I think you guys have noticed.
President Trump's golden age stands to benefit Americans on every rung of the economic ladder.
U.S. aims
and
to start
maintaining
lifting
strong
flight
and
cuts in a
robust
week
treasury
once the
market
government opens.
is critical to that goal. Properly managing our nation's debt is a solemn responsibility that will affect generations of Americans to come. That's why maintaining a healthy treasury market and strengthening it even further is my foremost responsibility as Treasury Secretary. Treasury is committed to safeguarding the world's benchmark for stability while ensuring that the American people can borrow, build, and thrive. By keeping the risk-free rate low and the Treasury market strong, we are making America affordable again, and we are ensuring that our nation's prosperity endures far beyond our own time. Thank you for being our partners in that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Scotty. I wonder if they're going to ask him questions.
Thank you, Secretary Besson, for those remarks. At this time, we're going to jump right into the second panel, which will focus on recent enhancements to the Treasury buyback program. And we will reserve some time at the end of the panel for Q&A with the audience. So for this discussion, I'll be handing things over to Hunter McMaster, who will be moderating the panel. Hunter is the Director of Policy and Planning at Treasury and also performs the delegable duties of the Assistant
So they're going to
Secretary
go through the
for Financial
Treasury guys,
Markets.
and then you'll get the Q&A.
Prior to joining Treasury, Hunter was head of trading at Key Square and previously held positions at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, where he focused on foreign exchange and interest rate markets. So please join me in welcoming Hunter and our esteemed panelists.
Clap, mother. There you go.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
First
So far,
and
your
foremost, I want
weaker
to thank the New York Fed for hosting. It's no
link
small
is the
feat to
IWM.
organize this event, and for you all sticking around after hearing from President Williams and Secretary Bessent. Those were the interesting ones, but we're glad we're
Let
here.
me rephrase that. The QQQ and
So I'm happy to be here
both
today
kind of the same.
to discuss one of the primary innovations
Or is
that the
there a little
Secretary
bit of
just
weakness
touched
in
on
this?
in Treasury debt management of the last few decades. That's Treasury buybacks. The goal of this panel is to take a deeper dive into the buyback program, its history, its objectives, how it differs from the Fed's programs, its performance to date, current features, and potential future enhancements. By way of background, the Treasury buyback program was introduced in May of 2024. The program aims to provide liquidity support for off-the-run Treasury securities, tips, and to improve Treasury's cash management. Liquidity support buybacks are intended to serve as an opportunity for investors to sell off-the-run Treasuries that may be lingering on their balance sheets. By freeing up balance sheet, intermediaries should be more willing to facilitate risk transfer, which should provide more liquidity broadly for the market. Even just knowing that Treasury buybacks are upcoming,
Yeah, I heard
should
that
make
too.
I
dealers
don't know if
more
it's the
willing
event yet, but yeah,
to
they're
make
down
markets
5.
for
They're at
That would
12.
be TLT, guys.
However,
Still got time.
Treasury
TLT.
buybacks should not
Top
be
right,
confused with
TLT.
QE or open market operations.
Why?
There
Iron
are
balance here.
several important distinctions.
Yeah.
We've been clear from the outset that we are a price-sensitive
It sounds
buyer,
like they're just
only
making the
accepting offers that are attractive
BTFP a
for the
long-term
taxpayer.
plan.
If an offer doesn't appear attractive based on market pricing or relative value,
Because they're saying they'll buy
Treasury
you the
will
shit
simply
nobody
not
wants.
accept
That's
the offer.
lingering. Held for
As a
probably
result,
open
Treasury may
for sale.
sometimes purchase only a small portion of the maximum amount, or sometimes purchase nothing at all. The key driver being the quality of the offers. Treasury doesn't have objectives like influencing the overall level of rates or changing the maturity mix of debt outstanding. Instead, the goal is to provide holders of Treasuries an avenue to exit positions, free up balance sheet, and hopefully improve
It's an
liquidity
interesting plan if you're listening. Is SPY going lower?
The other buyback objective is cash management. Treasury can use buybacks to
Okay,
reduce
even
the
equal way,
volatility
but
of
SPY's
bill
the one
issuance
leading the
when
way
cash
down.
balance
Equal weight's
is
still
high.
giving you support.
Traditionally,
I mean,
Treasury-
if the third to
Treasury
go
handles
negative,
such
now
timing
Russell
of
went negative.
mismatches
Last one
between
on the
cash
table is
inflows
the
and
Dow.
outflows by running the TGA higher or paying down bills. Buybacks give the Treasury a third tool to use excess cash to purchase coupon securities that are maturing in higher outflow periods over the next 2 years. In this way, buybacks reduce volatility in bill issuance and the TGA. Now, before I introduce the panelists, I want to run through some interesting numbers on the buyback program to date.
Do it, Habibi.
Since May 24, Treasury has bought back a total of $239 billion across all buybacks. That's $113 billion for cash
T-Mobile's
management
still going
and
up. Again, you got your little
$127 billion
pockets
for
that
liquidity
held,
support
but watch,
operations.
even if gold's coming down,
Treasury
but
has
yeah, you
received
are
over $1
kind of
trillion
draining
of
out
offers
here.
since buyback began over the course of these 91
A lot of it is
operations.
still the tech thing.
Treasury has
So just
received
look at Meta,
$340 billion
Apple,
of offers
Google.
in cash
You're getting
management
no love out of
and
here. Yeah, Google's
$795
literally
billion of
dumping.
offers in its liquidity
And you
support
just had even
operations.
Microsoft now too.
On this slide, you can
And
see that we
probably
received the
Nvidia.
most offers
Actually,
in the cash
no,
management
but
bucket,
AMD gave up some,
along
and that
in
was a leader
nominal
too.
coupons bucket.
Oh, I
and the
forgot it. I
short
keep
tips
forgetting
buckets.
about Oracle.
Now, to
Yeah,
discuss
low key,
this
bro.
program,
Every day it's going
I'm
down
delighted
for.
to be joined by 5 market experts. Seated with me are Jay Berry, who is Managing Director and Global Head
Dude,
of
that
Rate
looks
Strategy
terrible.
at JP Morgan. His team covers U.S., European, UK, and Japanese rates. And Jay's expertise is rooted in U.S. rates, with a particular focus on the Treasury market. I have Britt Chan is here, who is a Managing Director and Portfolio Manager.
Yeah, man, I'm here,
Kimco
buddy.
TLT, I don't. I mean,
Get myself-
I hope we
hedge
could
fund
talk
strategies
long term, but
and
I
relative
think
value
you know,
trading.
to
Like,
keep
you
a
know,
lot of them
fighting.
safe. I
So I
hope
do
you could
apologize,
understand.
but I'm
And then I have Dan
here.
I don't think
apologize. I'm just
TLT.
trying to
Like,
work.
listen to this talk
who is
of
the
what they're
Managing
saying.
Director and Global
I don't
Head
think the
of
bonds
US
are going to
Treasury
move
trading
until there's
at
like a
BMO
real
Capital
big ass
Markets,
crisis.
where he oversees the trading of
Like
Treasury
it has to be a
securities
real
across the
crisis
curve
to get
while making
TLT
markets
moving.
in
They
longer
want
duration
stability.
bonds and strips.
Okay.
And Scott Rofi,
Listen,
who is
this,
Global Head of
this
Rates,
guy don't.
Macro,
He's not even the
and
main
Commodities
treasury
Risk
guy,
at
so
Millennium.
I'll mute him for a second. But like you guys, I say this. I even explained this to a couple of people.
What did you say?
yesterday.
You said GDP was
'Cause my
down
views
when
are
it's
not,
actually up.
You know, I say some
3%?
crazy things from time to time.
You gonna lie to
But
people again?
I genuinely
This guy's-
believe that Scott Bessent in the Treasury is controlling the bond market. Like,
oh,
I think
that's
we're
what they
getting
do.
pseudo yield curve control.
30
So
year,
I
yes,
really,
they
I
are.
think they want stability.
Holy shit,
They don't
yes,
want
man.
the bonds to go too high. They don't want them to go too low. So unless
30,
there is a
what time is it?
damn
11:14?
crisis that changes this demand, where everyone's
LTR.
rushing in, and now they got to cut hundreds of basis points in a second, in a day. You know what I'm saying? Your TLT is not going to move at all. Like, look at bonds this year. Bonds have been incredibly
TLT is
stable
gonna move into
out of
December.
nowhere. And that's and look at all of the drama that we've had this year. That's not normal. That's not natural. That's why I keep telling you, private credit, that's what's getting cracked right now. That's where you're watching all sorts of things, and private credit is all over the place. But the treasury market
it, though?
is solid.
Looks like it's
so
consolidating.
unfortunately, it leads me to believe that the government is controlling
Look,
it, or at least the treasury.
There's your-
You got a bright mind like Bessent,
There's
and
your
they
private
I think they have the same object. They see the objective,
Kinda
and that is
just
their
been
objective.
doing the
I
same
think
thing.
they're controlling it. It's again pseudo yield curve control. So that just means until you get like a real crisis or breakout, I don't think it's gonna. I think it's gonna keep just doing its thing. To be honest with you, so I'd focus more on value and all. There's a lot of other trading and long-term opportunities, but I don't think your TLT going TLT until something really breaks to the point where they're willing, the Treasury's willing to move it. And until that, it's not even the Fed. I think even the Treasury's kind of defending from the Fed in an odd way. So this isn't this idea is not widely accepted on Wall Street, or some people might think you're bananas, but then again, I mean, I know a lot about Japan, and I love the bond market, and I don't think this is outside of the realm of possibility. Again, just looking at this, like, look at this, man. After everything that's gone on, and then, think about how we got here, it kind of looks like Alibaba. But you might do another year of whatever. I think they want stability, because every time it goes lower, something happens. They defend it. But if it goes higher, that's also instability. It could go higher slowly, but you're not going to get your TLT stick that you're looking for, at least until something.
I know it may seem like it, but I tried to fix it Monday, and it's the camera is what it is.
which means I think that you've got sort of a baked in.
Eliminate slavery and abolish slavery quickly. It took us years. We did not get
name included, and
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. This could be an ugly day, guys, so don't, you could really, 615 is the target here. 615 is the target, would be my target. You're trying to reclaim this. Nope, you're rejecting it. I can't take the short here. I will if we get a bounce. Or if we consolidate. If we can consolidate, then I'll participate in this. But it's okay. I see what the market's doing. And it tells me that it's a good thing I haven't done anything. And it's okay. It's setting up the pattern. So what I'm going to do is we have 20-day moving average right here. I'm going to make a chart, or I'm going to put it on my chart here. So we know that it's there. You just got your first bounce off of it. And it's bright. I'm going to get ready and go get some lunch here in just a couple minutes, okay? I might swing trade some longs if we get that. There's an area I'm looking for. Man, I don't want to get blasted by this trade and not work, but I'm okay with that. I'll do it correctly. I'll do it correctly. Okay, it's 11:20. 11:20.
that's just our style.
The dealers, can you walk through kind of how the cash management buybacks have helped the bull market specifically?
Yeah, sure. Like the stats speak for themselves. The WAM of bill issuance has been much more stable. CMBs have been, the volatility in the issuance of CMBs has gone down.
Cash
TGA
money,
balances versus
CMB.
target, if you look at that spread, that's been much more stable. So it's a necessary, for the cash management buybacks, it was a necessary step for the Treasury to have this tool in their toolkit. So again, it's been very successful, but then the sizing of the program would likely need to keep pace.
I'm just going to leave the queues alone, I think.
If you'd agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think we generally agree with that, and that the fact that it helps us manage our cash balances when
See what I mean? You had support here. And there's so many people that just sat through all that, and now it's about to reverse.
Risk. It's also kind of helped smooth out some of the short coup curve,
it's not,
and
you're
it kind
stuck.
of made it a little more,
there's no trade.
a little more regular, a little more like again less dispersion. And I just think it's been a benefit for the market at current sizing, and helps the dealer community, with the operations.
It's the 12-month to 18-month sector where there is like market segmentation.
5 years, get that long term.
And they basically end up
Amen,
from
bro.
the balance sheet. So if there's
Amen.
any tweaks to be made from our vantage point, it would be basically addressing.
I have a good feelo for you guys today.
All right, there's the S&Ps right in at that gap.
I hope all of you are there today.
All right.
You actually got an hour and a half.
Increase that
That's
frequency.
crazy.
You got to look at the right market.
Very recently,
Feels so
Going
early.
forward, do you think the program should be bigger? What are the pros and cons of going bigger? Keeping in mind that we have to fund buybacks.
So these are cash ops. So in that sense, if the size of any one buyback grew, then the duration that basically gets removed from the market goes up. So that needs to be a consideration. But I think if you look at bid to cover ratios, the market is saying that it needs more support in a backstop. Again, not another market maker in the form of the Treasury. And Rick brought up non-primary dealers. I think that makes a lot of sense as well. It's a delicate balance between the Treasury basically being a liquidity provider or a liquidity provider of last resort. I think so far the Treasury, by being very methodical and considered in how it's approached this, has struck a very good balance. So I think that would be important. But the intent, or from our vantage point, our recommendation would be for long-end buybacks to go up, given that that's where frictions are binding.
You sort of got to see the market debate the point about size around the time of the July primary dealer survey and the third quarter refunding announcement. So as you mentioned, the size did go up.
688 zone,
They all
guys.
kind of sound the same. They all sound like, what's his name?
Objective of the program.
The new guy. Why
But
do I
would
keep
say the
blanking on
amount
his
by
name
which it
today?
went up was sort of well within the range of what
The new
market
Fed dude.
participants would have
Oh,
forecast.
why am I blanking?
What's
his
his name?
name?
Increase, but it wasn't at the top
Moran.
end of the
Yeah,
range.
dude. I
So
keep
would say
blanking. They all
that's
sound like
another,
Moran in a weird way.
That's another piece of evidence that.
Dude, I
the
messed up his
program
name
could probably
twice
grow
today.
Without really surprising
Moran.
the market,
Miran.
or being out of line.
There's only like a dollar.
Jay mentioned the
And you're in the
size-based,
overhead
the
resistance.
price-based metrics that people track as part of
I think I'm gonna just
part of the
get
scoring.
short.
That's also obviously factors in.
I don't know what to do.
As
We're
the
working our
secretary
way.
said,
I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm not going to do anything.
Should get some
Fuck it.
savings
I'm
out
not
of the
doing
program. I would say that
not doing
buybacks have sort of taken place over
not doing
time in markets where
I'm gonna
like
let this
measures of
market
relative
go.
value of off-the-run
And I'm gonna
securities are
be,
sort of middling.
be patient.
And so, as you
gonna
go through
move
inevitable ebbs and flows of those
purpose
relative values, if
and
prices change in such a way that shows that the market has more demand for
There's a
off-the-run
word I'm
liquidity,
looking
I think
for
that's
and I
something
can't
that can
think
be
of it.
responded to, in a regular way. Anshul mentioned the WAM.
I may go get
Treasury
lunch
Borrowing
here in just a
Advisory
couple
Committee
minutes.
did some work on
I want to thank you guys
showing
for being
various
here. If
effects
you
on
guys
the WAM
could hit the like button.
for various
Subscribe
sizes
if
of
you
the
haven't done so.
program. In its current calibration, plus or minus small changes is a pretty negligible annual effect on the WAM.
All right, so there's
relative
gold.
To,
I missed that.
Past historical standard
Missed that,
deviations of changes in the WAM. So I think that's also
Hey, yo, bro.
supportive of some flexibility.
This coffee,
On
man.
the size, but as you said in the question, the other side of the ledger is obviously auctions. Auction sizes are an order of magnitude larger than any individual buyback, and so that's part of the health monitoring of how big the
Okay,
program
man, you
should be.
haven't
want
broken
auction
this setup
stats to
from the
look
morning.
healthy,
Wait
and you want
till,
them to look healthy even in times of stress.
Wait till Euro
And I think
close,
thankfully,
which
like,
is now, or
we-
like
we've
15
had a
minutes
couple
after,
of,
too.
bouts
Yeah,
of higher
equal weight went up a
volatility
little
this
bit.
year.
So if this
And I
starts
think
getting
both
to the
buyback
highs,
program
I
and the
would,
auction stats were
your
pretty
tech will
healthy,
probably keep doing its thing, but then
running through
focus on those
those,
individuals.
And I guess the last point I
Kenview
would make
moving
is
up,
as
that's
you
event
open the
related.
program up to more
Yeah,
participants,
Kenview.
it may be the
Keep
case
eyes on
we
that,
find
and even
there's growing
KMB.
demand on both the auction side of the ledger and the buyback side of the ledger, just by virtue of more participants having more demand for both programs. And I think that's something that Treasury can learn from as it evaluates that, and will go into thought processes about the future size of the program.
Great. And sort of getting into the weeds, do you have a view on the expansion? Would you prefer frequency or just size of the program, or size of an individual operation?
I think it'll be more helpful to basically maybe have the program be a little more granular. Rick mentioned that specific QSIPs matter a lot, so that'll give more feedback, because right now we only get the stats by bucket. So if the buckets were like broken down a little further, but you'd have more frequent programs, and then the overall size was greater through that process, then I think it would give better feedback to the market. The market likes the Treasury being regular and predictable. We've, over the last year and a bit, the market's gotten very comfortable with the idea of like where you need to show an offer to get done on the buyback. That's very helpful for the market. The Treasury's, again, a backstop bid, not a firm bid at the market
He kind of sounds
levels,
like
but
Satya
that
Nadella.
clarity helps a lot. So I think
Yo,
the
you
more
drive a Leaf,
stats
homeboy?
the Treasury can expose,
What kind of
the
car
more
you drive?
granularity you can have, the more the QSIPs that, again, you have a lot more visibility than the rest of the market participants do, would basically inspire more confidence in the program. And adding non-primary dealers, as you and Rick both mentioned, again, makes a lot of sense. But again, considered slow move in that direction is what the market's looking for in my
Well, wait till you get the Scott Bessent Q&A.
Okay, so
this is
maybe
like
take
a
step
panel
back.
of all the
We
treasury
walked through
people.
how,
It's
dealers
not really that
access the
important,
program,
but
or for reasons the
I
dealers
mean,
access
this
the
is a
program.
big Fed
And we
speak day, and
get
there's
through
been some
how
couple
other
comments,
market
but
participants,
I don't know. Given the nature of bonds and
maybe from relative
kind of some of
value
my
or
beliefs here, I
duration
think you could learn something.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, right now, for us to access the program, we have to do it by a dealer. And I think, you know, one thing that's kind of, you know, underappreciated is just the operational difficulty of auctions, buybacks, and just the, you know, call it, you know, the micro nature of executing treasuries. And I think for us, the difficulty, you know, given all the regulations, if we were to go to any, you know, one of my colleagues here, for us to access the buybacks requires a big, long lag. And when you're trying to rebalance real money portfolios where there are flows that come in and out of certain complexes into others, you have to transact in the market. And it's very difficult to do so because you're basically having an order that is not linked to the current price, you know, upwards of 30 minutes ahead of the actual operation. So, you know, there's kind of a winner's curse where if the market moves in one direction, you're kind of guessing. And I think, you know, the operational inefficiency, just like, you know, with treasury auctions, you know, having that direct access both alleviates that operational burden for the both of us, both the sell side and the buy side. And if you take a look at the auction stats, you know, direct participation.
Now, it's still early again.
where
Euro close coming
timing,
in right now.
You know, becomes less of an
In a
issue
couple
because there's
minutes.
less in your mediation. I think helps.
But you're
with
still
that
doing the
process.
dance.
So
Every
I
time
think,
this
you know,
goes
for
up,
us,
equal
you
weight
know,
shows
it's
out.
using
So,
the tools to
but it's all led to this
basically
direction
manage
with equal weight
essentially cash
holding.
flows within one
Dow is
business
up,
to the
not as
next
much as
business.
earlier, but
because if you take a
still
look
doing
at you know,
good.
the real money mutual fund model, you know, if you put your money in one, you know, type of product and move it to the other, it requires transactions of off-the-run securities in order to kind of facilitate that cash movement.
Yeah, I mean, the program is a multi-security, multi-price program, and so that just makes the operations even more challenging to, you know, if people want to exhaust inventory flexibly across a number of different securities, maybe at different prices.
Pfizer again too. Remember, I had a good melt day yesterday. It's actually getting a candle right now. Remember, Pfizer options are pretty hard to trade.
And at some point, there's just a
be
limit
careful.
for how much you can handle for multiple clients and multiple securities at the same time. Obviously, technology helps there, but you need to safeguard and protect operations and make sure that everything is done precisely, and so that creates a need for some protection. I think the expansion of participants will cut through some of that and will provide maybe more confidence for the buy side to participate. I think maybe the only other point is
well, if we're noticing here, you're seeing around the
pricing
globe.
is very transparent, but
nice bounce back. Everything is
the
green
point
in
of the
for the
program
most
is
part.
liquidity, and along with like need for liquidity goes potentially, especially if somebody wants to trade something in block size, that they may want to protect the information for the market, and that might be something that's currently a barrier for buy-side
Cigna
participants
says
to
it's
engage
working with
that,
Novo on
might
changes
go
in
away a little bit,
GLP-1
with the change in
after
the
deal.
program.
Well, we're kind of jumping ahead a bit,
None of them are
but as far
moving.
as alleviating some
Oh,
of
yeah,
those
watch that.
concerns that you mentioned as far as accessing the program, whether it's I'll call it a latency of the order difficulties, do you have any enhancements in mind that Treasury could implement?
You know, I would say, I appreciate the complexities of the cash flows of a large end user organization in trying to access the buyback. But, for instance, at BMO, we try to make it very seamless for the customer. We've built tools that, a customer could give us an order either with their own outright level in mind or on a spread to the on the run. And then we would be tasked with striking the on the
I
run
mean,
as
Google
close
had
to the
Waymo
operation
news. It
as
brought down the
possible.
other ones. I'm surprised.
Similar to
they're
any
moving a
market
little
trade,
bit.
there is, of course,
I mean,
market
watch
risk
NVIDIA and
in any
AMD.
outright,
Again, AMD's coming
transaction.
back.
Any
That lifted the
market trade where
NASDAQ, and
there's
then if
duration
that
involved,
keeps going with
there's going to be some outright risk,
NVIDIA, that'll help.
In general, we found that our counterparties trust our kind of take on the market and our strike of the
And
market
Netflix.
as close to 2 p.m. as possible. In terms of enhancements, maybe
Meta
there could be some type
announces
of facility
plans for
where
$1
the
billion
Treasury would
data
strike
center
the mid-price, but,
in Wisconsin.
Is
that good or
think
bad
that
at this
assuming
point?
everything is operationally sound, which in our experience it has been, the Fed trade system is very responsive and very kind of easy to use, with the right tools. I think that our customers and the dealers in general like having control over kind of how and where they strike the market to a degree. So, there might be some that prefer to have the Treasury take care of the strike, but I think that in general, participation in the operations is somewhat dependent on the ability to control those factors to the best of their degree. I guess outside of maybe some type of volatility kill switch post 2 p.m., but then it starts to get a little
Okay,
messy.
it's
But,
a decent move,
we
man, at
haven't
Euro
really found
close.
any
So again,
great
you
issues
gapped
with
up,
that.
sold off most of it, equal weight.
Though the
SPY
market
still back to
hasn't been
green.
super
Russell might go
volatile
green right
around
here. But
I'd
yeah,
like to
so
point
far,
out
give it
golden
another like
two
10,
week made
15
many
minutes, but
improvements for
doing
the,
decent for now.
for the client experience. It didn't stop the two gentlemen there to basically want to deal with you directly.
The Q&A is going to be all the other dealers saying they've done the same.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee.
I mean,
I'll
one,
leave it unmuted
one
if
idea
you
is
hear the
basically
flow.
have
I'd be
Treasury
great.
do that, where Treasury buys the off the run and then sells the on the run, because essentially that's in the end that's kind of what happens, right? In order to kind of like have one less step in the process, if somebody's trying to transform their portfolio into more liquidity, being a liquidity operation by exchanging off the runs for on the runs directly helps kind of do that with less friction within the system.
Yeah, no, this is feedback we've heard before, and I'll point out that this is something that would take us considerable time to implement, but something that we have tried to think about. I guess, Dan, as we try to think about going from a cash for securities to a switch facility, in your experience, what were the headaches around building that that you would be cognizant of?
Yeah, I mean, listen, a switch facility, setting aside some of the exact funding cost and kind of the cost benefit analysis of the Treasury, that's not exactly my job, but I think that you would get a certain contingent of customers and dealers very willing to participate in a switch facility. However, again, I think that the ability to control either the strike or the ability to change the level or the ability to manage the resulting duration from that trade makes the program more attractive, right? Treasury has already benefited from the program in that the prevailing traded price are well below the market mid at the time, especially in the long end. So I think that, kind of if it's not necessarily broke, maybe don't fix it yet. I think that it's worked from a kind of, a level perspective and a balance sheet, turnover perspective. So, while some customers might prefer switch, I worry that it would scare more away or make it more difficult for some to submit,
There's really
knowing that
nothing
they wouldn't have the other leg of the trade.
There's nothing that you can depend on here on out,
Right.
in my opinion.
Okay, well, I want to pull up some stats for the long end bucket. Get them here. There we go. So market participants, as you all are well aware, that long end
Yeah, this whole time,
buybacks are
gold
well
and silver.
oversubscribed. This slide on the screen
They're
right
reiterating
now
the
is
Cygnus
the
stuff,
20-year
too.
bucket. In a few minutes, I'll show
All right, you guys. I will be back in just
30-year
a couple
bucket.
minutes. I'm going on a lunch
the data
break.
show that total
I'll be
accepted
right back.
offers in these sectors are highly concentrated among a small number of securities. So what might explain why certain securities are more aggressively offered, and why is this dynamic prevalent in the long end versus others?
I'll give my view very briefly. Market segmentation. The long end was large. Essentially, if you're going back 15 years, long end was bought by the pension and insurance sector, but because of demographic changes and a whole host of things that transpired, especially on this side of the pandemic, the boomers basically went from being working towards retirement and actually having retired.
They went
The
from
market
working towards
segmentation was
retirement
such
to
that-
no
that the
king, son.
funds and dealer
Can't retire
basically
yet.
went through a lot more of the long end. And that is why the concentration of issues as the Treasury took up the sizes across the curve essentially meant that these market participants ended up owning a lot more of the long end. And that's why these dealers are much more acutely sensitive to price fluctuations, volatility in the market. They're all much more levered than pension and insurance companies are. And as a consequence, you see much more activity, and they basically end up being offered a lot more.
I think the segmentation, but also the fact that the introduction of the 20-year new issue at a time when right after that issue sizes needed to increase, meaning that you have some fairly large issue size bonds in the market. They happen to overlap in duration with another cluster of off the run 30-year bonds, and I think the long end in general has a property where the securities in sort of the center of they sort
Again,
of
that's
bridge
one of those kind of like
liquidity between
Micron
the 10-year
AMD,
point and the 10-year on the run,
not
which is
big
highly
tech,
liquid,
not
the
small
30-year on the
tech,
run, which
but
is highly liquid,
they've added a
the
lot
classic
here
bond
today at the
contract
margin.
and futures and the ultra long bond contract. There's a lot of duration space between the liquidity points, and so these bonds historically have vibrated with higher volatility outright and in relative value. And so that means that people who hold them, who have a desire to turn them over for one reason or another, might avail themselves of the program in larger size.
And I think just to build on what Scott said, I think the sizing matters too, because if you look at the securities in the 10 to 20 year bucket, which have been the biggest participants in the operations, those are also the largest 20-year issues. I think if we remember when the 20-year was introduced, a lot of the guidance given was that maybe it should be sized somewhere between 75 and 80% of the 30-year bond. Instead, at onset, it was sized the same size as the 30-year bond. So those issues in the 2041 sector are unusually large, and I think that's why they have been the largest offers into the operations as well.
All right, I getting some short-term upside here.
Very similar points, but
all right, man, keep in mind some of those events. Because again, you're getting a little wave of random ass names in the middle.
But that doesn't get rid of the kind of the glut of off-the-run issues. Nearly 400 billion
Thoughts
of
on
float
Circle's
in 2040,
business model?
2041.
It's very
20
circular,
issues, right? So because of that large float, naturally some bonds
I know they're one of the
trade
stable
cheap,
coin
and there might be more
providers, but I'm
dislocation
not
in that
too.
area
I don't really
because
care
of
about
the,
them too much.
large amount of free float.
I don't really
which
take them
as volatility
I'm
comes
not
down, as the
interested.
market stabilizes in general, we're near multi-year lows in rates.
I like
of vol.
Coinbase. I've always liked
The
Coinbase.
kind of highly levered community, as well as dealers, try to take advantage of those dislocations, right? So you're left with a concentration of those specific issues across dealer and hedge fund balance sheets. And I think because of the duration, the DV01 size of these long end ops and the relative anonymity from cleaning up large positions in one fell swoop, that becomes a very
What?
Azotó de la noche a la mañana. En los trílogos intentamos
What the fuck? My bad. Yeah, they just cut it off. I don't know why. Dude, what? Where's our boy, bro? I wanted to get to the Q&A. All right, maybe we can't. Like I said, I only found like one feed on that.
Feet on land.
Oh, where was it? What's the date today? November 12th? Well, scoundrels. I like the word scoundrels. I feel like I've heard it a lot. Parallel prosperity strengthening the treasury market. All right, man. Maybe until that comes back on. Bro, I like that. All right, well, I guess we'll go back because they stopped hitting the wire. It was Spanish. I only had it on that was the only Spanish network that I saw with the live feed. That's why I was like, it's actually kind of hard to find. Okay, I secretly watch a lot of novellas. What do you want me to do? Ever since the King of Tulsa, I've been hooked. You have no idea. I love that show, bro. I don't know why. It's so great. I need to watch the other episodes. All right, man. Well, we'll get back to that whenever I get some more headlines. Or if I get an American feed up. But good morning. 11:40, baby. 11.
That they're investing.
Exactly
That's one of
right.
the questions.
And of course, there's the energy question. Can the energy supply required meet the demand? Our next guest is out with a new report projecting up to a 20% shortage of U.S. power for data centers through 2028. Joining us this morning, Morgan Stanley's global head of thematic research, Stephen Bird, is with us. Stephen, welcome back. It's good to see you again.
Thanks so much, Carl. Thanks, Sarah.
So is this going to get worse before it gets better?
My concern is you can run into so many different snags when you're trying to build projects of this
Don't be
complexity.
surprised
Run
then
into
if
local
I come
political
back and I'm
issues,
long Aklo.
labor problems, equipment delays, the supply chains are incredibly complex, even the financing itself. So I do worry, essentially everything or almost everything would have to go just right for us to not have a shortage in the U.S., and I am concerned that that's not terribly likely.
Right. We talked to CoreWeave yesterday. Obviously, You got to have boots on the ground. It's very hard not to be vertically integrated. There was a story on the Atlanta local news yesterday, Stephen, about data centers, in the report's words, hiding water from the public because of the drain that it's taking on water supply. Do you think the political aspect will be material, interesting, key?
Key, I'd say water and power. We hear this at the local, state, and federal level, though I'd say power prices seem to be resonating more politically. We see widespread concern about the impacts to everyday consumers in terms of power prices. Now, to be frank, in many cases, the reality is showing that actually we're not yet seeing that kind of impact, but the facts on the ground politically suggest that there is going to be significant pushback in many states and many local communities against these big data center projects.
What's going to happen to prices for electricity, for everything else that we consume?
Yeah, it's a great question. When it's handled correctly, we should not see higher power prices. So, for example, in Georgia, there's a special higher tariff rate for electricity that the hyperscalers would need to pay, and that's designed very specifically to make sure that average consumers do not bear that burden. In deregulated markets like Texas, parts of the Mid-Atlantic, it's just not so simple to isolate all other customers, and so there is the risk that as the supply-demand balance gets tighter for power, that the prices will rise, and that is unfortunately impacted, across the board. Everyone would feel that. So I am concerned that this is rising in terms of importance. We saw that in the last election cycle. This actually became a pretty big political issue. When we're in DC, we notice that this resonates even at the federal level. So I am concerned we're going to see more pushback on this.
So actionable trade ideas, do they surround utilities? Do they surround the CATs and the GE Vernova, something else?
Great question. I mean, what we look for are approaches where you can take matters into your own hands. So, for example, repurposing a Bitcoin site is elegant in the sense it's really replacing one user of power with another rather than adding a net user. And so that has both political benefits, grid benefits, et cetera. You could also basically build a turbine complex or a fuel cell complex that's completely off the grid. And so you can prove essentially that you're not having an impact to anybody else, and you can take matters in your own hands, control your own destiny. So I think we will see a large number of those types of transactions.
Finally, I got to imagine inbounds and client interest on this one's pretty heavy.
Very high, very, very high, yes.
I appreciate you sharing it, at least briefly, Stephen. It's good to see you. Great topic and great note. Stephen Bird, Morgan Stanley.
When we come back, the White House reportedly exploring new rules to curb the influence of proxy advisors and index funds when it comes to shareholder voting. We've got new details on that story when we come back. Welcome back. New reports saying the Trump administration is looking at rule changes that could have big implications on shareholder voting. Leslie Picker has that story. I'm so curious how this got onto their agenda, Leslie.
Yes, Sarah, it's something that corporate America has been lamenting about for quite some time. But these reforms reportedly target so-called proxy advisory firms. Think Institutional Shareholder Services, Glass Lewis. These are firms that research and advise shareholders on corporate governance matters, such as director nominations and executive compensation. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the Trump administration officials are discussing at least one executive order aimed at limiting the influence of proxy advisory firms. Citing people familiar with the matter, the Journal said these reforms could include banning shareholder recommendations or blocking recommendations on companies that have paid proxy advisory firms for consulting work. CNBC's Eamon Javers reached out to the White House on this and was told by a source on background that until officially announced by the White House, discussion about potential executive orders is speculation. In response to our request for comment, Glass Lewis said, while we respect the administration's authority to issue executive orders, Glass Lewis believes this is more effectively handled through constructive engagement of a regulatory process. ISS said it's, quote, committed to fulfilling its fiduciary duties to clients and operating in a transparent and ethical manner. Reining in the power of proxy advisory firms, though, that's been a mission by much of corporate America for quite some time now. The Business Roundtable released a white paper in April of this year titled, quote, the need for bold proxy process reforms. In it, they put forth a set of policy recommendations, including prohibiting robo-voting or mechanically voting in line with proxy advisory recommendations. JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon has long been critical of these firms, saying in March that they are, quote, incompetent and they should be gone and done with. Elon Musk has called them corporate terrorists. So definitely getting at least increasing attention over the last few months, guys.
Yeah, it could have come from a number of sources, it sounds like.
Leslie, is there any evidence that the advisory services actually do sway votes over time?
So I actually looked at some of the empirical research in preparation for this discussion about whether or not it adds shareholder value, because I think that's at the crux of what we're looking at here. Does it provide a service for shareholders in a way that maximizes their shareholder value? And it's pretty remarkable because you could see several studies that would say it does provide shareholder value, several studies that say it actually detracts from shareholder value. So the empirical research out there isn't exactly clear on kind of what the value is, but it's certainly something that needs to be studied further as we look at various regulations that could come to the forefront here.
Who's going to stick up for them? Is it the activist investors?
I would say it's the pension funds, it's the shareholders out there that see this as a service. Obviously, voting is pretty cumbersome when you hold hundreds, maybe in some cases even thousands of stocks. And so they provide this service where they do the research, they do the diligence, and then they say, hey, we think this director is worthwhile. We think this compensation plan is a little over its skis. And so the shareholders and pension plans say this is an efficient way for us to gather information and do our own fiduciary duty in terms of voting. Of course, corporate America will say a lot of the research is riddled with errors that are then uncorrected. There are conflicts of interest out there. So there's a lot of back and forth at play as it pertains to proxy advisory firms, which have become just increasingly controversial over the last few years.
Well, we'll look for some potential readouts after the dinner tonight. Hopefully we get some qualitative commentary about what was discussed. Leslie, thanks. Leslie Picker. When we come back, the art market hopes for the end of a bear market. Robert Franks in New York City with more on what's coming up. Morning, Robert.
Carl, great to see you. Well, this is the most important week for the global art market. More than $1 billion worth of art expected to sell next week. And we're going to tell you which painting behind me could sell for more than $150 million. We'll give you the state of the art market live from the new Sotheby's headquarters coming up after the break.
Welcome back. The art market looking to rebound with some high-profile pieces going to the auction block this week. Robert Frank is live at the new Sotheby's headquarters and joins us this morning. Hey, Robert.
Carl, great to see you. Well, more than $1.4 billion worth of art expected to sell just next week. That would mark an increase of 58% over last year, and the first increase in over 3 years for an art market that really has been in contraction for those 3 years. The auction house is hoping that these rising stock prices, growing wealth creation, and falling interest rates are really going to help demand. Here's what the Sotheby's CEO told us just yesterday.
Our demand levels have been setting records, whether that's bidders per lot or our hammer versus our low estimate or our sell-through rates. So what we've seen more recently, though, is the supply side catching up with the demand. Something's definitely shifted in the last 2 months.
And Carl, a big shift there is that supply that he just mentioned, which means that consigners are finally releasing some of the great trophy works. Here at Sotheby's, they have two big collections coming up for sale. One is from the Cindy and Jay Pritzker collection, the other from Leonard Lauder. Now, these are pieces that include 3 Gustav Klimt's paintings, including one portrait that you see there, could sell for over $150 million. Over at Christie's, they also have a number of collections, including a classic Monet water lily that could sell for over $40 million, and a Rothko called Yellow Stripe that could sell for more than $50 million. And of course, you got to mention the piece that everyone will be talking about, Maurizio Catalan's America. It is a solid gold toilet. Just the gold itself would be worth around $13 million by today's price. A lot of interest in this piece, guys, but the new Sotheby's headquarters, where I am right now on the Upper East Side, huge number of visitors here this morning looking at everything from the Klimts to the toilet to the Van Gogh. A lot of excitement building up to next week.
That sounds like a good one for the White House, the golden toilet, Robert. So why has the art market been so weak?
That is the great question, Sarah. You know, many people say it's interest rates that's increased the opportunity cost of owning art. A lot of people say there's a huge demographic shift in the number of new collectors and those baby boomers that had been buying these trophy works for tens of millions of dollars starting to age out. So there's a lot of theories and not a lot of answers, but what does appear to be the case is supply and these big estates coming to market have been a big driver. And until now, we just haven't had big collections like the Lauder collection, like the Pritzker collection, coming to auction with fresh masterpieces that are once in a lifetime to buy, like these Klimts behind me.
Well, Robert, I just think about how much our own coverage of alternatives has expanded into private credit and into sports valuations, and I wonder if that's just been incremental, marginal competition for what used to be a classic alternative.
That's a great point, too, and a lot of questions about whether art itself is a great investment or whether it's just something you should buy because you love it, because it's very difficult to measure performance with the art market, unlike these other alternatives, even real estate becoming a big competitor. I would also add that for younger collectors, and Sarah knows this, things like sneakers, things like handbags, things like luxury collectibles, that is a passion by the new collectors. It's less expensive than these Klimts you see behind me.
Right.
Not because I'm young, but because I see how much these sneakers go for auction and how incredible the sneaker collections are right now. Thank you, Robert. Another good one, Robert Frank from the new Sotheby's. Market's kind of unchanged. Besides AMD, tech's under pressure, and so that's not helping the overall indexes.
Yeah, watching some barbell weakness and Palantir down, AMD up. Let's get to the judge.
All right, Carl, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour. The latest milestone for the Dow. On track to close above 48,000 for the first time ever. So does it signal the official start of the everything rally into year end? We will discuss. We will debate. We'll do it with the investment committee. Joe Terranova, Liz Thomas, Kerry Firestone, Steve Weiss joining me for the hour as we check the markets. We do have the Dow above that level, 48,200. So we shall see over the next 3 hours or 4 hours what exactly takes place. S&P is a bit of a negative, as is the NASDAQ. Joe, is that what this is here? If you look at the sectors this week, healthcare is up 4.5%, materials are up 3%, financials are up 2.5%, comm services and tech doing just fine. doing just fine, but they're not the best 2 or 3.
They are not. So today we have 30 new S&P 500 52-week highs. Of those 30 highs, 27 of them are non-technology. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Gilead. These are the names. American Express, Amgen. You do have your CrowdStrike, your IBM, and your Seagate. So the battleship of momentum, as I've identified a couple of weeks ago, continues to turn. It began the turn with what were the real VIP macro assets when you think about momentum, and that's the dollar, which has been lower on 2025. In September is making the turn higher. It is crypto, which in early October found its peak. Thereafter, it was gold that found its peak. So that momentum factor continues to turn more towards quality, and it's represented in the type of performance that you are describing.
Liz, is this the beginning of the chase into year end?
I do think it's part of the chase that's ongoing. The chase began with people chasing mega cap tech continuously.
Yeah, I mean, like people who, missed out a little bit on that, like PM's underperforming because they can only get so big in those areas. Now it's the make up or break up with these markets.
That's right. It's the beginning of the chase of everything that might now try to catch up with mega cap tech. So what's happening and what we're seeing, and this is a lot of why I have been pounding the table about healthcare. It was so unloved for most of the year that now investors are looking for other opportunities for growth because they can't convince themselves to put a lot of new money to work in tech. So you look at things like pharma and biotech, and here we are. The chase and that catch-up trade is happening. I would expect the catch-up trade to also benefit small caps, the equal-weighted S&P. Now, I don't think they close the gap entirely because the gap is wide, but I think there probably will be some narrowing of the gap. The one risk that I want to point out is that we're headed for probably a government reopen today, so we're likely to start to get the data that we missed. Now, we may not get any October data whatsoever out of some of those big releases, but we'll start to get some of the delayed data. If the market has to digest that, and if some of the private labor data has been any indication of what's to come, there might be some bumps in the road and some different things that we have to expect out of the Fed come December.
Yeah, I just think that we would put the Fed back in the, we start creeping up closer twice to 100% for December if the labor data gets any squirrelier. But healthcare highest close since October of 24. Financials hitting new highs today. Everything rally? Is that what we're on the cusp of here?
I think we're really on a pause now. What's interesting is we have a pause in the rally in terms of the upside. That's my view. I think volatility is still going to be the watchword going forward until we get through the Fed. So right now we've got two events, major events. We've got NVIDIA next week, a week from today, and then we've got the Fed decision due on December 10th. So typically, the game's known that the pull forward of the January effect we've seen year after year getting earlier and earlier. We're not seeing that this year. I think we will see it, but once we get through that, again, those two dates. Look,
What do you mean we're not seeing it this year? I mean, in 1 month, the Nasdaq's up 5%. S&P's up 4.3. The Russell 2000 is up 2.5, and the Dow is up 6% in a month.
True, but it's a continuation of what we've seen throughout the year. The year's been a pretty good year. We don't see every 5% month, but we came off, don't forget, a few rotten weeks, very rotten, and particularly in technology. So look, healthcare, there's a rotation into it. I get it, but I think that depending where you are in healthcare, it's a landmine. So I don't know who others.
Well, that's because you're walking in the field of UNH, which has been a landmine. That's the bulk of your exposure. Maybe it's the only exposure you have. People are making money 6 ways to Sunday.
I made a lot of money in UNH. I sold it. I didn't sell at the top anywhere near it, but I bought it pretty damn close to the bottom, and it's done amazingly well since then. But what's happening in healthcare is the government's going to cut back on their spending. We know that, right? And we know that insurance companies now are looking to increase their margins, and what do they do in that? Right? They cut back on benefits, everything else.
Yeah, but you're focused on the largest of the healthcare. I mean, the biotechs have been ripping. Lower rates are a boon for that, Carrie. You know this story well. We don't have to have a whole healthcare conversation, but the point is that this is what the bulls would have wanted. If you're going to have a little bit of a sleep for a couple of days in tech, could something else pick up the slack? the Dow over the last couple of days, and if we close over 48,000 today, would suggest you're darn right we can.
Well, healthcare is a place to put money for sure because it's underperformed for years now, multiple years in a row. If you put up just a chart of Amgen, because it's one of the names that you guys mentioned as hitting a new high, right? Okay. So this is a stock that is so underperformed and it's had this big rally, but look at the chart for the year. I mean, it's nothing like the way the S&P looked. So to make a new high, to make a 12-month high doesn't take a whole lot. And there are many healthcare stocks just like it who have suffered all year. Had a good quarter, is showing growth. And if we listen to what's gone on in the last couple of weeks, talking about who can make a deal, Novo made a deal, Lilly made a deal. That deal brings the price down, but the margin on these drugs is so high that they still come out winners. And winning in this environment is what the market's about. The tech and the ComServe companies have been the winners, the sole winners. Now you can add other companies such as these. Maybe financials will be winners too because they figure out how to work the
they're
system.
Up 1%. Financials are today. Healthcare's up 1.25% as a group. Do we collectively think that we're set up for a nice run into the end of the year, and that this would be? I'm trying to think, like, what would be a better sign for the market than what's happening over the last couple of days?
This is the chase for performance. This is exactly what it looks like. This is what we've been speaking towards. Last week, we talked about not going short the market because we thought the government shutdown was going to end early this week, and thereafter you'd get a rally and you get the recognition that opportunity exists in other areas of the market. That's exactly what has unfolded. So why should it discontinue? It will continue into the end of the year. Once the calendar flips, you turn the page, it's a clean slate, you take it from there.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm looking for the rally. It's the timing of the rally, number one. Number two, I'm not anti-all healthcare. There are certain areas of healthcare where I'm definitively negative on.
I mean, but this market is answering a question that was going to be asked of it. If tech doesn't go up every single day, can the market go up without it? Can the market have a rally into year end if tech, let's say, doesn't outperform between now and the end of the year?
If NVIDIA doesn't have a good quarter, then the market wouldn't be able to really move. But we know that they're going to have a good quarter.
I know.
They've signaled
that,
right? So they've told us.
It's been telegraphed by the spending of others.
Yeah,
Normally you have to wait to hear from the company itself. Now all you got to do is listen to everybody else.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
So that helps.
AMD today, you listen to them, their enormous growth that they're projecting comes at what? Comes at the expense. It's no accident that Meta traded down this morning based upon AMD, because one person's good news is another's bad, allegedly. But I think these are great opportunities to buy those hyperscalers.
I think lastly, what we're benefiting from here, in particular for a portfolio manager, is that quality, quote unquote, that's always where you want to be, right? Well, quality didn't work going into the third quarter for 2025, was dramatically underperforming. Well, that works to your favor now. If you're going to see this rotation away from technology, you have somewhere to go. And from a valuation perspective, except for energy, it looks really attractive.
Well, you said AMD. I mean, we made it our chart of the day.
Yep.
For obvious reasons, if you take a look at the stock coming off of the first investor day that they've had in some 3 years. Lisa Su, the CEO, says the AI data center market will be worth $1 trillion by 2030. Stock's up near 9%. I thought Melius had an interesting note today. I'll quote from it. Interestingly, AMD was the first to issue what seemed at the time to be a cartoonish 2027 TAM for AI semis networking. We know now that it was too low, as AMD seems to be conservative even now in forecasting a $1 trillion plus TAM for, as I said, 2030. Joe, you own the stock.
We do, and this is interesting, and this is going to sound somewhat controversial, but from a momentum perspective, this is a new addition. And AMD kind of sat out on the sidelines. ChatGPT entered the conversation in 2023. NVIDIA, along with its other AI friends, began to rally.
AMD was, you're right, left out.
AMD
it was all
was
about
completely
NVIDIA
left out.
Didn't have the technology.
Hold on, but let me statistically give you this. This is remarkable. From March of 24 to April of 25, AMD fell 67%. So now we're getting the realization that, yes, AMD is going to participate, and you actually have a building of positions once again. You look at the valuation and say, wait, you're probably crazy to say that, right? But no, this is actually a new entry into the momentum category, and therefore I think it has room to go further.
You had already owned NVIDIA in your charitable trust, right?
Yeah.
And now you've added it in your broader portfolio.
Exactly.
Why was now the time to do that? We had a conversation yesterday, which was if you don't own these names now, don't buy them here. But you did. Why?
Okay. Well, I wasn't in the conversation yesterday.
Which is exactly why I'm telling you. I'm telling you what the outcome. That was the outcome of the conversation.
Thank you.
All right. So why do you say to heck with that?
Well, the stock is down, right? NVIDIA was down from recent peak to trough 17%. And we've been waiting to buy it. At the time when we bought Broadcom, it was trading at 25 times next year's earnings. And then NVIDIA was at 31 times, and we saw more potential to the Broadcom story, moving into a broader range of chips at high-level abilities. But now you've got NVIDIA, which is selling at 36 times, and 31 times, and Broadcom selling at 36 times. It's moved 160%. Broadcom, and NVIDIA has gone up 60%. Decent move, of course, but it's more attractive, and we wanted exposure to it. We didn't have any, and for the Aureus accounts broadly, and so we thought this is the time to make that investment when the stock has given us the opportunity to buy it at a more attractive price.
So I'm going to come back to you in 2 seconds because there's a related move that I want to get to, but there's a lot of Fed speak today, including from Raphael Bostic, and we've actually gotten them earlier than we anticipated. Steve Leisman, correct?
Yeah, Raphael Bostic, the Atlanta Fed president, who announced this morning he's retiring in February, but making a speech on monetary policy, says he favors keeping rates steady until inflation is convincingly moving towards the 2% target. He says the clear and urgent risk is still price stability, admits it's a close call, but he's weighed all of the evidence out there, noting that inflation has exceeded the Fed's target for what will be nearly 5 years and doesn't really seeing it moving until sometime next year. And his concern is that the public will doubt the Fed's commitment to the 2% target. Bostic's not a voter this year, not a voter next year. He'll be leaving. But I think what he's doing here is really laying out the position of those hawks on the committee, pointing out that core service inflation remains above the pre-pandemic level and is the main contributor to inflation right now. In other words, he's really dismissing this argument that it's all tariffs and we shouldn't worry about it. He says there's little to suggest that price pressure will ease before mid or even late 2026 at the earliest. The Fed cannot assume that inflationary pressures will quickly dissipate, as some on the committee have suggested. And then on the job market, a little more on inflation here. He says the evidence from the surveys that he's reading suggests continued upward pressure on prices. So he's looking at several surveys of businesses saying they're going to continue raising rates. Rate cuts, he's concerned, could heighten the risk to inflation and would fuel it, also vice versa. And the indicators show a shifting rather than a weakening of the labor market. Talks about reduced immigration, aging population, technology, and low population growth. Scott, I'll leave it there. Something to consider as part of your conversation there, but there's one very committed Fed official who does not support cutting interest rates at the December meeting.
But let me ask you just quickly before I let you go, because you said he's a non-voter. So how much weight does a non-voter's view have in the room? How relevant is it?
Well, look, if it's a really close call, then Powell would focus on corralling the votes towards the place where he thinks it ought to go. But, Bostic is not an ideologue in terms of, him being a dove or a hawk or a committed dove or hawk. And everybody gets to talk and everybody shares opinions. And I think what we should do is take this as a meaningful contribution to the understanding of why Powell pushed back so heavily at the last meeting, and be a pretty good insight and window and very methodical with charts and graphs. If you want to check out the speech, a very methodical laying out of the position of those who think the Fed should hold rates in December.
All right, good stuff, Steve. Thanks as always. Steve Leisman, the latest comments from the Atlanta Fed president, Raphael Bostic. Market not doing a whole heck of a lot, but it sure sounds like if he was a voter in December, it would be a no in terms of a cut. Back to the conversation at hand. Again, so buying NVIDIA in your Arias portfolio and trimming Broadcom.
Yeah.
That's it. Why?
It's, I would say, portfolio management. What we're supposed to do is buy low, sell high, and we bought Avago, Broadcom, in June of 2024. The stock is up 160% since we bought it. So it's long term. It's become a big position. We've added to it some along the way, but we have big gains. We didn't own NVIDIA. We are holding our chip position. We're increasing it overall, but it makes sense to have both. We think that there's more opportunities in NVIDIA with GPUs than Broadcom. It's got a broader base. Broadcom mostly serves the hyperscaler, and NVIDIA serves everyone.
Okay, Joe, so I know you own Broadcom. Cowen is out with an earnings preview for both. Broadcom's target is $405, so a nice upside from here. They maintain a buy ahead of earnings, which are on December the 11th. We're a week out from NVIDIA. Maintain buy over there at $235.
Okay, so I would imagine that price target is 12 months out, and I would say 12 months from now, I could reasonably see Broadcom being at that level. I think 12 months out, Carrie's going to be totally fine in her NVIDIA buy. All I could see is what's in front of me right now as it relates specifically to Broadcom, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla. And in each one of these stocks, I'm looking at momentum. That's my strategy. And over the last month, you have seen a breakdown in their momentum score. Their momentum score is lower than it is for a name like Apple or Alphabet or Amazon. And that's why, for me, as I said to you yesterday, I would just sit and observe right now. If you're long, fine. Stay long. You're going to be fine in 12 months. If you want to buy these names, I would just wait a little bit further, let the market prove itself, and I'd rather see the reversal. I'd rather buy NVIDIA at a new all-time high above whatever it is, 208, 209, than actually buy it here as I see momentum weakening and price concurrently falling with it.
You're a buy high and sell higher investor.
Absolutely. That's the strategy and process I live by.
Wrote the book on it. Hyperscaler debt. It remains a big story. What can I tell you? I mean, there are more people who are putting out notes about it today and making comments on social media. I'm going to go through a couple because we always cite Michael Hartnett of Bank of America when he puts out notes related to the market. He says that being short hyperscaler bonds is a top trade for 2026 as their spreads have widened while cash flow has become insufficient to finance the AI build-out. He looks at the flow show note from Friday to make that assessment, does Michael Hartnett. How about this? This is more from that. In September and October alone, debt issuance from 3 firms was larger than the preceding 3 years combined for big tech issuance. And here we go with Michael Burry again, who posts once again on social media, me then, me now. We have this? I think we do. There it is. Me then, me now. Oh, well, it worked out. It will work out. That, of course, Christian Bale playing Michael Burry in The Big Short. He was right then. Will he be right now? Who knows? Jim Chanos has joined the party. He wants a little action, too, because he posts on social media talking about CoreWeave specifically, and again, this idea of depreciation, whether it is being accurately assessed. So Chanos is in the mix. Burry is in the mix. There's a lot of concern about what's been happening with Oracle. Credit default swaps spiking there. Meta CDS just came to market, and Seema Modi is following all of that because we want to know more. Seema.
Scott, all of this focus on artificial intelligence debt that is being used to build out the infrastructure, investors are starting to buy some protection or hedge their bets. Here's Oracle's 5-year credit default swap now at a 2-year high. Volumes also notably rising in the past week. Barclays analyst Andrew Keaches, in a note to clients, writes Oracle's negative free cash flow and aggressive capex explains what we're seeing here. He also calls out Meta and its recent dip into the debt market to fund its data center expansion, though notes that its use of off-balance debt facilities is unique. And worth noting, of the major hyperscalers, Amazon and Microsoft have not taken out any new debt, and analysts say they carry a much stronger free cash flow outlook and therefore have less pressure to do so. And that's really showing up in the credit rating, Scott, of all the companies. They're all investment grade, Oracle notably at BBB. So one to watch.
And one to discuss. Seema, thank you very much. That's Seema Modi. You have a take?
I do.
I want to take from everybody on this.
This is the battleground stock, Oracle. Absolutely, as it relates to AI and the conversation that we've been having on the network for the last several years, where we have confidently stated it is different than 99, and I believe it is different than 99. But the reason that we've cited, the justification was because the innovation funding was coming from cash from operations, not from debt like it was in 99. The market is sensitive to any form of debt funding the innovation, and that is the problem that we see with Oracle. The parabolic high at 345 on September 10th, the day after that AI announcement, is completely washed away. The stock is actually now lower than the day of that announcement.
That's right.
September 9th, it was 250. It's now 228. So the market is saying we don't want that kind of behavior. And Oracle,
Maybe in this name,
well,
Weiss
it's justified in this name because the debt-to-equity ratio on this company is nearly 550%. That's not something you should be comfortable with.
You made the argument yesterday with Lebenthal that Farmer Jim, that this was much ado about nothing, all this borrowing and debt issuance from the hyperscalers to fund the build-out.
In some issues, the hyperscalers, thinking of Meta in particular, I don't think it is anything to get worked up about. They've got the cash flow. They can turn it on or off. With CoreWeave, it's a name I never liked. I was surprised at the move it had post the IPO, given their concentration on one client, and it really is a dead end.
It's a hot market. NeoCloud is like
exactly.
a hot thing.
Right, so now you're taking the excess out, and now you're going under the hood to see what are those deals they've made with OpenAI or whoever, what are the real finances that are underpinning that, the financial plan. And by the way, they don't pass a smell test. So that's true of Oracle. So you can rifle shot shorts, but I think that if you're going after Meta, and I don't know who is, I think you're crazy because there's no there. There's no trigger you can identify. It's going to say, wow, they've defaulted on a payment. Now, keep in mind also, it's been pretty slow in the high yield market, the credit market for all these funds over the last few years. So they're glomming onto something.
Sure, but
I think that helps it.
This is not a today problem.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's not.
But at some point down the road, you may look back and say, I should have paid more attention to Burry's X-Storm.
On certain names, correct. But what I'm saying is not the ones I own, and that's not coincident, okay?
So I'm going to speak with a broad brush, right, to just the AI trade in general, tech companies in general. The entire premise of this run-up and the defense that has been made for a lot of these companies and all the spending that they're doing is that they had these enormous cash positions. They have now drained a lot of those cash positions. And again, I'm speaking with a broad brush. I know that there are idiosyncrasies with all these companies.
Well, they haven't really drained them.
They've come down. They've come down because they've spent.
The hyperscalers are still sitting on mountains of money. Let's not act like they spent it all the way down.
Agreed.
All the hyperscalers.
Sitting on it, yes. But then why do they need debt if they're sitting on the cash?
Because it's cheap enough for them.
Okay. So moving forward, if there is, this is not even necessarily just a warning sign that there's more debt. If we start having more debt in the system, in these stocks, in these particular names that the entire economy is looking at, that the entire stock market is looking at, then we have to pay more attention going forward. Scott, to your point, this isn't a today problem. Going forward on credit spreads, on CDX, on everything that the debt market will tell us about when and where the stress may begin.
Spreads have widened by like 80 basis points.
But because of the regional bank stress, not because of this.
No. The hyperscaler spreads have widened by about 80 basis points. If you look at the chart, it tells a story. I mean, yes, they're issuing a lot of debt, but they also have the best balance sheets around. They're the most resilient companies around, which is why people look at even the widening, which is small relative to historical standards, and say it's not the big deal that people would like to make it out to be.
Let's put it in context.
It's not.
Well, we on Oracle, we bought it before September 9th, had the big run up, now it's down 31%. To say that it's the poster child for this question about when is too much debt going to really hit the stocks hard, it's hit this stock because Oracle was new to the party, right? New as a member of this elite group. they have a huge backlog in sales. And if that comes through to them, they're going to be just fine. The big issue, in our opinion, is whether the economy is holding up enough so that there's business for everybody to go around. If the employment numbers continue to weaken, and we don't know what to believe or not to believe about the labor market because we don't have any numbers, we're going to start to get those numbers again. And that, to me, is the issue with whether the debt on these companies is totally fine or whether we have a problem.
I'm not saying they're not going to be. I'm not saying they're not going to be fine. What I'm saying is, if first of all, if you're a CFO right now from a hyperscaler, I don't think you're using debt. I think you're using the cash from out because you learned your lesson with Oracle. What I'm saying is it blunts the sentiment and confidence surrounding the story that's been told for the better part of the last 2 years that you don't have to worry about this because this is
the
all
hyperscalers are
cash
tapping the
from
debt market,
innovation.
though. What do you mean? It's not just not at Oracle. You look at
not to the degree that Oracle.
No,
did.
no, no. But I mean, we're still talking about tens of billions of dollars worth of paper. We are.
Oracle was by far the leading issuer in terms of overall supply.
Yeah, but you're saying, well, CFOs of hyperscalers are using the cash. I mean, they're raising debt.
I think
I could give you a chart.
And I would think from after seeing the effect on Oracle moving forward, I think you'd be hesitant as a CFO to continue.
I think you'd be irresponsible as CFO not to take out debt if you're a Meta, because your cost of
Meta's fine.
Your cost of debt is around 2%. Their bonds go up to 5% or so, and versus the cost of equity to use, it's much higher. So you're supposed to take out debt when you're a CFO at a cash-flowing company.
All right, coming up, we do our call of the day. A top firm says buy the pullback in this struggling stock. We'll tell you which one. Joe and Weiss, they know which one. We'll debate it next. Let's talk about Netflix. It's our call of the day today. The stock has not traded well since earnings. The chart you're looking at there reflects that accurately. It's It's down 8% since reporting on October 21st. The stock's down 6.5% in a month, down 7% in 3 months. Moffett-Nathanson today says enough. Looks just right for the next leg of growth. They talked about the bearish narratives that have emerged, among them engagement growth slowing, more exposure to third-party pressures, and a couple other things. Are they right, Joe? Does this pullback look, quote, just right for the next leg of growth?
So as I'm speaking, if we could show an actual 6-month chart, what you'll see is the stock has done nothing.
It's up 3%.
Since June 30th, that was your actual peak. So it's been a very challenging environment for the last 5 months. I think most of us know the fundamental catalyst behind why you want to own Netflix, why Steve and I have been longtime owners of it.
But for those who don't, share that.
I think it's going through a period. I think it's going through a period right now, more than anything else, where it's consolidating the gains and it's marking time and it's looking ultimately for what that next catalyst could be. So the catalysts have ranged from balance sheet improvement, free cash flow generation, the content creation, moving more towards live sports, the return of programming that people have been excited about in the past, and then obviously the ad tier pricing from years prior. Those have been all the catalysts. Now the question becomes, okay, while you sit and wait, what the next catalyst is ultimately going to be. And candidly, I'm not sure. I'm willing to wait, and I will wait. It's the stock is moving sideways. It hasn't broken down. It challenged the 200-day moving average. It failed to break down below there. So I think it's a classic consolidation.
Right. What I'm surprised you didn't mention, given your technical underpinnings,
It's
is that
200-day moving average.
it retook the 200-day.
That's right.
So that's now supporting it. But here's what I'd say. The company's, since it's come public, has gone through these periods of consolidation. What's hitting it now is the thought that Paramount's going to acquire Warner. They'll be a much more formidable competitor. But what I'd say is that that Netflix, in addition to the levers you mentioned, always has a lever of price. I still think they're grossly underpriced relative to what the market will bear, and that they could raise at any point in time. But in the interim, look, this is just normal trading on a long-term basis for Netflix. It's a permanent compounder, and I would own it. They also got the succession planning out of the way now with the co-presidents or co-CEOs. So I continue to like it.
Okay. Let's get the headlines now with Christina Partsinevelos. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Scott. Well, we have a bipartisan effort to compel the release of the Epstein files, which could come up to the floor for a vote soon. Representatives Thomas Massive and Ro Khanna are on the cusp of enough signatures to bypass GOP leaders and bring the discharge petition to the House. Representative Adelita Grijalvo, a Democrat from Arizona, has pledged to be the deciding signature on the petition when she is sworn into office later today. President Trump officially requested a pardon for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli president's office says the request calls Netanyahu's long-running corruption trial, quote, unjustified prosecution. Netanyahu denies the charges and has pleaded not guilty. And Google is suing a China-based cybercrime group allegedly behind the spammy text posing as EasyPass and the Postal Service. The tech giant claims the group Lighthouse for Dummies kit to allow criminals to send fake messages with malicious links that can steal personal information. The lawsuit seeks to disband, the group. Scott.
Christina, thank you. See you later. Christina Partsinevelos. Coming up next, a new kind of proxy fight brewing. The Trump administration reportedly exploring big changes that could upend shareholder voting. Leslie Picker with the details. She joins us next.
Have a PSA announcement. Fucking Wawa is overpriced. Ass. And it's ass.
Welcome back. The Trump administration reportedly exploring big changes to shareholder voting. Leslie Picker following this for us today. Hi, Les.
Hey, Scott. Yeah, these reforms reportedly target so-called proxy advisory firms. Think Institutional Shareholder Services and Glass Lewis. These are firms that research and advise shareholders on corporate governance matters such as director nominations and executive compensation. Citing people familiar with the matter, the Wall Street Journal reporting that these reforms could include banning shareholder recommendations or blocking recommendations on companies that paid proxy advisory firms for consulting work. CNBC's Eamon Javers reached out to the White House on this and was told by a source on background that until officially announced by the White House, discussion about potential executive orders is speculation. JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon has long been critical of these firms, saying in March that they are, quote, incompetent and they should be gone and done with. Elon Musk has called them, quote, corporate terrorists. And in response to a request for comment, Glass Lewis said, quote, while we respect the administration's authority to issue executive orders, Glass Lewis believes this is more effectively handled through constructive engagement of a regulatory process. The firm added that it does believe corporate consulting on proxy voting related issues creates conflicts of interest and undermines trust in the proxy process. ISS said it's, quote, committed to fulfilling its fiduciary duties to clients and operating in a transparent and ethical manner. Scott.
You know, I heard you say earlier to a question of whether these proxy services make a difference for shareholders. You said the empirical evidence is mixed. Some would suggest it does. Some would suggest it doesn't.
Exactly. So there are studies that support the case that these are better for shareholder value. There are studies on the other side that say they actually detract from shareholder value. Now, in defense of these firms, you have pension funds and other smaller investors on the record basically saying, look, we hold a lot of positions. It's more efficient and cost effective for us to be able to rely on the research of these firms while making our voting decisions and undergoing our fiduciary duties. On the other hand, corporate America will say that a lot of the research is riddled with errors. They have no mechanism to correct those errors. There's conflicts of interest. And so there are various arguments on both sides of the aisle here. And as it pertains to actual shareholder value, the empirical research that's out there is pretty mixed.
Yeah. Les, thank you. Leslie Picker. Weiss, what do you think here?
I don't know why they exist. They exist for insurance policies for mutual funds and other large institutional investors. So that when they make a decision, they've got to cover, oh, ISS recommended it. I've come across them. I've actually litigated companies that are going through mergers or large corporate actions where one example was the company had no process. The buyer of the company literally picked the banker for the company that they were acquiring, and they sold it for $3.7 billion less than it was worth. ISS said this is a great deal for shareholders. So you do have the conflicts, which I believe are real. I don't think the quality of the work is. They're not going to be analysts at hedge funds or other private.
Some don't listen anyway. I mean, look at the most recent Tesla vote on Musk's pay package.
Right.
The proxy services came out and said no. Don't vote yes on this. And Schwab did their own thing. They voted yes.
Agreed.
They're a large institutional holder based on the retail base that they have, which owns a lot of stock.
Right. And think of what they're doing. Think of what mutual funds are doing when they subscribe to ISS. They're outsourcing what they should be doing in terms of knowing the fundamentals and recommending the vote. So they really shouldn't exist.
All right. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back. Farmer Jim is on hold. Quite literally, actually, on holding.
For a long time.
I didn't even mean to do that. Look what happened. He'll join us next.
All right, so I want to look for a pullback in a 682, and I'm probably going to go long this market and look for a move into like 686 back to pre-market highs. This is crazy. Man, this fucking sunlight. Damn, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, Wawa? Panda wouldn't have left me hungry, especially lunchtime Panda. Better than dinner Panda. Fresh, like, bro. I mean, okay, it was $10, no big deal, but like, crazy. I'm still hungry, and I think about it, and I'm like, damn, $11 at Panda. You know what I'm saying? I'd be taking a nap, right? I mean, like they wouldn't have did me dirty like that. They wouldn't have taken my money and said, "Yeah, we're gonna take your money and also leave you hungry." I mean, Wawa, you guys gotta figure out what it is that you're doing, right? This is twice this time I got this, and it's twice now. I said, maybe it's just the one time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, guys, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like $10 for one serving. At least, like, you don't have to give somebody two servings, but like, can you at least have them have like a little bit? Like, at least give them the calories they need, right? I don't eat that much. I don't eat that much. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a big eater. So, it ain't me.
All right, take a look at On Holdings. These shares are surging today near 20%, which I said, get me Jim Lebenthal, and the team obliged. He's been on hold, waiting for this segment to come about, and he joins us now, all giddy off his tractor. He put his sneakers back on. Jimmy, what do you make of this? Because the stock was down a bunch prior to earnings year to date.
Well, my favorite shoes are really my On hiking boots. I mean, they're beautiful. Too beautiful to wear on the tractor. But look, here's the thing. The stock should be up. The growth rate of this company is just stellar.
Yeah,
34%
I should have bought this a
growth
while
this year
ago.
over
I
last,
held off
taking
from buying it.
mid-20s next year. And next year, the earnings per share look like they're going to literally double. So at 27 times next year's earnings, I think it's priced to go higher. Let me point out, though, that when you get a stock that's up 20% on a day like today, and you see that the first 30 minutes you had 3 times the average daily trading volume, there's clearly some short covering going on. So the stock should go higher, but just bear in mind that today is at least some short covering going on.
Okay,
Still and all, yep, go ahead,
yeah.
Scott.
Well, hang on. Take a breath. We're looking at a 2-day. Let's do a year to date now, guys, if we could. Why was the stock, I mean, if you're so bullish on it and the market's reacting the way it is now to it, why was the stock down 36% on the year coming into this print? Like, you can see it from, let's call it May, late spring into the summer. What's with that slide that we're looking at on the screen?
Two things. One, it simply got too expensive. And you may recall I was in this previously, but I sold it back in February. The forward multiple was 60. That was simply too expensive. You combine that with concerns which have brewed over the last few months about the health of the consumer, particularly with the shutdown. And there were concerns that maybe people are not going to be opening up boxes of On running shoes on the holidays. Well, the commentary from the CEO and the rest of management is clearly that there is a lot of momentum to their sales. And what I take away from that is that this holiday season is likely to be another case of the haves and the have-nots. I don't think this is a time to go out and buy all of retail. But if you're selecting which retail stocks to buy, this is clearly one of them. This is clearly one of them with what management is saying about the demand.
Yeah, it is a great day.
Hey, Jimmy, be a little bit more
good, man.
specific
It's
when you
okay.
say haves and have-nots, because my understanding
slow
of
day
this
for
company is they're selling really expensive products. And to me, that means they are not selling to the have-nots. They're selling to the haves.
Well, yeah, thanks, Joe. When I said the haves and the have-nots, I really meant the companies as opposed to the consumers. And yes, you are correct that a typical On pair of running shoes costs about $150. Now, in the grand scheme of things, that apparently is where consumers are willing to splurge, according to what the management comments are today. They're seeing tremendous demand in this fourth quarter. So $150 may be expensive for a pair of running
gotta
shoes,
tell you,
but they're not
if you don't
expensive
have
in
a
the
pair,
overall
go get a
consuming
pair.
power of the general consumer. And
They're
frankly,
nice,
these are
and they're
really
comfortable.
good running shoes. I mean, I don't know if you guys are runners. These are
I
really
think
good running shoes. The
I
hiking
think
boots are awesome.
185.
We didn't realize you were either.
Close to 200.
That charter's uglier than a pair of
Lieutenant
Hokas.
Labenthal, we got to go. We didn't get a chance to salute you for Veterans
they're
Day
nice.
because you weren't with us
I like 'em,
yesterday,
and
but
they're
I
comfortable.
don't want to get out of here without doing that. So thank you for
Like,
everything.
for
you've
real.
done for
Like,
this
I don't think you
country, Jimmy.
understand how comfortable
You're
they
always
are.
marvelous, Judge, and I just have to say it was a privilege
So
and an honor.
All right. Of course.
I heard the rumors going
It's our
around,
naval
or I
officer,
heard.
Jim. All right, up next, Mike
You know what I'm saying?
Santoli.
I
He
know
joins
about
us
it
with
from the
his
market,
midday
so I picked up a pair, and I'm kind of glad I did. It is. It's a clean shoe. I use it for jogging, running, or like working out and stuff. So, but yeah, UNH monster move. And what's crazy is I was looking at this the other day, or like just going through, and I seen it, and it was setting up for a really nice retest. Um, right here, and it never. Where was it? Right here. Yeah, yesterday. Look at this. Look at that move from yesterday. Really nice move. Uh, yesterday, you've been here. I've been using the Dow as like my gauge to where like market direction, because it's been showing us like it led us to the downside Monday morning, picked itself back up, reversed at lunchtime on Monday, and it's just been soaring ever since. And that's really been helping the SPY. So I was watching UNH. I'm like, man, the Dow's ripping. UNH, when I was looking at it, and you can see here, Monday, it was like it had like not necessarily a down day, but like a flat day. I didn't pay attention to it yesterday, and then today you're really getting that move. So yeah, she set herself up. You could probably still get a $5 move here off of that 340, 345 zone. I'm sure that's where she's going. I mean, this would be your zone. 345 to 342.50. Really, that's it. I don't know about any daily moving averages being there. Look at that weekly 20-day moving average, or 20 weekly moving average there. It like went right up above it, and just like this was a really nice setup. Even on a weekly chart to a daily chart. Yeah, UNH, I can see why it's breaking out today. It's pretty clear. Pretty clear. Yeah, this looks like your damn, it broke through it. Look at that. It broke through the support at 440. So, and then this weekly chart's really nice too. Look at that weekly chart. That weekly chart's really nice. Right there, double top high. I wonder if this is just starting a new story. Right? It's starting its new trend to the upside. Right there. Look at that. Just beautiful. Right? You had this breakdown, comes back up, pulls in a support there at like 298, 300, rallies with volume, right? And it didn't quite pull back into that 300 zone, 320 to 300, and then it just retested.
Michael
This
Santoli,
is
our
the
senior
retest.
markets
So I'm
commentator,
curious
joining us
if
right
it's
now
headed
for
back
his
to the
midday word on the
upside,
markets. What do you think
and
here?
if this is
I'll continue to give
if
credit
we
to
should
the
be
market
buying
for
pullbacks.
its ability to rotate away
You know what I
from
mean?
this
Is this thing
downside
trying to
reset
gear
we're
up
getting
and,
in a
and
lot
run
of
to
the AI
420,
names.
400?
Obviously, a rush of money
Could
into
be.
things like healthcare. It's looking a little bit grabby.
be.
There's a desperation to grab the laggards.
Yeah,
So it's all to the good, and we're holding the S&P 500
it's all
around
there.
these levels, 6850, where we first got to a couple of weeks ago. So I guess there has been a sort of an underneath.
Yeah, look at the monthly chart.
consolidation
Even the monthly
going on
chart
right
looks
here.
good.
I'll just throw out the
Just
reminder, though,
just your
a
usual
broader market
pullback.
is not always
Any
a
sellers that
safer,
were
more
there,
stable market. You are relying on
and that's why you have that. Why you have retests the way you do is because all these sellers that were here, whether they're short or selling from the long term, they're sellers at 300 to 320. The stock rips to 375. They said, okay, well, if it comes back to 300, I'll be a buyer again. And that's what you get. It's kind of the sentiment around, you know, the whole break and retest. You flip those sellers to buyers, or vice versa. You flip the buyers to sellers. I bought the stock. The stock's down. I'm just gonna hold it. If it comes back, break even or close to, I'll sell it. You know, that's why you have like break and retest the levels. The switching sentiment. I've done it myself. I can't say I mean, I know it's true because I've done it. I've done it. Let's check on I should be checking on a few look, Biogen's above 160. I bought this thing down at 140 like 142, 143 on this pullback down here. It had a really nice earnings, and this is the level up here at 160 I was watching. I think this is like a year to date level. You'll see here. Yeah, like hold on, let me pull this all the way back. I mean, this whole sector's going, so let me get rid of this. Insight. I want to check on Insight also. I sent somebody the chart of Insight, and that thing is like, you think Bloom Energy's done something? Check out Insight. INS or INCY. All right, right here. Yeah. So you can tell this downtrend. We've started an uptrend on Biogen. Rates coming down. I want to have access to this sector, so I bought some Biogen. I also sold it. I also sold it in front of 160. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if this thing is able to get above 160, notice how the volume's drying up. Look at this. See how you're getting a decrease in volume on the way up here? That's why I took my money. I took my money the second day after earnings on that bounce up into like 156. So I said, you know what? I was up on it. I trimmed some because there's other names, right? There's other names. That's why I sold it. But look, if Biogen can get up above this zone, um, and hold and show me it's not going to like fool around, I would like to try that 160 to 200 trade. It's like 160 to 200. You also have a gap. That gap is way up there at 220 to like 230. Um, and then you have INCY. Look at this monster. Just a fucking beast. Look at this, man. 1, 2, 3, and it's on its fourth leg to the upside. So what I would do here is that's not too crazy. It looks crazy, but so this is what I think Insight's going to do throughout time right there. It's kind of skipped a lot of the stages. It's kind of skipped where was it? Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Right here. This is where it started. I don't like this chart at all. This chart's so ugly. Right there. And look at this. When you run that fib extension, right? The 230 level takes you right back to 140 previous highs. I would keep Insight on watch, INCY. Look, you have some nice EPS growth here. You've doubled EPS growth the last quarter. So, just a name that's on a tear right now for you guys to just put in your back pocket. Apple pulled back. Man, I should probably. I was just thinking to myself about going long, by the way. So I should probably get back to that. I want to look at Baidu, and I'll probably take a long on the SPY. Okay, so Baidu broke down. The SPY daily chart looks pretty nice, but I don't want to just jump ahead of it. If we get a pullback, right, I'm going to show you guys right here. If we can just get a slight pullback, because like we kind of broke through the high a day again, prior day's high. So I'm going to use that Oh, look, we did. Look, we already did it. We're doing it now. There's the retest I was looking for. Not retest. This pullback right there. That was the pullback I wanted to buy. Fuck. Excuse my language again, but shit. 683, and there's the range we got off of it. So 683.50 on a short term time frame. I don't know why I have that line there. Prior day's high. Let's see if you can do it on a 1 minute and just like there it is. Let's see if you can break and retest on that level there. Let's see, and that would be after hours lows. You still got to get through pre-market lows too. Still got to get through those pre-market lows. Shit, I'm not ready. I'm not gonna do that. Get rid of this.
Even Weiss.
Taiwan Semi should be higher today based upon.
You can't will it higher, Weiss.
AMD. I'm trying my best.
It is higher.
Well, come on. That's not higher. I'm talking up 20%.
I'm probably gonna go. I'm gonna try
it will
along.
trade higher into the NVIDIA call, and if it's
going
a great
lower
story,
as you're talking.
Good.
It was.
You make a good point, but
Carrie.
Health Equity, HQI, it's the largest health savings plan company.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it
Liz
too.
Thomas.
Look at. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I think.
Better to be early than never.
I don't think it ends well.
Joe?
Like not crazy ends well, but I think this tries to go and you get stuck and rejected at pre-market highs. Look at the volume that's not there anymore now that we're above it too. Look at that selling pressure stepping up. A little bit of it's from buying. You could say it's from that buying pressure there, but yeah, I'm just. I'm not buying the dip. I wanted to, but I can't. There's a couple of things I see that I'm just like, it may run the pre-market highs. It could run the pre-market highs. Doesn't mean you can't make money on the trade. Like, I'm not speaking to anybody in specific. I just think, I think there's a couple of things that's showing us right now that is. That could always change too, though, so I can't say that. Right? Because out of nowhere, you could just get this spike in volume or like whatever to just like change what some of the things that I'm seeing. You know? So here's my rule, right? If I consistently have this type of volume, which is to the sell side, right? Sell side volume, peeking its head up, just, overtaking buying. We could let's look at the 5 minute just to cover our tracks. Even the 5 minute, I can't buy it. I gotta stick to my rules because I know, even if I were to make money on this trade this time, 7 to 8, if not 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna have a losing trade. And look at this. This should not be dying off, right? Like it is there. You need to start seeing an increase, not a decrease, to have conviction that break and retest of VWAP 9 EMA, like the fact that it's not moving off of there is okay. It's kind of chilling. That's fine. But you don't want this volume decreasing. That's just going to give you more of a probability that it's not going to hold. That this is just a failed break above VWAP. We see them all the time with the SPY.
Talk about, for example, on the size. We are kind of neutral on large or small. We were positive of large for a long period of time, but then more recently we changed our stance because within large, our again focus is on big tech especially. On the other hand, small because of rate cuts, at least in the short term, have
here.
some sort of support to them. And on the other hand, more recently, their earnings have actually shown a strength after a long period of weakness.
Definitely leans more bearish here. Some of your changes, obviously downgrading value to negative.
Here's what I will say. On the daily chart, of course, it's not 3 o'clock. We have not gone into the close. The volume so far seems to be pretty, pretty low, which is a good sign. Which would be a low volume pullback hold of that 9 EMA 680 level on the daily chart of the SPY. All right, so we have our 15-minute chart right here.
The single biggest issue in the market right now is the scale of AI spend and key questions about the
So we never
returns on
got
that
this on the
spend
SPY.
and also
This is
what
where
could
we need to
potentially
be
cause
long.
it to
680.
sort of
That is the
decelerate at
long.
some point in the future.
680 is
So
the
that's
long.
something on which we've done a lot
Anything
of work.
outside of
That
that?
is the single biggest discussion. And
I'm
now, of
going to
course,
try the short
the
here in
discussion
front of
also
this
moved into if
685
the scale
level.
of spending remains at
I'm
this
going to try
level,
it, guys. I'm
then
going to try it.
operating cash flows of these hyperscalers is not going to be enough to sort of
You have
to do that. So it has to move into more the credit markets, and obviously that has implications if the size of the capex, for example, incremental capex, has increasingly gets dependent on the
I'm
credit
just asking
markets.
for
So I think
trouble
those are the
because
bigger issues. But if I think about, there are two sort of
it's
downsides
still got
which
a
can
ways to
happen
go.
if the
Still got a
AI
little ways to
trade
go.
stumbles. In other words, we start seeing a deceleration rather than an acceleration over the next 2 years, which we think highly unlikely. But the less likely, but a situation worth pondering is what if we have a macroeconomic slowdown because of the labor market or inflation going the wrong way?
So that's a 1 hour
Then that
chart.
is likely potentially to be
This is the
that
SPY.
weakness will be
So we
accompanied
have
by
boom,
a
boom, boom, boom,
pullback in
boom.
AI capex
We
as
put
well.
in
And
there
that combination we
628.
feel is going to have a fairly negative consequence. But that's
I got
not
to do
our
this. I got to
base
put
case,
this
but that's
box
something
here.
worth thinking
I know
about
the SPY's
given
starting
the
to sell
continued
off now.
strength
I'm going to try to
in the
take
equity
this.
market. But overall, though, we still remain positive.
628.
I look at the current quarter
Remember the
over
628 is that low of day from the gap. So like that's your last line of defense is 682. I'm sorry, 682. All right, you break below that, then anytime you pop up, you're talking about bouncing into the gap that you could not hold not once, not twice, but like 3 times.
Putting up in their earnings reports, and then you're looking at some of what we're hearing when it comes to the economy, even though we are sort of in this absence of government
It's
data
already
right now.
yeah.
Vinny
It's
Krishna of
gonna
Barclays,
probably
thank you
gonna
very much
go
for
higher.
joining us
This
with your theory
consolidation
here
stuff
today.
is
Well, those 10-year notes are up for auction. Rick Santelli is tracking the action at the CME, and obviously a lot of attention in general on debt. Rick.
My guess is we could probably
Yes, a lot
just
of
sit
attention,
here.
especially with
It's
yields
not really
moving down. We're at levels that we haven't seen on a closing basis
10
in
year.
10 year in about 2 weeks. So what do we have today? The second leg of
Let's listen to this.
$125 billion in a refunding. This was a total of $42 billion primary auction 10-year notes, and the yield 4.074, which was about a half a basis point higher than when issued market was trading right as the bidding ended, which was 4.068.
Thank you guys for
A lot of
stopping
numbers
by
there.
and
The
chatting
long and
with me.
short
You
of it
know,
is a higher yield
stuff
at
is
the
lonely
final
after a
result
while.
of the auction means slightly lower price. Government was a seller. The grade I gave for this auction for demand was a C as in Charlie. We had certain metrics that were below average, like the bid to cover, certain metrics slightly above average, like the dealer takedown at 10.5% versus 11% 10 auction average. But in the end, it really is a steady Eddie auction, but a lot of attention paid to it, as you pointed out, because of the real lack of any main driving fundamentals or lack of data. Like ADP
685,
gets upgraded from its
680.
usual
Those are
average
the only
stance
two
to
levels I
something
need to
super
act on.
important. And when all the data hits over the next couple of weeks, is it going to be as weak as the market seems to be pricing in? Only time will tell. Tomorrow is the last leg of this refunding. It was interrupted by yesterday's
685,
Veterans Day, where the bond market
680.
is closed. Tomorrow will be 25 billion 30-year bonds, and as I said, that will complete 125 billion in auction supply. Back to you.
And there's a lot there to digest, Rick. Obviously, we know that your main attention is often on the
Yeah,
Treasury
I'm not
market.
going to
But
do
I am
anything.
curious in your thoughts about what's going
I'll
on
wait till we
in the
see
world
if
of
we can
debt and
test
credit when we're talking
685.
about trying to fund this AI boom.
Long 680, short 685.
You know, I think when it
That's
comes
it.
to the debt markets, there's
Nothing
one
more,
direction
nothing
that
less
most
than
investors ultimately think supply is going, and that is higher. The only question is how Besson and the Treasuries divide some of the issuance down the road up. Will it be more or continuing ongoing larger scale bill auctions? Will the coupon auctions like we have today ramp up as well? Supply has to go up because we're not really cutting anywhere, and much of the fighting that's been going on keeping the government closed all of it adds to more money being spent. And even if they don't spend more money on the subsidies, the budget that this administration has a lot of good points, but one of them is not cutting the ultimate debt levels that we're at, and that will continue to be a sticky issue. The main reason rates are going down now is because of Fed implications for the data that comes out being weak.
So
Interesting
that
stuff.
gap
Rick, thank you
closed,
so
by the
much.
way,
Stay
guys,
close as
too,
always.
is
Well,
up
meantime,
there at
House members are back in the
687.
Beltway to vote on ending the longest government shutdown in history. Emily Wilkins is there with the latest. Hi, Emily.
Hey, Courtney. Well, we are just hours away from a vote that at this point is expected to end this shutdown after 43 days. We know that House members are back. We know that
So we're
optimism
getting
is very high among
confirmation
leadership
that
they
it's
are
going to
to
pass.
have the vote. You saw President Donald Trump come out and already congratulate Republican leaders on getting this one done. Now, we know that things are going to be tight just because, of course, it's the House. You have narrow margins, but we're actually seeing at least one member who voted against. Remember, they took this vote in September on the stopgap. She voted against the stopgap. This is Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, and she's now tweeted today that she actually does support this and does plan to vote yes. She said on Twitter that we need to open the government, pay our military, and provide essential services. Then she added that the bill they'll be voting on today doesn't increase spending or set us up for a Christmas omnibus, so she will support it. So that's at least one Republican who vote no, who's now a yes. They also do expect at least a couple Democrats to cross the aisle and vote for this package as well. Of course, once that is done, we're expecting in the next couple days for those back pay paychecks to finally hit some bank accounts. We're expecting airports, airlines, flights to really clean up, go back to a more normal operations than what we've seen for the last couple weeks. And then, of course, when it comes to the economic data, now we know that the BLS has some of those numbers ready to go. The September jobs report has been ready this entire shutdown.
She didn't say stock gap or whatever. It's stopgap. STOP. I didn't know what she said.
We're not working for most of the shutdown, so we're waiting for an updated schedule on when that data could be released. Could take a couple days, maybe a couple weeks before we actually see some of the economic indicators that will be so important for the Fed and a number of other folks to really get a sense of where the economy is at.
All right. So I'm going to use this time real quick. It's 1 o'clock. From 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, we'll do tickers. We'll do questions or anything. Whatever you guys want to do. First things first. We'll start with. We've already talked about the SPY. I'm not doing anything until 680 or 685. I'm not doing anything. I feel like I'm gonna get chopped up, and even if you get this move down, I feel like you're not really gonna make anything. It might be hard to make money on it. So, maybe you could. I feel you're on the right side of the trade if you're shorting or buying puts or whatever. I think that's the right thing to do. I just think you could get stuck here between this range, and then by the end of the day, you're just like you're gonna run that test back to 685 after you get that official word that the government opened up. All right. Get this up. So
touchdown. You probably know.
Oh my God, where's that coming from? Let's see. All right. Got this. Refresh. They've been doing real slick stuff here with the market, so retail has trouble making money. I feel like this AI stuff, they can use that and to come up with different ways to trade this market. I've noticed not that they haven't been using this stuff for a while. I've just noticed some things that they can do and how they do it that can make it difficult for participants to make money. Okay. So first things first, UNH. We'll go to UNH, and then we'll go to AMD. UNH, just a beast. Massive level up here. You're just hanging out above it. Bounces into 345. I mean, there's not really much to say about UNH other than that. You're reclaiming these prior lows here. So prior pivot low, your earnings. The earnings low is up there at 358, 360. So man, this is tough. I wonder. And then you have this bounce right there where you can see it rejected it. Right? See how it rejected that trend line. I would just use that range. 345, 340. I wanna say you should expect a pullback into the mid to low 330s if you're able to get it. See, that's the thing, because if you break this, and that's a failed attempt, right? That's a failed break back above support, prior support, and fail to hold or fail to extend after you held it. So whatever that's worth. But pullbacks for like the long term, for like a year, 2 year time span, I'd be buying calls or buying stock, and not really worried about intraday trades on that. Hey, listen, if you guys have tickers or anything, you guys can throw them in the chat. Let me look on this quick. LPTX did go crazy, which I'm gonna. Dude, it's still okay. So it filled it. Okay, so it's not doing anything unordinary. Wait, I feel like I'm in. I feel like I am. This is like kryptonite. Like I've already been here before. Because didn't we say we would look for longs down at 180? But I thought it was like one. This is so weird. I don't know. I'm gonna get off of this one. I'm moving on. Moving away from that. AMD. Let's go to AMD. All right, AMD above 350, just or 250. That was our idea this morning, and I wrote it down. All right, AMD above 250. We're looking for pullbacks, long 250, below 250, break retest or whatever. However, above 250, right? Look for to get above it, hold it, and extend. 205. Yeah, I was just looking at it. Yeah, I was just looking at it. I think this is this is the support level we were talking about. That's why. $1.27. So this one, these charts, man, are nice. This is like the epitome of small cap, like this the second half of this year. It's been like this chart. This gap down, and we go up and fill this gap. Like if you could find a chart that hasn't squeezed yet that looks like this, I'd at least nibble on some, or like keep your eye on it as it goes lower. It's only a matter of time for somebody finds it and they just, they throw 100 grand on it, pop it on the scanner, you know, somebody that's got a few million in, that's somebody that's liquid, and they can just throw a few 100,000 shares, like it's nothing, to throw it on the scanner and get things going, you know. So it did halt. And what was the other one yesterday going into the close? LFC or something like that? LF. I didn't write it down. Let me see if it's in my recents. Nope, I don't have it saved. Yep. So that's congrats if you caught that. That's a nice. I mean, I'm not gonna say an easy money trade because of how long it took. Like that can seem like forever, right? Just watching something just consolidate and just move so slow, it's the worst. It's hard. At least for me, it is. When it even like I think that's the hardest thing if for the markets, if we get a sell off in the overall markets, and it's just like this slow, long, drawn out just sell off. I don't do so well. I like volatility. So, but this is dreams were made with this, and dreams were broken with this at the same time. Remember, there's somebody behind here that uh, could probably got hurt. I mean, it's hard to say. They don't have to get hurt, but if you're short from four, then what the hell is a $2 pop? Okay, your 80% trade went to 50%. You're not doing too bad. But all right, let's go check in on Circle. Circle never held. Circle never held that $90 zone. Well, you're at 89 right now, so you have a little bit of support here at $90. If I can get it up. Ooh, wait, did I just say that? I have no problem getting what? No, it's not. um, 80. Yeah, right here. I thought it was $90. What was I looking at? Boom, boom. So it's really here, roughly. Right there. It's that whole range. Dude, this thing is so extended, man. I don't know why they've got so many shares to just get rid of. It's crazy. Like, look at this. The fucking 4 hour is still way up there at 96. If you get a pullback test into the prior low, look, you're holding on to that 90 MA right now. That you have a big resistance zone though here at VWAP. You're starting to see the volume change a little bit too. For anybody that was short this morning, starting to make some money there, you're seeing them start to cover that position a little bit. Yeah, I bought UNH too. I was long UNH, and I'm going to be honest with you. I think I may have said this after that earnings call. Shit, that the first one, right? The earnings call after the big sell off. I said there is no way I can sleep at night putting my money with a board that's just seemed like they just didn't care. I can't explain it. Just everything that I got from the earnings call, the things they were saying. Not one time did they try to hype the company up or say, "Hey, yeah, you know, I don't know what the overreaction is in the market, but the issues that we've had weren't even main issues that we've already resolved, and we will continue to resolve them." Right? You don't like that's how you're supposed to speak as if you're somebody that's talking on behalf of the company and for shareholders. You don't just talk it into the ground unless you're purposefully talking it into the ground because you want to buy it lower or but there's a motive there behind that. So, can you trust somebody with a motive? Even if it fits your agenda, they still have a motive. Can you trust that? Not saying they did, I'm just saying. So, I ended up getting rid of it. UNH and ASML were my biggest, probably my two trades this year. I was kind of frustrated at myself that I should have just held them. Usually I'm good to hold. Usually I'm good. But these two, like ASML, look what it did after I sold it. I'm like, sure, we got this earnings call. They said things were going to be so bad, right? Things are so bad. And then they do a stock buyback, and then the company just rips. It just starts ripping. Whatever happened to all that shit talking you did about how bad things were going to be to give us this huge ass gap down, and then it just sold and sold, and then it bounced. I said, I'm getting the fuck out of this. I don't even want it because again, you got to worry about this thing pulling back. You got gaps down here at like 500, 550, 400s. There's gaps. So I'm like, man, I'm not I'm not losing a 50% on while other names I can just buy them and they're just doing what they do. So I got rid of ASML and UNH. UNH was like a nice little gain for me. It is what it is. That's my fault. Let's go. So we talked about Circle just now. That looks like it's just chill. I don't think there's a trade to be had there either. It's been a rough week for me. First week back, and there hasn't been much. I've had a good couple months though. You guys will see. We'll get something here. Something will fall in our laps. All right. So trending LPTX. I wanted to buy on. I never did. Never got the chance to. I just forgot about it. AMZE selling off. Arista Labs. American Express. Sorry about that. I didn't know the mic was on. Let's go look at Oklo. Let's look at Oklo real quick. Oklo and MP. And if you guys have any tickers, throw them in the chat. Okay. So Oklo, you have this little support zone. It looks like it's forming a bear flag here. This is kind of like a diamond shape, a little bit, not really, but for sure, it's a massive little bear flag right here. But I'd be careful if that's the start of it. Let's see where this takes us. If it were to happen, let's see if this is a major level at 50. Right around that previous high down there. I mean, this is a nice head and shoulders pattern too. There's your neckline, kind of not necessarily straight across, but right there. Look what we did today. And look what we did today. Hold on, let me I can see if people watch like some of these channels during the day, there's why this world is so brain dead and just living in this fairyland. Um Look at this retest. We retested it today. I was wondering what the hell Oklo was doing. I said earlier, I'm like, man, Oklo is just you can't depend on anything, but it looks as though this neckline is the resistance that you got today, and that may be the setup that it's making. It might be. All right. What other reason do you have for that top where it was? Right? It wasn't 115, it wasn't 120. And I could see right around there. It doesn't have to be exact. But that was just like an out of nowhere breaking through major levels. Well, why is it breaking through major levels? Well, that's probably why. There's your head and shoulders. There's your left shoulder, obviously. Oh, look at that island reversal right there, too. You got an island reversal right there. You never retested that. The 160 zone, 159, 160. Close. But either way, right there. And here's your neckline. Right there. That purple line. So now we gotta get through 110. Gotta break it. I'm gonna go look at these contracts real quick and see what some longer term puts are on this. But I mean, you gotta be careful. Because it's not really showing me signs that other than the head and shoulders, and that's not enough to lean on the short. Don't let me forget Open Door and some of these quantum names. All right, here we go. We might get a second chance at this. Look at the neckline, right? And look exactly where this. Look at this. You get this massive rip, and then where out of nowhere, there is nothing in this area here. Look, you have a little low there, a little low, right? There's really nothing there to consolidate with resistance. It sits right on that neckline, and then it bounces right back up to it at 117.20. So it's trading around that neckline for sure. So what I'll do is let's use this. I'm gonna get rid of a lot of this stuff, guys, because we know what's going on. We know what it's doing. Support, boom, 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 boom. That should be green, not red. I'm gonna use 115 as a possible short entry. When it comes, I'm gonna watch this. Get rid of this too. Get rid of that. I might just get rid of all of it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set an alert around 114.40. Just want to make sure I'm seeing everything correctly. See, that's the bigger rejection zone. Up there at 120. 120 is the bigger zone to want to be short at. So again, another stock I don't see a trade on here other than 120, 115 short. Um, yeah, I think I got these levels pretty good, guys. I'm gonna go with that. And I'm going to make this a dotted line because this is the target. This is the level I'm going to watch at 114.50. SPY ES is just hanging out at 68.7. Dude. EIWM. Let's see here. Let's see, because this is a nice little support area. And if this does hold, and if the IWM can break back above 245, you have a nice little trade there, possibly to back to 248, right? Take profits in front of 246, and then in front of 248 would take the last bit off there. That's how I would trade that, if that makes sense. Trying to find some nice setups here. I'm just going to pull up the FinViz chart, and I'm just going to go through tickers because the trending stocks were about done. Why is Bank of America? Dude, I hate. Why are they like GameStop has this stuff? These freaking big ass wicks that screw the charts up. This is bullshit, man. That's ridiculous. NVA. Let me pull up this NVA real quick. I can't look at that chart. I'm already getting frustrated as it is. NVA. NVA. Oh, quantum names. I forgot about quantum. Getting a little dry in here. I'm going to plug in. So 12. Guys, watch AVGO too. I'm not saying it's long, but man, it's got some support. Yeah, this thing's just consolidating. Watch out for $11. I mean, 11 technically in a sense is support, or was at least support. You've also got, the bigger resistance up there at 15. What is? I'm gonna go to Open Door, and then we'll go to Quantum Names, and then we'll go to like Reddit, and we'll see what people are talking about or whatever. 15. That is. What is the Especially if we get this, because I wouldn't trade it until like 11 risk to reward. So that's 35%. If we're able to grab a long off of 11, and if you're able to get that 11 to 15, you've got a range of about 36% there. Our job isn't to hit the bottom and top, right? Or catch the whole move, but, catch the move. Looks like this thing's going to pull back here. NVA pulling back. What did I say? 11? 11, 10. Yeah. Give me 11. Give me 11 NVA. You don't even want to get I'm going to be honest with you guys. You don't even want 11. You want it where it's at right now. Let's see if this thing starts to go. Let's watch NVA. This is actually starting to set up really nicely, guys. Going into 2 o'clock. No, of course, it's always something. It's always something. It's always that one little thing. Now, what is the So 1149, 1157. Not that's um pretty wide. You just got to be careful on this, guys. I'm telling you, like it looks good. You got to watch that 12. Let me pull up the daily chart on this. I got one more thing to do, and then I may end up seeing if we can't try to find a trade on this. Okay, so no, nothing. Let me make sure NVA. Let me go to this. Okay, no. So it really is a new stock. Holy shit. Okay. Well, okay. Little old Wiz Khalifa there. Well, okay. Ha ha ha. Well, okay. All right, let's go. All right, here we go. I think this thing's going to go. If it's going to go, it's probably going to do it now. All right, it's probably going to do it now, guys. If it's going to go. That's a 3,000. Dude, this thing is. I have. And this is a tricky area here at 12. Let me see this too. Let me throw up. Let's see here. Still got a little bit of. The thing is like this setup is here, but there's a couple things that are going on that I don't necessarily like, but I do like. There's some things that I like, and there's some things that I don't like. What I was gonna say is there's some things catching up here, and the longer it sits, So it did this yesterday. So this is the type of price action that it does. I don't want to waste my time on something that's not going to move if this is something that it does. Let's go look at the news real quick, or see if there's even any news or anything. Stocks are trading higher amid anticipation of the end of ongoing government shutdown. Okay, deploys 1 billion score. I mean, trying to cut supply. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna fool with this just yet. What I'm gonna do is, guys, I'm gonna set my alert. I'm gonna set an alert here. For like 12, like 11. I want to know when this thing breaks above 1170. All right, good deal. Apple. Oh shit! Before I go to Apple, let's go here. Dude, Circle's still dumping. Still dumping, man. If you shorted this, congratulations. You are on one today. Okay. That's why we said 90 for Circle. So right now she's going down to fill the gap. I don't want to look, but come on, Fig. Like, do something. Like, listen, I'm going to tell you guys honestly. Figma, FIG ticker Fig. This company, the valuation at this price is not bad at all. Right? I think you're the multiple the last I looked. Let's find out right now. I'm going to show you. So, let's go here, and this will just be from Google. What is the current market capitalization of Figma? Current market cap is 21.8 billion. What were the past two quarterly revenue earnings from Figma? Oh my gosh. My phone's in the way if you're wondering why I'm not typing correctly. I had to watch because it get ugly. It get ugly. Okay. So, last two quarterly earnings, 249.6 and 275. So 50, 75. That's a nice 25% add, 38% increase year over year. I was going to say 25. I like to lowball things, right? I don't like to add to that. I like to, so we know we get a good deal. This is a little expensive. So if you're bringing in, we'll say 250 million a quarter, 250, 250, 500 million. So you're bringing in about $1 billion a year, a little over, and that's cutting it low. Well, their market cap is 21 billion. That's 20 times earnings, which is mild for a lot of the names that are out there. If you go look at say AMD, right? If we look at AMD, which is they're not the same, obviously, but or let's just use Shopify. What is the current market cap of Shopify? 206 billion. What were the three? I'm going to shorten this. So, Shopify quarterly revenue is just under 3 billion. So we'll say 2.5 because I was cutting Figma's too. Or you know what? We'll add to it. We're going to add to this to show you guys that, how there are still some deals out there. We'll say 3, okay? 369. We'll say 3 billion. 369. So you're bringing in about, what do you say, 12, 2, 4, 4 is 8, roughly with that 6.8. We'll just say I want to say 12 billion. I know it's not, but it's a little less, so we'll add to it. No, yeah, we'll do 12. 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 billion a year, okay? And their market cap is 200 billion. And they do 12 billion a year on like the high end of things, right? On the high end of things. So 12, what is the So I guess you guys could say it's about the same, but I don't think it is because you're bringing in 12. Let's see. I guess that's also right around 20 times earnings. That's kind of I guess the average for things. Does 12 go into what was it? 100, 206. 17 and a half. 17 and a half. So just under 20 times earnings. But to me, it feels like okay, so maybe I paid a little much for Figma, but it just feels like 10, 10, 20. They're right around the same. All right, they're right around the same. But Shopify, and we don't have to get technical, um, the percentage gains off of Figma, see, I don't have it on there, was 30, 40%. They're growing at a 30, 40% clip right now. That's not when more people find out about their company and about the name and this, that, and the third. So I bought some. I only bought a little bit. And yes, I'm down. I'm down. I'm down about 10%. So I got to think about what it is I'm going to do with this. Because any more than that, it's going to be hard to recover from. You know what? I may not even sell it for a loss unless I have to. I may not sell it for a loss unless I have to. Like, this is crazy. General Mills, right? General Mills. What is the quarterly So, like, this is crazy. General Mills has brought in five, four, five, pretty much five. Okay, pretty much five. 5, 10, 15, 20 billion. Okay, General Mills. Wait do you see the market cap on this? Let me show you guys first before I do this. Okay, General Mills 4.5, 4.8, 4.7, 5. Okay. Sure, it looks like they have negative revenue growth. Okay, looks like they do. 24 billion. Okay, if they bring in 20 billion and your market cap is 20, is this why we're seeing the Dow explode and why we could continue to see the Dow explode? I think so. I think so, guys. I think you guys should take notice to some of these names. All right, I love tech just like the next person. All right, but look at General Mills right now. They bring in 20 billion a year. Their market cap is 24. There is no multiple on this thing. Just like UPS. I said it before their earnings that that this thing was trading below what it's worth. They're bringing in 70 billion and the market cap was 90. They bring in every year 70. They bring that in. At least give them a 5, a 10 multiple. They're not going backwards. Even if they stay the same, it's still, there's money to be made there. The valuation is off, right? Which is good for us. And we take advantage of that, right? We take advantage of that. Because even if they stay the same, I mean, you're still talking about bringing in, okay, if your market cap is 90 billion, and let's just say you bring in 50 billion, in just 5 years, you've brought in triple, 4 or 5 times your value. Like, you've done that in business in and of itself. Like, so, you know, that's not valuation of things you own. It's not write-offs. It's not this, that, and the third. All the financial things that you can do to, save money, write off money, buy to add value. They could take a lot of that cash and just go buy treasury bonds, and use that money to pay payroll. And it's like there's so many things, and I don't know what lines and laws they have to agree to, what they can and can't do. I'm not going to act like I know, but I'm just saying, when I feel as though there's a deal, I'm going to hop on board. And I feel like General Mills right now, they're bringing in damn near 20 billion a year, right? 5, 10, 15, 20. They bring in 20 billion a year and their market cap is 24. Are you kidding me? Give it to me. I'll buy it. You don't want it? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, move on. I digress. RGTI. Oh, and Fig. 20 times earnings with a 35 to 40% growth rate that it's growing right now. That's right now. That's not, it could get better. RGTI breaking down. IONQ also breaking down. Let's go look at Snowflake and Reddit. I'm kind of pissed at myself for selling this. I owned about 20 shares of this. Not on margin, by the way. Not on margin. I haven't used margin in a while. I almost, yesterday, almost went back. Listen, I got to say this. I understand that you have to borrow shares to short, but if you've got 100 grand, $1 million, a few million, 10 million, 5 million, you shouldn't need a freaking margin account to short. Right? The thing with margin accounts, you have to watch because they can cover and sell your assets however they deem or want to do so. You know, you gotta watch. You gotta be careful. I've never had like a bad experience with margin accounts, but I'm just saying, just read, the disclosures on everything. So, like, if you have the cash, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to. But I don't, I don't make the rules. I just play by them. Let's see here. So, and I'm talking about my main trading one, right? I'm talking about my main trading one that I'm using right now. I have accounts. A few. All right, let's move on. Damn, this thing is still busting through the gap. No shit. No shit. Okay, let's see. Abby doing really good today. I might turn on Skrelly or something. I need to know what's going on in the run. I gotta have some sound. Dude, software infrastructure has just been struggling. This thing has just been having a bad time. Bad time. Hood's actually done well recovering. Sorry guys, if that's annoying, just let me know. Tesla. I'm just looking for stuff here. Looks like it wants to roll. Tesla looks like it wants to roll over, if you ask me. So I wouldn't mind trying to go after a long on Tesla if I didn't have levels and moving averages right above my head. The problem with that is if you, unless you give yourself time, Yeah, I don't know. Like this stuff here. Sorry, I'm just hearing this nonsense on TV. He wouldn't do this to somebody. Like real landlords wouldn't do that. If you just had all of your things and your shit just like your home invaded and you're not just going to like take them to court and do this that and the third after they just went through all this shit. Like don't get me wrong, there's some dickheads out there that would, but all right, 218 on the Qs. We're just hanging out, trading sideways. Come on, man. We have the 50-day right there. Apple. All right, so Apple. This 275 zone is key if you can bounce off of this. I don't know if you will. Man, we're so like there's just no trades in my opinion. Other unless you get like some small caps going. All right. Let me see here. Let me see something.
I'll tell you what says, trust me, bro. Let's say I love the irony of that statement.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Circle's still down 10%. I thought that name would actually bounce.
Well, it actually, yeah, it did do an SSR bounce, but this will probably be in the rundown, but we can just talk about it now. It does feel like this might be headed towards the IPO prices, which you have to think if you're going to defend this stock anywhere,
I need some ticker ideas.
Why not just go right back to the beginning?
Let's see here. Let me see what I have.
And that
here.
was at
AVGO,
$68,
AMD,
I
Apple.
believe, almost. No, maybe it was 69.
Amazon.
That opened up. Should remember, it was a great opening print. Once you lose 80, you start getting down to those prices. Let's go to the rundown. I'm sure Circle will be. Well, I mean,
damn, that was actually really good.
Circle will be on it. It actually might not be. You never know. BBAI and Open are going to be there for sure.
It's okay. All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded, and they're ready.
Look,
Sean
Sean is shorting AMD.
The only way to get those tickers right there, my man, is to get into the chat. Thank you,
Well,
Randy. There you go. And
short
throw in
AMD.
that dollar sign
Why would you
followed by
short the
whatever
strongest damn
ticker
stock in the
your
market
customer
right now?
desires. Let's look at all four major averages, Randy. Two of them are
Give me a
red, two of
break.
them are green. Let's start with the ones that are red. Barely
gosh.
red is the NQ down. Marginally green as well, up 0.7 above 68.75. And the Dow, record day for it yesterday, breaking into all-time highs and maintaining its price above 48,400, up 0.77% on the day, Randy. It is the best performing major average on the day. And again, marginally red is the Russell 2000, still trading though below 2,500. We'll look for to retrace above that. The first ticker.
Oh, I forgot about Rivian.
Bear AI up 12.
SoFi open.
And here's what's happening. Beat on revenue, guys. They peaked at 22.4% intraday off the lows. Obviously, Q3 revenue came in at 33.14. That beat by 1.3 million. The estimates as well, that 3 penny loss per share tops estimates. The street was looking for a 4 penny loss per share there. Good look today, guys, for Big Bear AI.
If there's a singular gripe you can make about a stock that's up 40% from the recent lows, well, I guess it was not really anymore. Okay, let me rephrase that. Up over 25%
so we talked
from
about
the lows.
open.
There's going to be a gripe. It's just that it hasn't held on to any of
And it's
these
back above this level.
massive
Holy
gains.
shit. This thing might get
whether
ready
it
and
was
start
the
going,
gap
guys.
up
I'm gonna
yesterday,
get some. I'm
or
probably
it
gonna
was
grab
just
some
the
calls when
explosive
open.
opening candle. Like the vast majority of the volume has been selling. I mean, the good news is all of that selling is happening on the higher time frame. It's all happening at higher lows, right? So it's trending up in the kind of a weird way. It's trending up in a way in which you need to have been swinging off the 200 period and that
I don't
dip
like
on
the
earnings,
volumes popping
as
up.
opposed to trying to day trade it long. Because the last couple of sessions on the gaps, if you've been trying to go long after 9:30, you've just been losing. So this is probably, I think it's still trend up, and it's going to close at the 50. It's going to close above the 200 unless something disastrous happens this afternoon, or maybe not that disastrous, another 30 cents to the downside. And then the next step would be maybe breaking out 7. The issue with that is the way this has been trading. If it breaks out 7 at the open, it's almost like you have to have that trade, because after the open, it's been nothing but sell the last couple of sessions. So I feel like this is going to be a trade tomorrow. It just might be a very quick one or not at all.
Okay, yeah, for me, we've already sort of talked about this. I'm not really trading Big Bear AI these days on the show, but we are, still long in the personal, and we're still long at 4. And I think it's getting into some levels again here, worth looking at as we have faded back.
It's going to sell off.
The 50 period,
I wouldn't fall for it.
Down here at 550.
Not going to sell off, but you're not.
But yeah, other than that, so far so good. Here trading so far.
It's already ran, in my opinion.
It's made moves down. I think the reason why I say so far so good is that, like, if you were looking short, you had multiple opportunities to go short right here on the top end of that trade, right? Like right into there. So that would have been a great short, and it gave it to you 3 times. It's very similar to what we did here with AMD. And then even right here now, if you're holding for the bottom and you miss that, it's right back here again and looking to break lower. I mean, I think this is a short heading into the rest of the day as we are underneath the 50 period, underneath the 200, and underneath view up. I'm a simple man making simple trades, and this one was simple today. Just a nice high end right there. Get out if you're looking short. And right now, if you're looking long, you got to trade on board right here. You can go long at 680 or right here, and then get out if it breaks like 10 cents lower. Then that you'd be getting out on the low, and you could see what winds up happening. But for me, I'm going to stay away, man. I know where my bread is being buttered today, and it's in advanced micro devices. So let's go back over, figure out Open Door, SoFi, AMD, and Meta.
All right, guys, Open Door, good day for it as well, guys, 3% or thereabouts. Look, it was insider buying, really, that is the headline, but we already knew about this. Kazan Jatian, the CEO, the new CEO, took to X the day prior to basically say at the open, meaning yesterday, that they were going to buy about 1 million shares worth, him and his family, who was referring to here. Today we get a report that insider transaction worth about $1 million. Looks like he acquired about 125,000 shares at an average price, guys, of $8.03. He now owns a little bit less than 84 million shares of direct ownership. Not all of them, though, have vested, guys. Recall that when he took the position, a lot of tranches for the price of the stock still have to be unlocked for those 84 million shares to vest.
Well, Well, there's another piece of news for it, and I'm wondering if it spikes at the close because of this, if all of those shares still stay on, or this isn't an opportunity for a bit of a reversion after the fact. Because tonight, it blew us up, but like sometimes when you blow it up, it stays nice and sharp, and you guys can read it. I'll read it for you. MSCI USA Small Cap Index tonight, open door is a share increase, float increase. That is 7.7 million shares expected. Yesterday, it was actually, tonight is actually also Archer, but Archer had a buy and balance yesterday for some reason too. So OpenAI has that going for it, potentially at the close. But what it also has going for it is another day, more of a slow grind to the upside, like 2 days of explosive moves, and then a couple of days of slow grinds, but just higher lows. You can probably be able to figure out without even looking that this is the volume weighted average price. Right, like VWAP tends to be a bit of a thing. It lost VWAP, I got out. It regained VWAP, I got back in. And if this one comes out with a buy and balance, then it'll also be along at 3.
All right, let's watch
maybe
this.
Before 3,450, potentially if it's huge.
That
But
was
certainly the potential
break
for
out the
after.
highs.
Like I can't remember the last time like a squeeze name had a big imbalance on it. And if that happens, I would suspect it's going to be a good trade. So yeah, we'll see if that ends up being something. But it's done 145 million shares. So believe me, if it's supposed to be 7.5,
This is about to get
and
interesting.
there's an imbalance of 1 million, not going to care. It's really going to have to be
in the next coming
the
weeks.
same size as we're expecting to be significant for Open Door.
All right, we've talked about this earlier today, but the Trader TV Academy is launching very, very soon. We have to say that it's going to be, as you all know, and I think we've discussed, a game changer. We're going to be pulling back the curtain and showing you exactly how we learn to trade. Stay tuned. There are details coming soon, so keep watching. We'll sort of reveal more and more every single day on what we're going to be talking about. But as long as you are subscribed and following us on socials, then you will not miss this launch. So get ready. Follow us all on X, on Instagram.
I got nothing, guys. I apologize. There's nothing really I can do about it.
Of this being a max loss, right?
Yeah.
So that's basically
Oh my
up here,
gosh.
around about here.
Look who it
This
is.
whole structure.
You guys know who this is?
Hey, you.
What happens if my dad starts?
Return move there. This
I haven't
too
seen him in a
will
while.
run. I consider platinum cheap gold. It is really unique. Held those platinum maples in my hand that we accumulated on the last tax down for further stack.
You guys know who that is?
Beautiful, beautiful things. They shine even more than the silver. They're nice and hard. They don't ever go fallow in any way. Yeah, so awesome. Let's have a look at some of those questions. 807 of you with us. Gold is dominating. Gold, gold, gold. Gold is your basis of account. What is your net worth? Gold ounces will tell you. Gold ounces will tell you. Everything to be measured in gold ounces. Tax down into your stack, tax down into your silver, tax down into your platinum. That's what we do. Bitcoin network will survive the collapse of fiat, but I'm
Good
all
old
in on
Francis.
silver now, says someone. Soon it will be 50 or 70 or 75% exit tax. Governments are going to go more totalitarian because they can't tax you by sleight of hand anymore. Too many people know, and they don't have the debt markets that will accept it to the same degree as before. This is why we said our 2020 technical call on the TLT, which is
TLT, we're going to be trading that in December. We're going to be trading TLT in December, guys. BBAI. Come on. I may go, I'm going to go grab something to drink real quick. I might go have a smoke real quick. Fire up the grill. Let's see. Looks like beef is back on. He said, was buying SPY dip, but my limit order never went through. I could have made $20 for dinner. My guy. Oh, shit. Damn, I could have had dinner. This fucking. They never want to film me. Bro, if you're buying SPY calls, you more than likely shouldn't have. A penny should not fucking make or break. Like, there's a. You shouldn't be limit ordering unless you're. Like, I don't know. It's like more times than not, you could limit order the bid and get filled on the SPY. I don't get it. That's hilarious. So that's how I kind of know he's lying. He may not be lying, but unless he had his under the bid. So again, the zone that I'm going to be trading is 680, 686. Right? 680 to 686 zone. And that's the S&Ps. So if we're at 680, or I'm sorry, if we're at 684, if we're at 682.90, you know, it looks good for a break and retest, sure, but I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Like that's not, you know, that's not, you have to set rules for yourself. All right, I'll stop yapping. So does anybody else do this? I'm kind of curious. Does anybody else watch like
ready for bold and magic? Why am I
like the Trend Twins or anything and like
not
watch them work out and like that's your workout for the day?
whatever it is?
Of course I'm joking,
Food,
but it's
habits,
funny.
money habits, anything, you name it. You are not living in your decisions. You are living in your consequences.
No, I'm living in my decisions.
And that's why I'm
680.
telling you, if the consequence
680
is
long,
more
686
important
short.
than the decision,
I haven't done anything today.
don't ever make a decision that is more important than the consequences. You have to start thinking this.
I gotta think.
That's what I'm saying. I don't care about the decision in
So
the
you're
moment.
saying
I don't care what
you should
happened.
make bad
I care about
decisions
the
so you learn from
destination.
that horrible consequence that's
care
going to
about the
come from that bad
consequence.
decision? Sounds
Because
dumb. Sounds like to me you
decisions
shouldn't
give
do it
birth
anyway.
to consequences. So yes, you're gonna have to make decisions. You're gonna have to make many of them every day. Don't shy away. Your whole life is gonna be decisions. But what your life is really the consequences. Is it not? That is what gives it birth. So this is all. This is all. Please write this down somewhere.
I'm writing it down.
And don't ever forget this. This will make you better at money too. This will make you better at analyzing, at interpreting, at everything. This will make you better with people. This will make you...
Will telling other people to buy way out of the money calls or puts make you a better trader?
You better decision.
Will that make you any more money? Probably not. He says to do that.
Don't
stuff.
study the decision.
I don't get it.
Study the consequences.
And then in the same breath, talk about how options
the
are
study of the consequences. My guy.
I've got two losing trades here, and I'm fucking green on both of them.
Bro, it don't matter if
through
you
options.
Make the wrong decision.
Weird.
You pick the wrong way, but you do it quickly.
Weird how that works.
It's about the consequence. And once you understand the consequence, you're gonna go from there and live through that, and that's gonna lead to your next decision.
Don't get me wrong.
My guy, the next time you see a stock,
love,
a stock, a play, a long-term, making an AI company, making any company, and using AI. Remember, you ain't got to be a coder, bro.
We make are scammy, and then we're talking about the decisions we make in a philo. All right, SMCI. So I pulled up SMH here. Semiconductors. Look, SMH flat. A lot of things flat right now. Real quick, Reddit. Sorry, guys. I know I'm jumping all over the place. I'm just trying to go through charts. I want to go through a couple semiconductors here in case the market does try to bounce. boring week. Oh, this was a day ago.
Fit Club started right here at the Strip, off Hacienda and Decatur.
Looking at
the energy, the grit, the place that set the standard for Vegas fitness. Then came Northwest, near Summerlin, sharing the Fit Club gym culture and vibes across Las Vegas. And the crowd anyone chasing their best self. Fit Club Las
That's
Vegas.
a nice gym.
With 3 locations.
Did that wake you up? No. Welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Chris and Mike Tren.
Yeah.
Bros.
It should be.
No.
I was gonna say, what's your real name? Yeah. Get it legally changed.
I can't pronounce your last name. How do you say it?
It's Guy Era. Guy Era.
Guy Era, yeah. It's Italian.
You're crazy Italians. I know. We talked about this.
Yeah. Yeah. We've had a few conversations. Yeah. That's right. I'm gonna bring up some of the stuff you told me.
All right. So to start this, I have a gift for you guys.
Okay.
I love gifts.
We have tonight.
I'm
When
not
does
good at
CRM
receiving gifts,
report?
or I can give though.
Fat grip.
Reddit's
Okay.
just chilling out.
Are you saying my forearms are small, bro?
What I was gonna
Check
say
this
real
out.
quick
Look at,
is
look,
that
open it up and take a look at it.
Reddit's up here. You might see me move on pretty quickly from some of this stuff. I would imagine I'd like to see a consolidation here. All right, I'd like to see a nice consolidation, and then maybe see if we can't go ahead and test that upper range at 220.
And
I
got
appreciate
Chris
it.
on there.
Bro,
You've
that's
got-
dope.
Yeah.
Wow.
Check that out. These are
So-
the cameras, right?
Actually,
Yeah,
it'll
yeah.
probably
Oh,
sell
yeah.
off.
Yep.
So I want to make sure you guys
Being
keep
honest.
pumping pretty hard because I know you said you just killed it yesterday, huh?
Yeah.
Honest.
Yeah. Just ordered some real growth. I'm talking about steroids, right? It's a bodybuilder thing. Yeah.
I know, but that's not. What's the? You're supposed to come on this podcast and ask me what the secret is.
The secret, yeah.
What is
Does
the
that mean, look
secret?
at? What do you think about this?
Yeah,
What do you think about this against
that's
all the
the
guys this year, bro?
Come on.
There's nothing.
You're gonna
like,
make me say it?
Yeah.
You're gonna make
There's
me say
nothing
it?
like your era. Like I don't know. It's just different. Like it's just.
I know, but you like classic or open bodybuilding more. I know your answer.
I like open more.
I just like bodybuilding, like the open. I think classic. It depends, you know. Like, I feel like in terms of like old school bodybuilding, the open bodybuilders were kind of like classic. Like you guys had aesthetic.
Yeah, not a me so
mass.
much, but like you like. Who's your favorite bodybuilder? Be honest. Who did you follow the most? Who'd you compare yourselves to?
Well,
Dude.
my first favorite was
Everyone should be Arnold.
definitely Franco Colombo because he was shorter and he was strong as shit. I wanted to be exactly like him, but we were so ignorant. Like when we first started lifting, like I thought everybody was natural. Like I thought Arnold.
Until I was
natural.
21, bro. I
Yeah.
thought I was like Arnold Natty. Like that's fucking crazy.
But yeah, Franco was probably my first inspiration.
What do you think about that?
That's shocking.
Yeah.
Why? Because I thought so too. Because I would look at the ads in a magazine and look at.
I'll tell you
Jake,
why.
You know this. Like you can. Everyone would be. Hey,
I wonder
I'm
if we can get
taking
Reddit
this
to break this
supplement
level.
or-
I'll tell you why. Because Franco was done and off the stage before they were born. It's hard to think that they would not see you or Ronnie or the.
Did you
this was a long
Do you ever
time
see
ago.
Franco in the world's strongest man and carrying the
Yeah,
giant
yeah,
back?
that's exactly what
You see him blow up the water balloon?
Yeah.
The water bottle?
He's like superhuman.
I seen him. He tore. Didn't he tear something doing that too?
Yeah, he tore his knee.
Yeah, and he kept going or
And
some
he
shit.
did the Olympia, I think, after that.
Yeah.
He won the Olympia, I think, after that, actually.
Twice.
But my favorite bodybuilders, like top 3 ever, is you're definitely like probably number 1.
You're like the top white guy of all time. Like one
Yeah,
of the,
you're
What about Lee
one of the
Priest?
coldest.
Lee
I love
Priest,
Lee,
yeah.
Lee too.
Obviously, he's short king. Like I love Lee.
Have you guys met him yet?
No, I've never met him.
He'll be here in a couple days.
I talked to him. Is he gonna be here?
Yeah.
No way.
He's going to come right here, too.
All right.
He is fucking crazy. I love it. I love
He
it.
don't give a.
Yeah.
You know what?
No, he doesn't give. We can't swear.
Yeah, fuck yeah, we can
Okay,
swear.
fuck,
we just
we can
can't swear in the first 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good.
fuck
Now,
yeah.
we got,
Good.
I'll put a commercial in the beginning.
I mean, you're asking a question. You're demonetized everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah. The only other podcast we did was with Bradley Martin, right? And
he's like he never had one of his videos like get age restricted or demonetized from YouTube, and we were the first fucking one, dude.
I think it's just the name Trend Twins as well. Like you might have to put Mike and Chris or some shit in the title.
What if I put Mike and Chris Trend?
No, you got to put Trend.
No,
you got to put Trend.
If it gets demonetized.
You know what's crazy though? When I go to these, and I've done a lot of event signings with you. You know, we
looks like I'm not going to have a
the
trade
MLA
today,
and stuff.
guys.
I watched how you signed.
So
the
it's all
belts,
going to
and
come
it
down to
says
Thursday and
Chris
Friday
Mike
for me
Trent.
or next week. To make
And
fun
literally,
month
you
in
told me the
November.
story that everyone thinks
Gotta
your
get on
last
this
name
shit,
is
man.
Trend.
It's gonna be a
People
long
genuinely
night.
think
No, it is.
like especially when I'll see like a random family
I'm gonna
like
have
we're
to
at a
go through
restaurant
so
or something
many
and people
charts
will
and
be
really
like
start to dig
they'll recognize us and they'll ask for a picture.
We were in Mexico.
And can you not cut me off?
Sorry. We were in Mexico.
I'm literally mid conversation. You're trying to talk over.
Buddy, come on.
No, I'm serious. That's it. Anyways, so yeah, now I lost my train of thought.
Well, you were in
family.
Yeah, restaurant family. Okay, so the people around will be like, "Who are those guys?" And they'll be like, "Oh, that's the Trend brothers." Like, and they're like, "Oh, Mike and Chris Trend." Like, they think it's like our real fucking name.
Yeah, we were in Mexico a couple weekends ago, and they were buying us shots and shit. Like the families, it was funny as hell.
Did they know who you are and everything?
Their kids did, yeah.
It's crazy, bro. Like some of the our like fan base like are a lot like foreigners. Like we got a lot of German fans and like Latina, like Mexican, Spanish, Icelandic,
ways.
yeah, Norwegian, yeah.
Iceland's a great. I went to Iceland. It was awesome.
Really?
Yeah. So someone asked me yesterday. Who did we have here last night? To ask me if they got arrested.
Come on.
Why is everyone asking me if you guys got arrested?
Because I said no. Because in the recent video in Mexico, because we went there to get steroids, I prank called my dad, and it was like I called him like, "Yo, Mikey got arrested at the border. He tried to bring the steroids over." And then the clip went viral, and like it was out of context.
They use an old mugshot of Chris because he actually got booked for stealing protein from Walmart.
I got
no way.
Yeah,
Look at Z-Scale. What the hell
got
happened to this thing?
misdemeanor for fucking
what brand?
Bro, it
was probably gold standard weight. It was some bullshit.
No, what I would do, bro, we were broke college students, so I'm like, I'd go to Walmart, right? I'm like scanning shit. I'd keep the shit, like I'd keep all my supplements underneath the cart, and I wouldn't scan it. And then I'd be like getting my meat, and because I still always like cook my own shit.
And they check the receipts.
Yeah, so I would scan like one steak, and it'd be like I put them on
top of each other, yeah,
and I'd throw it in there, and like it wouldn't be able to detect it, and then. They had me doing this shit for months, bro, and they finally caught my ass to the point where I was over $1,000. So they
really? So they watched you. You went to the same Walmart all the time.
They set you up.
Yeah, bro, they set me up. And I don't know why at the time I didn't just run, but like I was confused. I'm like, there's no way they know that I'm stealing. Like I was so slick with it, I didn't think they knew.
Bro,
I thought I would get away with it.
And what were you saying when all this was going on?
I was working out, and I get a call. He's like, "Bro, I'm fucked." Shit. 'Cause he was going to school to try and be a PA. This guy, out of everybody, he's like, "They're never gonna let me into school."
All right, take two. Hey guys, if you have not heard, I've launched my own TRT clinic. TRT Kingdom is now live, and if you'd like to schedule on consult or get more information, make sure
the link below.
I was such a little baby.
Say click the link below.
Okay. Click the link below.
No, I was so scared. I was such a little baby about it. But I thought it was over.
Games, bro.
I thought it was over, bro. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna get kicked off the football team. Like, I was so fucking nervous, bro.
So listen, take me back. I know a little bit of the background. So you were a crazy football player. He told me you should have been a pro ball player. If you were,
maybe if I was like 5'9".
That's what he said. He did say that to me. He said, so what position did you play?
In high school, I played running back and linebacker.
So were you stocky?
Yeah.
And you were fast as hell.
Yeah, I was fat. I ran a 4.5.
I want to say thank you guys for the
like. Not flat, not a flat 4.5, but I ran 4.55. I think I did. So and then
it was unofficial. Okay, it was unofficial type shit.
Yeah, it's not fucking NFL combine. What the hell do you mean is unofficial? Yeah.
And what position were you in?
I was a running back too, and linebacker. So we played the same position, and we were on the news, like Detroit news one time. Because we both played the same position, we were identical twins with identical stats, and like they track this shit.
It's not. We don't have identical stats anymore because I'm the stronger twin. You know.
No,
I got a bigger bench.
He's not though, actually. don't
all
let the
time,
propaganda-
all time. I'm big. I'm the bigger,
We
stronger.
have a stronger bench, but
and squat.
I got a serious question right now. Who'd win in a fight?
I think I have like deep mental problems. Like I wouldn't be able to stop. And
I'm your goddamn brother. What do you mean? Go take it out on somebody else. I'm his punching bag. We're both each other's punching bags, like, to be honest.
Yeah, but
So-
who? I just saw a quote saying you couldn't live without your brother. Was that you?
Oh, that was me, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
this
you
ass.
liked him.
Yeah.
No, I'm just a big brother, right? So like I'm the older one, so I just have the
Yeah, but everybody
tendency.
thinks I'm the older brother.
I don't know why, bro.
You know what though? I'm trying to figure out. Like I've had a lot of conversations with you guys. Mike is more reserved.
Yeah.
And you're obviously more like engaged.
Yeah.
Is that true?
That's 100% true.
Yeah. In the videos, it's like, it used to be like I was really out there.
Well, his nickname is Manic Mike.
Honestly, since I started taking steroids, it calmed me down. I don't know if it brought my confidence out more or what.
I think your blood
Or
pressure is
like-
just so high that like maybe you just got calmer.
Yeah, I just maybe I
first.
can't get worked up because I'll just get out of breath. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And so high school, you guys trained. I mean, how did you pick up the weights and like when did you start actually developing body?
Dude, I've been training. I was 13 training in like in the weight room with like the high school players and stuff because we'd get invited out by the high school coaches to come train.
Like the middle school, because you know, like middle school, like you're pretty much a prospect for the high school. So
LPTX is
they like
probably
invite you
about
to
We
come work out.
played in Michigan, so Michigan sports, Detroit sports.
Did you start young playing football though, or
Yeah.
Well, no, not actually, because we were in foster care and stuff like that, and then we got adopted, and our older brothers had a bad experience with the Green Hornets or whatever the hell they call them. It was like the
See, you don't have to go into this much depth. Be like,
yeah, we played middle school,
you played middle school and
and
then
high school, and then college. But yeah,
Where'd you guys play in college?
it was a small NAIA school.
Drink some water.
in Livonia, Michigan. So like,
so you Lions fan or?
oh yeah,
one pride, baby.
with pride.
Just kidding, by the way.
And why did you decide to leave Michigan if you guys are so proud of that?
Dude, I'm proud that I'm from there, but
SJT.
Detroit, Metro Detroit is, oh my gosh, bro. I couldn't imagine going back. I just couldn't.
I mean, but you went to college locally there.
It was about an hour. It was
It's
like,
because half the year it's winter. You know,
I
More than
came
half.
from Massachusetts, so I know.
and like
the winters are terrible there, aren't they?
the first thing we did when we got a little bit of money was blow it on some cars. I couldn't drive in Michigan.
Oh yeah, I remember I had them parked outside my parents' house.
What'd you have? What was your first really big spend on a car when you made money?
Dude, I got a Camaro ZL1, which is the most stolen car besides that.
Who just got the sick Camaro that I saw?
Oh, the older one, I did, yeah. And
sick, bro.
bro, it's bad.
You like American cars?
Yeah, of course, yeah. But
You had
I
a
don't want to
high,
wreck some.
You had a high car collection too, right?
Yeah, but
now
I
you
blew a lot of money on cars too.
Yeah,
It's a write-off.
It's like when you think about it.
Hey, at least they're talking about.
I know, but you're investing in cars that actually going to hold some value, not like some of these.
Like the Demon
we
170.
I bought the Demons because marketing as well, and they're just sick as hell.
Is that the
fast
one with the
production
key,
car.
the red key, or whatever?
Yeah, and they're like the
1,000
fastest
horsepower.
street
They
car.
crash them a lot, huh? They're most stolen vehicle out there.
Yeah, 100%. But we bought them because I thought, holy shit, this is the last V8 muscle car they're ever going to make. So
Just
I thought
going
they
through
brought the
names,
value,
you
but
guys. If you guys have any tickers, throw 'em in the
but
chat.
at the end of the day, it's still a sick ass, badass.
You know what's crazy, bro? Is like
So that's Apple.
we're talking about cars and shit. My license, I don't even have a license. My license suspended, and
I
like
got like 12 outstanding tickets in like 3 or 4 different states.
Like for speeding, or
Yeah.
Jesus, bro. So
my first car, I didn't have enough credit to buy it. So like, I don't know. I think Alex Eubank's dad came to put the down payment on my car in cash.
who loves cars more, you or Alex Eubank? Who had more cars?
Alex
For
for
sure.
Right?
Yeah, we've had a lot, but Alex has had.
Alex definitely got us into like we were.
It's Alex's fault, bro.
Yeah, Alex.
I blame Alex.
I think
Or-
he slowed down a little bit though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
bought a house, so he's like he's a
Chipotle's doing pretty good today. I
he's
don't know
got
if that's
wife and
short
shit,
covering or
yeah.
what.
He's
We
retired.
gotta go
bro.
show
He's
Chipotle
retired.
Not
some
on the
love.
circuit anymore,
Bring this
huh?
thing
Yeah.
back to life.
He told me he told me one day he's like, yeah, I just like I don't know. He still has passion in spreading like Christianity, I think, but in terms of like really caring, like I know he still cares about his content, but like trying and like doing it consistently, I don't know. Yeah, his dad dropped like a bag for first card because I paid him back
Recapturing
obviously, but I
lows.
didn't have.
This
I
is
didn't
a
know how to get
massive
cash.
day on CME.
Let me ask you a question, guys, because a lot of our viewers or listeners may not know. What was the first thing that got you noticed? What platform, and like what was the video, or was it many things, or like how did you guys get kind of found?
The way I don't know, it kind of happened overnight, dude. It was
Well, I never
crazy.
posted on social media.
Mikey never.
Yeah, he said he told you we got to do this or something. So what was it?
It was like we were football season come to an end, bro, and like we were benching. Everyone was like, "Yo, y'all bench numbers are crazy, like your squats and shit. Like, just like post some shit." So like on TikTok, I posted a bench off between me and Mikey. It was like the gayest shit ever. The music I put on it, it was retarded. Like it really was. But back then, TikTok was so.
Oh, you could post anything.
Was this COVID or prior to?
Yeah, like right after COVID. So everyone's getting back in the gym, and like we definitely got lucky. But also like we were natural at the time, benching like.
I mean, I think we're lucky from birth being. I mean,
let me finish this sentence. Yeah. So I just benched it, and then
how much?
It was, I think Mikey got to like 435.
Let me try along here.
Like naturally. And
450.
Not in that video.
Oh, not in that video.
Not in the video.
Yeah, because I tore my labrum. Yeah, I've got torn my labrum, torn my chest, so I don't even bench anymore, to be honest.
I'm gonna hold off.
I still do because I love it, but.
So you benched off, and who won?
Yeah.
You hate to admit this, huh? Why? Like,
he's stubborn. He's the most stubborn mofo.
So it went viral.
Yeah.
And
then
you were in who called you the trend? Because someone else started the name.
You were natural, and everyone didn't believe us. So they it was like every TikTok video we posted was like Trend Twins, D-Ball Brothers, like test Bros. Like people just didn't believe we were natural. So like I just said fuck it, took the name,
manifested it, dude.
Took the name Trend Twins, and then yeah, and then we were like, yeah, we're hopping on, and then like one clip like of us saying we hopping on.
Yeah, I think we're natural for like 2 or 3 YouTube or 4 YouTube videos.
Yeah, we did one of our first YouTube videos actually was trying your leg day.
Yeah.
Did you put the someone?
Dana, I had the blue shorts on.
Okay.
With the.
I was just telling Matt this because Matt doesn't know a lot of the history, and obviously I've watched you guys. Yeah. And I know that you guys put the headband on because someone told me like, hey, these kids, and I remember thinking, I said, who the hell are the Trend Twins? Why would someone call themselves that?
Yeah.
And next thing I know, I saw the headband and like you guys doing this whole little skit thing, and that kind of started the whole social media. But when did you actually so it went viral, and then you said, hey, we kind of got something here? Was it kind of like a business thing?
That video got 500K views.
Yeah. And back then, that was a lot.
Yeah,
like I know now your shit just cranks, right? I mean, if you don't get 1 million on stuff, you're probably disappointed, right?
Yeah. But yeah, so then just every video kept going and going, and motherfuckers were like, dude, we were like in this small ass gym in Detroit, and like there was like no YouTubers at this time, like no new YouTubers. And me and Mike were the first people talking about like steroids for real, like young people.
We didn't know shit either.
We didn't know shit. I still don't know shit. I just now got a good steroid plug in Real Growth. So hopefully, I get big. But anyway, besides that, we've had so many steroid like stories. Like I could go over like all.
I know, but you're learning. I mean, no one is an expert, right? Everyone thinks they are.
I got to tell this story. This is when we first hooked up with Kyle Wilkes. Was it?
Yeah, I think.
And you know what story I'm talking about?
Yeah.
All right, so me and Chris were pinning each other's asses, and I pinned him, right? Or he pinned me, and then he put the needle down, and I grabbed it, thinking it was his needle filled with gear, and it wasn't.
So
it was
he grabbed me
needle.
and pins me with the needle. He just pinned himself with and pushes a shit ton of air.
No, there was nothing in it.
No, he pushes air into my ass.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there was. And he pushed a shit ton of air into my ass.
Yeah,
and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna die.
No, it takes a whole. You'd have to hit it spot on, like
right in a vein.
Then
you're deep shit.
Yeah, at the time I was like,
I thought I was freaking out. I called Kyle. I was like, dude, Chris is gonna get AIDS, bro. Like I just pinned him with my needle. Like what's gonna happen? He's like, dude, you're fine. Just like wipe it down, whatever, monitor it and shit. So, but yeah, that was funny. That we have a ton of dumbass stories. So
first trend cough. Oh my god.
Yeah. Guys, stay natural. or honestly, it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, listen to people who are smarter than me.
Let me ask you.
Don't use needles.
Does it matter like being an Olympian? Because like at some point, everyone's taking like the same.
3 o'clock. I'm gonna turn CNBC on. I was thinking about something. So when will we find out? Let me find out right now. When are we expected to know when the government opens? We may have a bunch of data that comes out tomorrow. Listen, if you have positions on right now and you think you're going to carry it into tomorrow, if the government opens up, you may have that data get released by tomorrow. You just might. All right. Vote today on ending regular government shutdown. When specifically time? The U.S. government is expected to reopen today. Oh, it's supposed to open today. Okay. To hold its first votes legislation 5:10 p.m. Eastern time, and with final votes around 7:15. Okay, so this is through Google. Okay, so it may be right, it may be wrong. I don't know, but so if you have any positions on, you should know by 5:10 to 7:15 later on tonight, by tomorrow morning, I guess, or late tonight. However, the exact time is still fluent. Final passage could be pushed late into the night or even into Thursday morning, depending on the debate or procedural hurdles. Once the president signs the bill, the government will officially reopen and be funded through January 30th, 2026. Now it says it'll be fully funded through January 2026. But I guarantee you from now until then, you will have more shutdowns and more, there's a debt ceiling, this, that, the third. They got to do this, they got to do that. They're always talking about raising, lowering for different sectors. Like how many have we had for the past few years? So, we'll be right back in the same position, I'm sure, over something, whether it's military spending, defense spending, park spending, shit plant spending, space spending, something. Those circle calls might look not too bad now. So if you have a position, just know what's going on because you could come into some data tomorrow and or Friday. So be careful, okay? I'm going to turn CNBC on here in about 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes until 3 o'clock. I'm going to go grab a snack, okay? And then, oh shit, I still have the lunch break shit up. And then I'm just going to try to see what happens going into the close. I got a lot of making up to do. Not really, but this week I haven't done much, guys. I haven't did but 2 trades this whole week. But it's all good. It's all good. I'll be right back.
Same shit like at the Olympia stage, like everyone's on whatever. It's so at that point, it's more about like it's not really about the steroids. You'd say.
There's a combination. I feel like there's certain protocol, and there's no exact protocol to perfection. And I think anyone that puts you on a diet and trains you, it's, you have to put the time in the gym. You have to still eat certain foods that are reactive to your body. Not to say that I know guys that diet on pizza and beers and still get ripped. Really comes down to the genetics. But there's certain protocol that, getting ready for a show, it's like you take this or take that, or you cut out this or bring this in. But the truth is like everyone has like a connection or a source that they can only take certain protocol because it's available. So ideally you try to work towards that. But, to be honest, I mean, a guy, people come up to me all the time and, people say, what is the secret? what can I take? And truly, I mean, testosterone is the number one. That's going to help.
You think so?
Yeah, and a lot of stuff's derivative of that. So ideally, like you can get big, you can get ripped taking
AMD
testosterone, but if
pushing
you've
back
got to work around like the nutrition, the
that
training,
level.
the cardio, all that stuff, it's not really the combination which makes someone better. Yes, people are hyper responders, but it's not. It doesn't come down to the compound, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you try to stay as basic as you can and build your way up. And that's kind of, when you get to the Olympia level, obviously we've done different protocols and said, okay, this is the best combination for my body versus others. Now, today you have a lot of different things, like even talking about trenbolone. I mean, we had something called parabolone, which is still basically,
Trenhex.
Yeah, it's Trenhex. It's a little different. It's a little base, and the base is different.
It's
whatever
for
reactive.
humans and not cows.
Well,
but it only came from one country in the world.
yeah, and it was a very low dose, and
76 milligrams.
Yeah, 76 milligrams. It came in an ampule. You know, that's the difference between. It's a difference between today and yesterday. Is like we had a lot of things in like 1 cc ampules where you don't see that now because a lot of stuff's on prescription. To be honest,
I've never seen that in my life.
Some dude was telling me they had like the banger, the trend bangers.
The cow,
from the
fucking
cow.
pill.
Well, it's the pellets. It's Phenoplex tablets. Yeah, and they would inject them into the cow.
They would.
I mean,
them with oil.
Yes, because they grind them down, and then that's how trend is basically.
That's still how they make it.
Yeah,
it's from Phenoplex.
Yeah. Okay.
So, to finish your question, I mean, at that level, it's just kind of everyone has a certain protocol. And listen, there's guys that, I mean, Ronnie Coleman competed naturally as first Mr. Olympia, and whether or not people want to believe it, and we came on and off things. I know people still ridicule me for, there's no way. And yes, if I took a 3-month break after training for Olympia, everything's going to be in my system. I don't say that I'm a natural.
Yeah.
You know, a guy stops, like you guys stop a cycle.
Okay,
and the next week you're telling people, well, I'm natural now. That's not really true.
It's still, because like, for example, like DECA is still in your system
for a long time.
Months.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's certain
months, bro.
Yeah, that's why a lot of the guys get busted for drug tests with it, you know.
Trace is 18 months.
And Winstrol's the same, believe it or not, because it's crystallized. So when you do that injection, it still sits the little particles in the body, right? So it takes a lot of time.
I remember Victor Conte said it's not drug testing, it's IQ testing.
Yeah. Oh,
the people that get around it know what to do and what not to do.
We don't just fight insurance companies, we train for it. If you want results, get a lawyer that puts in the work. 107. Do you trust a lawyer that doesn't? We're built.
You guys look at, so, you know, I know that.
Pacific West Injury Law. We're built to win.
So, you know, I know that's, you know, there's certain protocol, and I'm sure you guys look at certain pros and say, wow, you know, the impressive ones. Who has taken you along and given you good advice, you feel like, in the industry? You've had a lot of great opportunities to meet. You guys are becoming super popular. Your viral is, I mean, you guys are probably some of the most popular people on the planet. And you act surprised that,
I don't know,
Germany people know you, and some, like, you go to Mexico, and why are you so surprised when you guys are so active on social media and so viral?
It's honestly because like, ever since we started, like,
guys.
I don't pay attention to it. Like, I try not to like see anything or pay attention to it because I don't want it to affect how I am. I don't want it to like boost my ego or like make me not say something because I'm like thinking about what someone said about me. So I would try and like.
So you don't read the comments. You don't wake up to Mike and say, "Hey, we need to make this video because 2 weeks ago we made a video and it did so well. I think we should." Because you seem to do everything authentic. No. Yeah. Authentic, meaning like even your products, right? You have the Pharrell supplements brand. I see like you have your cars related to some of your was it proteins or
the pre-workout?
Pre-workout.
So I'm like, motherfucker, the fastest car legally ever made. We're gonna make the strongest pre-legally that we can make, and it just translated.
Like, do you have a super strong pre-workout?
Yeah, it's a limited. It was a limited drop because
what? Pharrell 170. What does that mean?
It's like the cars, the Demon 170.
Okay.
What's in it? Like, we have like almost 700 milligrams of caffeine.
Damn.
Per scoop.
That's like you're just gonna put yourself to sleep at that point.
Okay. So
horsepower.
Sick.
it basically.
I'm a person who
stemmed
drinks
because
caffeine
he
throughout the
loves
day. I'm
cars
good.
and
My body's
bought a
just,
car,
you know, like
and he got rid of it. And then I said,
I
okay,
can
if you're
handle
gonna buy another
caffeine,
car, I
but
need to know. So
700. It's like,
literally,
what
I'm
are
on
you
the
trying to do?
I get a FaceTime. Hey, I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, we're gonna buy this car. What do you mean you're gonna buy this car?
Yeah.
What are the interest rates? What are the
Kind of like
what are the things?
overkill.
He's like, all right, man, I already bought it.
Yeah, bought it. Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, so how do we?
I just yeah.
So 700 milligrams.
Do you think
is overkill? Like that'll raise your blood sugar
Do
up
you think
so
it's
much.
one of the strongest in the market?
That would raise your blood sugar up so
Yeah,
much
legally, like
that you just
we
crash.
could have been like, oh, maybe we sneak some like DMHA in or like some fucking other shit, which we might try.
But there, I feel like
I'll say that. Yeah, we're not gonna try to. We're not gonna try to do that.
Yeah.
I wish it was like the old days where I'm like,
No,
they put D-ball and
one,
shit in.
three.
fucking-
No, I know, but that was we didn't even know back then, bro. I mean, that was like, what was that? Orange.
Androstine.
Yeah, but it was something. Yeah. So,
I would be putting DMMA like basically
Cialis,
fast.
like-
Cialis, like yeah, that would be the. I wish I could do that. Be like,
I know. So
do
well,
it
let
at
me
your
ask you,
risk.
who gives you good advice?
This guy right here.
Yeah, that guy. But as far as
like my pops.
bodybuilding,
Like who's really you? Have you related to? I mean, you like Urs, you like hung out with him, right?
I love Urs. He gave me growth, real growth.
Yeah.
And it was like, well,
Yours-
he's like, he's
yours
going
is a
back to the gym.
beast.
He's like, I can't
Left
take
it,
it.
yeah.
He's a fucking
He's like,
animal.
you take it, bro. I took that shit for 2 weeks and I got the biggest I ever got, and like it was like overnight, bro.
So he's bigger than you, or
No,
Bro,
I mean,
I
was
remember
taking
that.
it.
He was taking it too. So
I
you
was
know.
taking it too. That's why I didn't last so long.
It was
But-
yeah, it was after the Urs video, and he was like making fun of me. And then 2 weeks later, I posted this video on Instagram, and he's like looking bigger. He's like looking bigger. He obviously knew why, but I just had.
did you really take out C-Bum in that skit?
No,
No, dude.
no.
I couldn't.
Yeah,
I was retired.
He couldn't even keep a straight face, could he?
it was so
funny.
It was so.
See it, or they tackled C-Bum and stole the bum energy, you know?
We were trying to like line it up so we could do it for real, but we were on pavement and like, I mean, yeah, I would have done it, but I mean, Sebum obviously he didn't want to get tackled.
Maybe
I mean,
we'll wait for this
you stay-
OKLO
I think that's
to
the
get
first
up here to
one.
117.50.
They'll come
It's
up.
probably where it's.
I wouldn't want to
headed
get hit by two pit bull looking mofos. You know what I mean? Like, hell no.
Be careful, they might do something back when you guys are ready.
Sebum is like on the topic, like it's pretty cool being on Bum Energy. I don't know. I like Sebum. It's like, if I'd say anybody that has really good advice that I've seen, because I don't know. When you ask who like has good advice, I can't even.
Kyle, you know,
Kyle Welch.
coached us for a show.
Yeah.
He did the best he could.
Maybe I'm just like I didn't retain any. I don't even remember anything. Maybe because it's fresh. I don't know. I don't remember any advice.
No, I was posing the other day because Kyle, he put me through the ringer with posing and shit. So I haven't posed since like after my show, like doing show poses. But
where'd you see him?
I haven't seen him yet, but I was just posing with another coach, and I was like, damn, like he actually commented me on my posing.
So
he
he
thought it was
helped
going to be shitty, but
Oh,
it wasn't.
that
Honestly,
seems-
wasn't that
yeah.
bad for not posting.
Talk about the bodybuilding show that you guys competed in last year.
It was so funny.
It
We have a
was-
couple
yeah.
minutes.
Chris
here
is
for
like,
CNBC.
Being twins is crazy, bro, because we gaslight each other, right? So we're like 4 weeks out, bro.
No, I was ready. I was show ready. I had to wait an extra month for Chris to get ready because we wanted to compete at the same show. That's when I started.
And no, I've always been afraid of gear, so I wasn't taking Proviron, the AI.
Franklin's afraid of gear.
I wasn't taking the Winstraw because I didn't want it to fuck up my hair, like all this shit. Because I want nice hair, you know.
I'm balding. I don't take.
Do you hear what he
an
just said?
Astride.
Trends are scared of gear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not.
He's not. That's why he's bigger.
But I don't. No, I don't even take. I don't take barely anything. I just take what's I know works for me.
I think you guys are hyper responders. I mean, you talk about genetically. I always like you guys have some of the best like chest.
Yeah.
And that is from bench pressing, which you said you never do. If you ever watch my videos, I never suggest bench press. I think it's the worst exercise you can do. Everyone tears their pack on it.
Right.
Everyone has a shoulder injury eventually because you get so strong.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, what's the most you guys ever bench press?
I was on D-ball, so that was the first
till
time
he
I ever
throws
taken
the
D-ball.
number out.
Mikey's
Dude,
got.
I was like 240 pounds. I
And you're how tall, guys? How tall are you really?
I'm 5'6".
5'6" and 3/4.
Yeah, he's
5'7". So 5'7". I'm gonna say 5'7" because I'm gonna stretch.
Yeah, like Derek Lunsford. How old is he? How tall is he?
6',
Yeah.
He was there when you guys were
These
like
guys trained with him, huh?
Did you see him yesterday?
We train around him. But I couldn't believe it. Like when he's getting ready for a show, dude, that shit is scary.
He looks ridiculous.
He's big, big, right?
He's like the bubbliest person, I think.
Did he treat you guys well at the gym over there? Or?
Oh yeah, bro.
Absolutely.
We're like bros. Like he's a good guy.
Yeah, we haven't really got to train with him because he's like
he's in contest
a shit ton.
So he gets very focused.
Yeah, bro.
He's angry, you know.
Yeah.
Is he angry or?
He's an angry lifter for.
All right, let's throw on CNBC here. Unless you guys want me to continue playing that out, that's up to you guys. I just don't have anything, man. There's nothing I can really do here. I'm not gonna just walk away and call it a day, and just I don't. Sometimes you gotta
just
be
buy
patient.
crypto. Trade the price action.
Perfect example. Just because the market's open,
And it's
doesn't
power
mean you
hour.
trade something.
I can't find the Chobani yogurt drinks, dog. Like they have them like individually and they're smaller at like random health places.
So I'm just
Ever
cruising
since I told
through.
y'all about the Costco man,
Get rid of that. Get rid of this. And let's go to CNBC here.
Was
I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back.
kind of broadening out of what's happening. You have healthcare doing very well after the sector has dramatically underperformed, and financials today as well. So, I mean, we're not surprised to see some better performing areas come in, but obviously we're very, very happy with respect to the markets over the last couple of weeks.
Is this what an everything rally looks like?
We're hoping it's going to continue to develop into an everything rally. The broadening out isn't happening like we thought it would on a more consistent basis. We think that's going to be a trend that really unwinds and happens into 2026, Scott. But this is a very good sign, especially considering the move in healthcare, which we think is very, very promising. We're starting to get back to fundamentals. People are focusing on cash and cash flow within healthcare, and I think that bodes very, very well for fundamental investing.
So you think we're going to have more of a broadening in 26? Do we get away from this highly concentrated trade?
Well, you know, some would say there's been so many different studies on this, Scott, and we've done them too. That it's not so bad to have this very concentrated thing, and the markets have shown that the last couple of years. So we're not going to bite the hand that feeds us. But I think being a purist like ourselves, we want to see more stocks do better, more companies perform along those lines. And we're seeing that in the numbers with respect to where earnings are coming out. You talked about some great mid-cap stocks that have come out with great earnings. So we're starting to see that stock by stock. And, you know, my old adage, the stock market is a market of stocks. So we're starting to see it bubbling up from the stock level. And I think from the wherewithal of the longer-term secular bull market, which has been our thesis now since 2009, I think that just bodes better and better and better news from a fundamental perspective as you start to see these companies actually perform fundamentally, and especially on the earnings growth basis.
I mean, markets obviously don't go up forever. I hear you on the call from 09, a secular bull market. But where are we, do you think, in the cycle?
That's a great question, and we've said when we moved our target to 7,000 recently, we said stocks are rarely linear for long, and we said that there's probably going to be some sort of a pause in here, and we're probably going to be too low on our 7,000, quite frankly. But at the end of the day, I think on this cycle, this part of the bull cycle, which we were in print on talking about in November of 2022, we're 3 years in. So if you go back and look at history, Scott, and you know this very well, that the third year of the bull market usually is the weakest of the three of the bull, and that clearly has not been the case this year because of what happened in April and kind of the slingshot that sent us higher again. So I happen to think that 2026 is not going to be as strong as 2025. Low double-digit returns. We'll take those. That's pretty positive.
You don't know that.
And I do think
he's been right
at some
for
point
the past
we're going to
5
have
years.
another
So
cyclical bear market like
can't
we
argue
did
with
in
him.
2022, like we did in the fourth quarter of 2018. We're going to have another one. The timing of that is probably going to be pushed out several more quarters.
If you had to make a guess, what's the next healthcare? like the thing that's been sleeping,
Biotech.
that people are not paying any attention to, and is gonna have the potential to have a pretty good 2026? There's something that jumps out to you right away?
Yeah, consumer staples. You know, it's a
He
sector
said
that
healthcare, though.
we hate to hate. We love to hate. I'm sorry, because they're expensive. Remember, the two best consumer staples names, Walmart and Costco, are really big, giant discretionary retailers, but they've become more staple-ish. There's been a lot to hate about how expensive they have been in terms of PEs and earnings growth. I say the other one has to be REITs, because REITs is an area that is obviously more rate dependent. And then my favorite contrarian play of all is, as you know, small caps. We've been waiting for small mid cap to really get going. And if the cycle really gets going in terms of lower interest rates, they're already there fundamentally, Scott. Small mid cap stocks are already there fundamentally in terms of earnings growth, cash flow, and importantly, they're paying dividends. So I think of all three of those areas that I mentioned, consumer staples on a sector basis, REITs on a sector basis, but from an asset class basis, it's got to be small mid cap.
B, I'll let you run. Thank you. Had to hear from you on a day like today, what looks to be a record setter for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That's Brian Belsky.
So
We'll talk
pissed I
again
didn't buy
soon. Now
into
let's
it
bring
at
in
Surf.
New Edge Wealth's Cameron Dawson and Truitt's Keith Lerner.
Let's
They
go,
are
Cameron.
Here at Post 9. So,
If I could whistle
history's
like
going to be
whistle.
set today. You agree with what Brian said?
Yeah, I think we're still in this environment where you have two major things dragging markets higher. You have earnings estimates that continue to be revised higher, continue to make new 12-month forward highs, and you have positioning that remains just neutral. So because earnings are moving higher, that supports risk appetite, that supports people needing to be pulled into this market, and because positioning is neutral, there's still cash on the sidelines that needs to get invested, and thus we think that you could continue to see this chase as well as dips being bought rather quickly.
That's what this chase starts to look like, what we're witnessing now. You're not really running towards the mega caps, you're running towards all of these other areas which haven't done quite as well.
Yeah, well, great to be with you, Scott and Cameron. I don't want to give up on tech. I think we're having a bit of a rotation, probably has further to go, but tech, in our view, is still the dominant theme of this bull market. When we look at earnings, the earnings are the North Star of this bull market, but when you look under the hood, the earning estimates for tech over the last 3 months are up about 8%. That's double the S&P 500. We just saw today the AMD talking about 35% revenue growth for the next 3 to 5 years. So if the economy upticks next year, inflation comes down, we have this kind of Goldilocks scenario, we will see more of this rotation, but I don't want to give up on tech.
But
I still want to be overweight.
suggesting giving up on it, but you sounds like you're making the case for continued outperformance by it.
If we're talking about the next 6, 12 months, yes. Over the next month or two.
6, 12.
Yeah, we're still overweight tech, we're overweight communication services, and we're going to stick with that until we see the earnings momentum actually shift relative to the rest of the market.
It's been interesting. I mean, we have had a little AI anxiety lately for a variety of reasons. Maybe, you know, that's in part why a lot of the mega cap stocks have been down today. Of late, it's been a little more volatile. Deirdre Bose is taking a look at that.
So he's saying
I mean,
he's
you can point to a
overweight.
number of different
AT&T,
factors,
T-Mobile,
Dee, as to why
Comcast,
we
Charter.
are anxious
Charter
about this
Communications
trade.
was doing pretty good yesterday. CHTR. Verizon. I kind of disagree with him, but Meta, Netflix, Disney, Warner Brothers.
Michael Burry continuing to warn against a bubble, posting a meme on
So
X,
here's
most
Charter.
recently mocking the bulls who
That's an
continue to
ugly looking
justify
chart.
what he sees
Ugly.
as hype. Jim Chanos is getting in on the action too, throwing
Alright.
cold water on Anthropic's latest data center plans.
I sold my
According, though,
Take-Two
from Anthropic,
Interactive
$50 billion earmarked for AI infrastructure. It
up
pales
at like,
in comparison
what was
to
it, 260,
OpenAI
something like
has
that.
out there,
I
$1.4
sold
billion,
mine up here, guys.
and what the mega caps
If
are
we get a
planning
dip,
to
I'll
spend
buy
on
back
CapEx
into it.
next year, close to
Sorry, I'll be
$700 billion. Now that alone, sure, it's enough to make investors jittery, but now you layer on how it's increasingly being financed through debt. And then, of course, the risk takes on a new edge. Now, Bank of America note this week, pointing to, I like this, the watch out and the get out tells for booms and bubbles. Concludes that there are plenty of watch outs right now in the AI trade, like market cap concentration in Mag 7, valuations, global buy-in. But the get out tell, sort of that red flag, like rising rates and spiking yields, BofA says that they aren't there yet, meaning that the big shorts, like Burry, like Chanos, must bide their time. There's also Lisa Su this morning on Squawk Box. She said that demand is accelerating and people are starting to get real productivity out of the AI use cases. I'm certainly hearing that here as well at this AI conference in San Francisco. And here, you know, you have the true believers, Scott, the people building in this space. Even so, it's not all straight optimism as it has been in years before. There's
Getting
more
tired,
talk
you
this time
guys. I'm
around of
getting
things
tired.
like profitability and free cash flow,
After
even
eating and
IPOs. So certainly that trade is
everything else,
evolving, and the market's trying to
putting me to
figure this
sleep.
out with all of these different voices and data points.
Yeah, good point. All of those. Dee, thank you. Georgia Bosa setting that up for us. I mean, what should we think about the level of spending, but now the debt part of the picture starts to come into focus, and we're talking about it a lot more. We've seen it in the past. Debt is in part a great fuel to a bull market, but it can also eventually be the great destroyer.
When you are growing earnings 30, 40, 50% on an annual basis, you can get away with a lot of spending kind of no matter how you fund it. But the challenge is that the mega caps are going to see much slower earnings growth next year. Meta will go from growing earnings 47% this year to shrinking earnings by 2% next year. So now all of a sudden, all of the benefit of the doubt that you had kind of evaporates because you don't have the earnings growth that gives you the margin of error. So we think that it will be really interesting how the market continues to digest this slower earnings growth, and if weaker stock prices
Spotify
actually
has
causes the
not
companies
hit
to
its
rethink
200-day
their
moving
CapEx
average
plans. Because we
in a
certainly
few
saw
years.
that in a year like 2022 into 2023, those years of efficiency. So we think we're
Let it
probably
sell
entering a
off.
very different phase of this AI CapEx cycle only because the earnings growth is slowing.
How does that fit with your perspective that you still think tech's going to outperform?
Yeah, well,
those are all good points.
They're all valid points. And on the margin, we're taking on more debt, but we're also, these companies are highly rated companies, have a lot of cash flow still, even though that is coming down somewhat as far as free cash flow. And they're doing this because there's such demand. There's a huge demand for what's coming. And I think at the end of the day, as long as those earning estimates move higher, we want to stick with it. And I would say that the bar was high coming into this year, and they exceeded it, and I expect that next year they'll exceed that bar again.
But I mean, the earnings growth is obviously, if it's not slowing now, and it sort of is, it's going to at some point. Are you going to be willing to pay the same thing you're paying now, the same PE you are now, in a slower growth environment?
Well, right now, if you look at the technology sector, around the 30 PE, right? So that compares to the technology bubble around 50 times. And over the last year, the technology sector is up about 30%. So we've had a big move off the lows, but not extreme when we kind of zoom out a bit as well. And we still have a lot of macro uncertainty. We're expecting a slight uptick next year, but at the end of the day, when people feel good about the economy, you'll see more of a rotation out of tech. But what happens, what we've seen over and over again, is when there's some uncertainty, money comes back to tech. And with this secular story still underway, I don't see something that necessarily changes that because they're taking on more debt short term.
What's looming, do you think, with NVIDIA's earnings report? Or do we already feel like we have a good idea of what's going to happen just by virtue of the spending numbers that we've seen from all the hyperscalers? It's kind of a tell on what we're going to get, right?
I think it's less important what NVIDIA actually reports because it's likely to be a beat and raise, and it's more important how the market reacts. Because if you get a beat and raise that looks fantastic on the surface and the stock trades down, that certainly tells you that the buy-side expectations are higher and positioning is likely very crowded. So it's more about the reaction and less about the numbers.
What do you think about that?
I think that's fair. I think the other thing what we're seeing is like the equal weight index underperformed by so much over the last 3 months, 6 months. There's mean reversion. People want that trade to work. So I think, you know, if they have good numbers and they sell off a little bit, maybe that rotation trade continues. But I think 6 months now, 12 months from now, that money will come back where that secular growth is. And semiconductors continue to be an important part of this build out.
You mentioned some of the macro concerns that are out there a second ago. I mean, one of them is a K-shaped economy that we have. Right? The consumer at the high end feels great. The one at the low end, not so much. Next week, we actually get several earnings reports from retailers. Are we going to be reminded of this issue?
I was thinking the
next week,
same
right in our
thing.
face again?
Those retailers
But
are
it's
the
not a
ones that
surprise.
set the
We're calling it a
market back
two-speed
down again
economy,
in
it's two-speed
2022,
stock market as well. I think that's why, in some ways, that tech and the growth side has outperformed because there's more confidence there. Again, I think the question is next year, with the Fed cutting rates, with some of the tax policy, with maybe a little bit more clarity around tariffs, do we start to see a little bit of an uptick where investors gain confidence to move somewhat away from tech? I don't think it has to be either or. We can have a broadening out where tech still participates. But at this point, again, we're sticking with tech, and we're looking for that broadening theme like we see in healthcare over the last couple of days.
It is interesting, right? The juxtaposition, if you will, of a big splashy headline that says Dow 48,000, first time ever. And I mean, it's like the index that Mr. and Mrs. America
Rivian.
look at,
Yeah.
right?
The other
To
one.
find out what stocks are doing besides their 401k statement, obviously. But then you hear from all of these, restaurant stocks, the guidance is cut, the comps are down. I could go through 25 to 30 names. What do I make of that?
Well,
Texas
because
Roadhouse
the
is
top
still
part
packed
of the K-shaped economy
every time I
benefits
ride
from
by
the
it.
stock market, but the top part of the K-shaped economy is the one that owns the majority of the stocks. And so you still have large swaths of this economy or consumers that aren't participating in the stock market, do not benefit from the wealth effect. So, at the end of the day, the aggregate data is still showing that there's signs of slowing and signs
So
of
tired,
doubt.
I gotta
When we
get
look
up,
at
guys.
NFIB,
Gotta
you
get
look
up.
at University of
Rivian.
Michigan, you look at consumer confidence,
After
but
eating,
because
falling
you
asleep,
have
I
that
gotta get
top end of the consumer still pulling everything up, it doesn't show up in the retail sales.
How would you answer the question that I asked Belsky? Like, what's the next healthcare? What's the next sleeping giant of sorts that's going to lead the market? Because that is performing very well, as we have seen. It is the leader today, and it has been the leader of the week. It's had a great month, et cetera.
Yeah, one thing we just looked at is when you look at bull markets, the leadership of bull markets tend to last towards the end. I know it's like what's going to be the next one, but if you look at the 90s, technology's relative performance peaked in March of 20,
some of these
March of 2000. If
that
you
are
look at the
down,
2000s,
biotech.
EM led all the way towards the end. So I think that's why I'm saying we want to stick with tech. I think the next healthcare is probably healthcare. It underperformed by about 50% the last 3 years. We call it the Charlie Brown sect. Every time it tries to pick up the ball,
right
either
back,
Lucy
guys.
takes it away. But I will say the technical trends are improving, and the sentiment
grab a
became
bottle of
such
water.
an extreme that it likely has further to go. I do agree with Brian as well. The consumer staples is almost in that same area. We would like to see, though, at least, we're not trying to pick the bottom. I want to see a little bit of the turn in the earnings and the price before trying to catch each low, which hasn't been the right move.
People think that Charlie's going to make the field goal, that this is going to last, and healthcare is going to win for a while.
Well, Charlie has to deliver earnings, right? If you don't have the earnings growth to back it up, you will see these rotations all be flashes in the pan, which is why the small cap rotations haven't stuck, why value rotations haven't stuck. You have to see these earnings trends start to turn and catch up with what we're seeing within growth and tech.
All right, we'll leave it there. Keith, Cameron, thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Another talker today. The White House said to be considering an executive order over those controversial proxy advisory services. Leslie Picker's been following this story today. Joins us now with more. Hi, Les.
Hey, Scott. Yeah, it's actually an evolving story. A short while ago, the Wall Street Journal reporting that the Federal Trade Commission is investigating whether proxy advisory firms such as Institutional Shareholder Services and Glass Lewis violated antitrust laws. Citing people familiar with the matter, the Journal saying the probe is focused on the firm's competitive practices and how they recommend voting on climate and social proposals. The report said the investigation is in its early stages. When asked by CNBC's Eamon Javers, the FTC declined to comment on the, quote, ongoing investigations. ISS declined to comment to CNBC. Glass Lewis didn't immediately respond to comment. Proxy advisory firms, they advise shareholders on how to vote on everything from director nominees to executive compensation. However, a recently passed law in Texas and a separate congressional scrutiny have been largely focused on the intersection of proxy advice and ESG. Separately, as you mentioned, Scott, the Journal reported this morning that the White House is discussing at least one executive order that would thwart the influence of proxy advisors and index fund managers on shareholder voting. Scott?
We'll see where this
Yo,
goes.
they're
lot of
playing
people
a
are talking
fake
about this today,
video
Leslie, as you know.
on.
Thank you, Leslie Picker. We're just getting started here on what could be a record-setting closing bell. The Dow at
They're playing a fake
48,308,
video
looking
on
to close
TV.
above
This
that
is
level,
hilarious.
above 48K for
Oh
the
my
very
God,
first
they're
time
getting
ever.
played.
Coming up next, Plexo Capital's Low Tony. He'll tell us what he thinks Apple potentially buying OpenAI could mean for the AI arms race. Could that really happen? He'll tell us next.
Oh my God. All right, I'm just gonna throw up Apple, and I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get a drink of water and get up, so I'm not so tired and just falling asleep. It's been a long day. Tomorrow, hopefully the government opens up. Hopefully we get something going because I hate TV. It's such fucking trash. All right, we have Apple up there. Let's go here. Apple, throw up some AMD. Like Bitcoin's not really doing anything.
We are back, and as we said earlier, NASDAQ lower today. The tech trade looks to regroup following last week's volatility. For more on the state of the AI trade, let's welcome in Lo Tony. He is Plexo Capital's founding managing partner, and we always like when you're here on set with us at Post 9, so good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
I'm just going to get right to what we tease.
Let's do it.
The Apple OpenAI, you threw that out there to our producers.
MSTR is looking like the short of the year.
So let's just take a look and step back and set the context. All right. So first of all, when you think about the playbook who has executed the best playbook on vertical integration, without question, that's Apple. Right. And so I think, when you think about the experience that Apple was able to create, it's because they were able to own everything top to bottom across the entire stack, from the chips to the development and manufacture of the phones themselves, to the glass on the phones, to the software, to the app store. This didn't happen overnight, right? So the way that Apple was able to do it was because they had massive cash flow coming in. So they did it over time. All right, now let's fast forward to today. Where are we today? So what we see is OpenAI looking to execute that same playbook. They're not there yet, but clearly they are making steps into that direction, being able to do multiple deals across AMD, Broadcom, doing a deal with Oracle, being able to execute across all of these different deals so that now they have not only sovereignty, but a little bit more control over their destiny. And I think over time, we'll see them execute a similar playbook. And you can look at some of the other elements as they move their way up the stack to the application layer, having the GPT store, people using their APIs. Now, but here's the challenge.
Oh, there's a challenge? Oh, gee, I don't know. OpenAI is only like a $500 billion valuation.
So how are they going to pay for all of that? And that's where we're seeing these massive deals being done, right? Most recently, Oracle doing a $38 billion deal for Stargate. And by the way, Oracle didn't have the credit rating on their bonds, so they had to syndicate that across about 30 banks. Then we see someone like Meta, if we switch gears for a moment, doing a, $27 billion and doing it in a creative structure with Blue Owl, where it's a lease back. Blue Owl owns 80% of it, so in essence, they can, by only executing 4-year leases, that Meta can keep that off of their balance sheet. So now as an investor, you have to search a little bit harder. But let's go back to what you said, OpenAI and Apple. So it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek because of how OpenAI is executing the Apple playbook better. But wouldn't that be a great vision, right? I'm sure we'll get to Apple.
Yeah, I mean, people could fantasize about that. I mean, but look, let's say that Apple can't do that.
Can't do that. Regulatory reasons, price reasons.
They always make the case, and people do as well, that they're builders, they're not buyers.
Right.
Will that change in some form or fashion this time around?
So now, what we saw, if we were to rewind about 6 to 12 months ago, is analysts being very frustrated with the cadence of the new developments on AI from Apple. When we think about Jobs versus Cook, Jobs, just the pure visionary. And unfortunately, he passed, but he left enough products in the pipeline for the ultimate executor in Tim Cook to be able to execute across, up until we entered the AI age. But now, Apple looks like maybe that's the right approach. It's been a little more measured, a little more conservative.
Yeah.
But now, as we see these massive build-outs, people are looking to Apple and saying, you know what? They know how to do the iPhone really well, and the iPhone 17, the sales are looking pretty good.
We talked about this yesterday, that everybody was like, okay, Apple is so late to the game in AI. They're watching the party go by. The trains left the station, all that. With tens of billions of dollars from all the other hyperscalers, hundreds of billions of dollars from all the hyperscalers are being spent. And now we're sitting back and saying, well, you know, maybe Apple being a little conservative with the cash spend turns out to be a good thing.
Potentially, yeah. And I think that's what Apple is really looking at now is, hey, we know how to build this device really well. And now we don't have to worry about the financial pressure of doing these massive build-outs.
Let's talk about these build-outs. I mean, we alluded to it a little bit with Oracle. Market's obviously been a little bit concerned.
That's right.
About, you know, these companies raising a lot of debt to help with the build-out. What level do you get concerned about that?
The question always comes, are we in a bubble or not? Or is this a massive build-out? But if we think back historically, you can go back to the railroads.
Well, you could have a build-out bubble.
You could have a build-out bubble. And so if you think about the last build-out bubble, that was probably dark fiber. WorldCom raised massive amounts of debt. Ultimately, that debt led them to bankruptcy. Verizon gobbled up those assets. That dark fiber was ultimately lit up, and it became the backbone that had a long run for us.
Right, you go around, you lay enough fiber, you go around the earth like, you know, however many times they said back in the day. That was like the metric that they literally
was the metric.
Used.
And if we look at the build-outs of these data centers, you know, the chips, 5-year depreciation, is that even too long? The chips have to get swapped out. Maybe we have new technologies that come like quantum or different types of chips that are more efficient. You look at someone like Anthropic, where Plexo Capital is an investor, and we liked Anthropic because they were laser focused on just thinking about model efficiency, not doing video, just doing text only. And then that led to a focus on the enterprise, right, with better margins. And that led to them now having a new forecast for $70 billion and break even before OpenAI. But now even Anthropic is saying we're going to build a $50 billion data center. So I think when I start to get concerned is once these companies really start to build out financials with the help of investors who can understand, you know, in the case of Meta, what does it mean to have that $27 billion off balance sheet, because they already got hammered because of their margins.
Yeah, but what do you make of how Meta's traded since earnings? That seems to be the one of the hyperscalers.
Right.
Like I don't want to put Oracle in that mix. Of the mega cap techs, why has Meta traded so poorly, do you think?
I think when we think about Meta and the way that we look at both Google, Microsoft, AWS, they have been able to better optimize the build out of the data centers for other products and services that they can offer. Meta doesn't do that. So when you think about Meta, what you're really looking at is the bet that Meta will be able to use AI to be able to monetize their ads better and their ads only. And so the question that I come up with is, why do you need to build out so much? Hyperscalers, AWS, I get that. Microsoft, check, I get that. Google, check. But that's the question mark, especially when it's going to pound on their margins near term, and it didn't even really factor in this $27 billion off balance sheet.
Lastly, do you have any questions at this point about NVIDIA? We're going to hear from them in a week. And if you do, what's the most, outlying?
I think the big outlier is how should we think of, as people that are investors and analysts, how do we think about the life of a chip? right? When do those chips need to be swapped out? Is a 5-year depreciation the right amount of time? Like, those are the questions that I want to better understand.
You're
NVIDIA's
thinking
gonna
about
be
that too,
around.
because that's what one of the things that Dr. Burry has been posting on social media. Of course, of Big Short fame, and he's been doing it a lot.
Yes.
But he's been talking about overstating earnings because you're underappreciating the depreciation part of the story. Jim Chanos was doing that today too,
Scott,
relative to CoreWeave.
We don't have the transparency that we need. Even with Microsoft, since Microsoft uses the equity approach to valuing their investments, we don't know, once that investment goes to zero, they're no longer obligated to really give us insight into OpenAI's losses that they're taking part of.
All right, it's good to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Good to have you in New York.
All right.
I think I saw you on the list at Delivering Alpha for tomorrow.
That's
so
right.
I will see you there. I look forward to that. That's Lo Tony of Plexo Capital. Still ahead, Disney results. They are on deck tomorrow morning. The man who literally wrote the book on that company, Jim Stewart. He'll join us right here with what to expect when we come back on the bell. We are back. Let's send it now to Christina Partsinevelos for a look at some of the biggest names that are moving into this close today. Tell us.
Thanks, Scott. Well, let's look at Build Holdings. Those shares are surging right now, and a report the company is exploring a sale. The business payments firm is working with a financial advisor to solicit interest from a larger industry rival or private equity firm. And this is according to people familiar with the matter who told Bloomberg, and that's why shares have just jumped right now, up 11%. McGraw-Hill shares also in the green after it raised its revenue guidance for the year. It comes as the education company saw strong reoccurring and digital revenue in its most recent quarter. That digital part is key for this company. Shares, though, have struggled this year, but they're up about 24% right now. Last but not least, Big Bear AI jumping. I only have positive names right now, jumping 16% after announcing a $250 million deal for Ask Sage, a generative AI platform for defense agencies. The company also beat third quarter estimates. That helped. But Big Bear really sells facial recognition and AI tools to the Defense Department, and it's going all in on defense. Scott?
All right, Christina, thank you. Up next, we're tracking a pair of developing stories out of D.C. today. We wait on that House vote on ending the government shutdown. Also, the president gearing up to host a slate of CEOs at the White House this evening. We'll take you live to D.C. for the latest next.
All right, so this is why it's good to get away a little bit if anybody's here. All right. Give me 1 second, and I'm working on something right now. I'm working on something here. I'm going to read something to you guys. All right, I'm going to read something to you guys while I... Oh, come on. No, no. Where is it that I just... Oh my gosh, is it really not here? I wanted to read this. Here we go. I got it. I want to read this to you guys. But first, gotta look through. They have earnings here. So all of our, I'll tell you guys in 1 second.
A history-making day on Wall Street today. The Dow poised to close above 48,000 for the very first time ever. And barring a major surprise over the last 20 minutes of trading today, it will do just that, and we'll follow it right to the end. Just as the House set to begin voting to end the government shutdown this evening. Emily Wilkins here with the details. Hi, Em.
Hey, Scott. Well, look, in just a few minutes, these steps behind me are going to be filled with lawmakers that are going to begin the end of
So we
this
talked about this.
43-day
What's going on with
shutdown.
they're talking
Basically,
about
we're going to see a series of votes expected
here
to go into the
very
early
soon.
evening that will finally
Going
end with
into
that
this
vote to get the
afternoon.
government reopened and pass that package that just went through the Senate. And look, at this point, sort of all the usual suspects, all the usual folks who might have voted against this on the Republican side, many of them have come out, said they're for the bill, including at least one lawmaker who voted no when they last had a similar vote in September. Now, most of the Democrats are still opposed to this bill. We're expecting them to vote no because they did want to see more on those Affordable Care Act tax credits. But they're going to continue to try to push that issue. We're obviously keeping an eye on the Senate, where there is debate going on about whether there can be a path forward and a vote promised in mid-December. On the House side, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries took initial steps today to potentially force a vote on a 3-year extension. But for now, it's just looking like the shutdown will be over in a couple of hours, which means that tomorrow the government will begin to get restarted again, begin to send out those paychecks, begin to get those flights back on track, and begin to get some of that government data. Scott?
Good news. Emily, thank you. Emily Wilkins down in Washington for us. Meantime, the president gearing up to meet with CEOs this evening at the White House for dinner. Eamon Javers has that side of the story for us. Hi, Eamon.
That's some more big news.
Yeah, Scott, not a lot of information from the White House on exactly who's going to be here, but we do have some reports floating around that we've kind of collated for you in terms of attendees. Take a look at the list here. It's CEOs of all the major firms are expected here at the White House this evening about 7:30. CEO of JP Morgan,
That's about
NASDAQ,
when the government should be
Blackstone,
done.
Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, and more, all expected to be at the dinner with the President of the United States today. The White House not saying in particular why they decided on today to have this event, and not saying what the President's message to these CEOs will be, but obviously a good opportunity for the CEOs to have some FaceTime with the President of the United States this evening. We do expect cameras will be allowed into the dinner, so we might see some pictures emerging in the morning of who was here and what all was said, Scott. And one note to bring you, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, held a briefing here a short time ago. I asked her about some of those reports that we saw about frustration from the White House staff over the rollout of this proposal for a 50-year mortgage from Bill Pulte, and frustration with Pulte in particular by some here at the White House. Caroline Leavitt said simply that she's going to refer back to the President's comments about the 50-year mortgage idea, saying this is something that the White House is discussing and looking into, Scott. So it seems like it is a live ball here at the White House, at least for now.
Yeah, we'll let that palace intrigue continue. Eamon, thank you very much. That's Eamon Javers right outside the White House, as you see. Coming up next, we track the biggest movers as we head into the close today. Christina Partsinevelos standing by once again with that. Hi there.
I'm back. One athletic shoemaker soaring after saying no to Black Friday discounts, plus a stock tumbling despite beating estimates, and a nuclear energy play jumping on a new collaboration. We'll have those names when we come back.
Okay, so that's what they're using, it looks like. So 350. Shit. So I'm going to read something I think is really important here. So we got that, boom, 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 boom. And what I'm looking at is this. And this tells the story of the tape. That's why it's been taking so long to get up, and now it start. You see when it starts to break out higher and higher, like these extensions are really, really useful. So this story might be getting ready to play itself out. Um,
We're less than 15 from the closing bell today. Back to Christina now for the stocks that she's watching. Tell us.
I'm looking at shares of Athletic Shoemaker on holding. You can see the stock is soaring almost 19% after raising its full-year guidance for the third quarter in a row. But shoppers beware. The company's also saying it won't be offering a Black Friday discount. The shoes are that popular, and I'd take a $5 bet that Scott has at least one pair. Circle Internet tumbling about 10% despite posting Q3 earnings that beat expectations. Operating expenses are climbing. The company blames growing investments and new partnerships for those higher costs. Finally, shares of Oklo. Those are jumping about 7% after announcing the expansion of its collaboration with Idaho National Laboratory in advanced fuel and materials. The stock is up despite posting a Q3 loss of about $36 million on zero revenue. Oklo has been on a tear so far this year, up 440%. Scott, do I win that bet?
You can Venmo me the $5. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Christina Parks and Avalos.
Bye.
Up next, your earnings rundown. We'll tell you what to watch for when Cisco and Flutter report in OT, that and much more inside the market zone. What's coming up next?
Palantir's bouncing. I hate to. There goes, still got a tough little zone up here for Biogen. It's a nice gap up there. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys something here, and it's actually got me thinking. It's got me thinking about the opposite side to a trade, and I just want to read it to you guys while we watch the market bounce going into the close here. Let's see if we can get 385 on the SPY. Or I'm sorry, 690 on the ES, And then 385 was my level that I was looking for. 385 to like, yeah, 385, 386. What time is it? It's 3:51. Okay, so we got about 10 minutes here. It's an interesting article that we have here that I think it's important to read and kind of show some insight as to what's going on here. 624 on the SPY is a nice pre-market level that we have not tested yet. That could be the upside target that it's going for this afternoon into tomorrow. But I'm
We are now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Contessa Brewer is watching Flutter earnings. They are out in OT. And Christina Partsinevelos is covering Cisco's results. And New York Times Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist Jim Stewart is with us ahead of Disney's numbers, which are coming out tomorrow. It's good to have everybody. Mike, I start with you. Dow 48K.
Yes.
We're going to get a close above that for the first time ever.
And it's reflective of this market tone that's taken shape the last couple of days, which is from tech and Mag 7 into older economy, especially financials and healthcare. The Dow has a massive overweight in both financials and healthcare, not by design, but because of where the prices sit, and that has been to its benefit. You know, the S&P staying green the hard way, in a sense. Mag 7 is down 1% as a group. The meme stocks are down 1.5%. You got crypto heavy. So all the risk appetite tells are on the downside, and yet it's sort of the laggards and older economy stuff. It's an elegant rotation. Financials are the one area that are cyclically geared, and they have been leadership, and they have been outperforming, and they're working, especially the brokers today. I think that $110 million M&A fee from Goldman has gotten people's attention on that front. Nonetheless, I do think it's a tough way for the market to really make a lot of upside headway, but it definitely is healthy rebalancing in the interim.
Yeah, picks up the slack when tech takes a breath.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you in a minute. Contessa, tell us more about Flutter, please.
All right, well, Scott, Flutter is going into this earnings season with a bit of a boost this week, but shares under pressure the last 3 months, with investors just spooked about the prospect of prediction market competition from the likes of Kalshi and Polymarket, plus gambling scandals spotlighting alleged cheating in the NBA and the MLB. That just raises the specter of a regulatory crackdown and public backlash. And finally, we know this football season has featured fan favorites winning. Normally, that means the house loses. But remember, unlike its closest competitor, DraftKings, FanDuel is not solely responsible for Flutter's profits. It has the rest of the world helping to fuel the earnings here. Now, the street expects earnings per share of 84 cents, revenue of $3.9 billion, and those shares up today 1 1/3%.
All right, Contessa, thank you very much. We certainly will see what happens in OT, as we will with Cisco. Christina is back again for that.
And $5 poor. The focus for Cisco is whether AI infrastructure demand can really offset some near-term headwinds. And I'll get to that in a second. On the strength side, the campus refresh cycle is accelerating. Cisco's sitting on tens of billions of dollars in aging switching gear that definitely needs some upgrades. And analysts see that business growing from about 5% this year to around 7% next year. On the AI front, the company logged over $2 billion in orders just last fiscal year, We're entering Q1 for them now, or we just passed Q1, with enterprise demand ramping sharply. But there's the federal headwind. Spending likely softened in November with the shutdown, and that could be more of a risk for the Q2 guide. And also, competitor Arista flagged lead times stretching to about 38 to 52 weeks for key components like memory and merchant silicon. So that could weigh on Cisco, although Cisco does have some scale advantages compared to Arista. Bottom line, though, analysts expect a top-line beat on enterprise and campus strength, but the guide could be limited. Shares up 25% year to date.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. That's Christina Partsinevelos. As I said, Jim Stewart was here with us at Post 9 to look ahead to Disney tomorrow. The most important thing in your mind is what?
The numbers on streaming, the sports, and of course the regular streaming thing. This is like, to me, it's going to be an incredibly revealing quarter because it's the first time Disney is all in on streaming. We've got the regular Disney stuff, Disney Plus, Hulu, and then we finally have ESPN going direct to consumer. So I'd say the profit and revenue will be less revealing than those new subscriber numbers for ESPN.
Are you tired of waiting for successor information?
Well, we aren't getting much, and the deadline is creeping up. Of course, I've been following this for years. It's a fascinating human drama. Look, there's no word has come out. There's still kind of talk that they're the two leading candidates inside. There's continuing speculation they might have co-CEOs. There's even, I've heard talk that they'd have co-CEOs and Iger would stay as chairman with the two co-CEOs sort of reporting to him.
What works for Netflix works for Disney?
I mean, none of this is completely implausible, although I think, if Iger doesn't finally leave, and if he stays as chairman, that's going to raise a lot of concern on the part of it.
It's interesting because I think about some of the issues that, the last CEO had and didn't work out. Two CEOs would in part solve the question over run the business, run the creative.
Right.
You can speak to both with two people. You don't have to find the perfect person to be both. And it's critical that they have to solve both.
Yeah, you've got the two internal candidates, Dana, the creative chief, and you've got Josh at theme parks, and those are two huge components of the business. But I've often felt they can learn the other side of the business. You don't have to be an expert in everything. A lot of the, like some previous people have come up through theme parks, through being chief financial officer. They didn't necessarily run the movie business. So I don't think that necessarily means you can't just have one of them. Or you could also leave one of them in charge pretty much of that and give them a lot of autonomy without giving them the CEO title. So I think there are ways to thread that needle. We'll just have to see what they do. Now, I have not heard of any word of them going outside the company.
Really?
I know I've talked to some big investors who've been looking for evidence of that. They say there's no sign that the Gorman-led search committee is reaching to non-Disney candidates, but that could still happen.
We only have a minute left, guys. I'm not going to put
You need somebody in that role who knows how to read a script. Knows how, right? You read that and you can tell if you can make a big blockbuster movie. But also, just given some of the concerns in the creative community in Hollywood over the last handful of years, with strikes and all this other stuff, somebody who can hold hands a little bit and say it's going to be okay.
You definitely need that. But of course, the other wild card is the technology side of the company. I mean, it's kind of old world to be thinking about theme parks and the studio when they're a big, tech distribution company. Now you've got rumors that, Amazon, Netflix sniffing around the Warner Brothers situation.
Yeah.
So you continue to see this convergence of big technology and the traditional media companies. So if you were going to look outside, my guess would be they'd be looking in the technology area.
All right. It's great having you here. Always looking ahead to this. Nobody better to talk to leading up to those Disney earnings. It is Jim Stewart. You follow Disney like a lot of other situations.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
It's fascinating because up until very recently, when basically Warner Brothers Discovery was put into play and the stock surged, Disney, the market concluded, has the most defensible position among the legacy players in media, but is nowhere near Netflix's advantageous position. Disney's got twice the revenue of Netflix, but less profit. And so that just sort of shows you what's going on with the business mix. And presumably they're sitting out this round of consolidation. Fox was a big bite. They don't necessarily
195 would have been a good area to get short NVIDIA.
Kind of respecting
They're
the
not gonna give it to
franchise,
you.
but not really paying up for it. It now trades at a discount to the market. It's like 19 times earnings, and the free cash flow is
Market
almost back to the
hours.
prior peak. So it's a decent story fundamentally, but just you don't really see where the growth push is coming from here.
It always is closely watched, and we'll look forward to that.
So the SPY
tomorrow, but we're going to clap this out into history today because the Dow is going to get
is
that
0.6. We didn't move. We hardly moved. We opened up at 684 and we closed around 683.30. So you moved about 70, 60 cents. So I didn't have any trades today. Not that things didn't move. But
that bell marks the end of regulation. Uber and Delta Airlines ringing the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. CEOs there are Khosrowshahi and Ed Bastian. Patterson UTI doing the honors for the NASDAQ remotely from the Permian Basin. The Dow once again with a big gain as its first close above 48,000. The S&P 500 with its fourth straight day of gains. Only a few points, though. The NASDAQ, however, down for the fourth time in 5 sessions. And as money is rotating out of tech, these sectors rising today.
all right, so I'm going to read something here if you guys are interested in it. I think it's important. All right, I think it's important. I'm curious as to some of the names that were down today. So today we specifically saw data center names get crushed. Data center, AI. Aside from semiconductors themselves, they were about flat. Some were up, some were down. But you're seeing that, banks, healthcare, you're seeing some broadening, which is good and healthy, right? But you got to remember, NVIDIA is now has a bigger weighting than it used to, right? I think it is the biggest weighting. I have something interesting that I want to read here for you, and I think you guys are going to like it. Microsoft is trying to bounce. It's still stuck in the consolidation. Again, Meta down from this AI stuff. A lot of your data center names, right? Software infrastructure in particular. Oracle, Palantir, Zscaler, Net, Fortinet, CoreWeave, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike. I think those got hit. Nibius, your cybersecurity names kind of got hit just as a sector, as a sector aspect, because you had names like Affirm were up today pretty nicely. So I'm going to read this for anybody that's there that would like to hear this. And the reason I'm going to read it is because it's really interesting. It's really interesting. Just give me 1 second. Okay, now this is stated from Reuters. The case for selling NVIDIA. The case for selling NVIDIA. Let's pull up NVIDIA, even though I already have it up. All right, this is the case for selling NVIDIA, but this is not just about NVIDIA here, okay? And this goes right along with what we saw today in particular. All right, this is an article I found very interesting and had me thinking as well. All right. So, I'm going to get into it right now. So, this is by Crystal Hugh. This was November 12th from Reuters. So, this earnings season offered new insight into a question investors have asked since ChatGPT first shook the market. Between startups and incumbents, Cool win the AI race. Okay, guys, this is good. 3 years later, the answer seems to be both, at least for the bigger names. Alphabet and Amazon have poured capital into AI startup Anthropic, which has surged in valuation, more than tripled this year from 61 billion in March to about 183 billion in September in its September funding round. The jump contributed to Amazon's quarterly profit boosted by 9.5 billion pre-tax gain from its investments, while Alphabet booked 10.7 billion in net gains on equity securities, which included its Anthropic holdings. Amazon and Google are each estimated to have double-digit ownership stake in the company. Microsoft, meanwhile, showed the other side of the trade. Its quarterly profit was weighed down by 4.1 billion in net loss from OpenAI, in which it owns about 30%. Because Microsoft uses equity accounting, it must report its share of OpenAI's operating losses rather than market stake to market value, mark to market. If you don't know what that is, look it up. Even as OpenAI's valuation has soared from, even though OpenAI's valuation has soared, and Azure continues to benefit from exclusive access to OpenAI's API. If you don't know what API is, look it up. Analysts call this dynamic a form of AI round tripping. The same hyperscalers funded top AI model developers, who in turn spend much of their capital in investors' cloud infrastructure and chips. Once seen as circular, the cycle is now adding billions in gains for some volatility for others. Big tech isn't the only one trying to make sense of AI's balance sheet impact. Famed investor Michael Burry is shorting NVIDIA, while SoftBank's 9984T sold off its NVIDIA stake as part of its AI bet. We'll unpack why and why reopening of the tech IPO window means scroll on. Our latest reporting in tech and AI, Anthropic to invest 50 billion building a data center in the U.S. AMD expects triple profits by 2030. And they're expecting the data center chip market to grow to around $1 trillion. OpenAI discussed government loans guaranteed for chip plants, not data centers. Exclusive, Google signs Amazon reforestation deal to carbon removal credits to offset AI build-out. That's pretty good. CoreWeave, blah, blah, blah. So the case for selling NVIDIA, two of the world's recognizable investors, is cutting or outright shorting the most valuable company in the world at the center of an AI boom, but they're doing it for very different reasons. Michael Burry, invested by the famous Big Short, disclosed put options against NVIDIA and is now casting doubt on the hardware spending boom by major cloud providers. He's accusing hyperscalers of using aggressive accounting to overstate profits tied to their massive infrastructure buildouts, understating depreciation by extending the useful life of assets, artificial boost earnings, one of the more common frauds of the modern era, he wrote. Berry argues that as companies like Microsoft, Google, Oracle, and Meta pour billions into NVIDIA chips and servers, they're also quietly stretching out depreciation schedules to make earnings look smoother. He estimates that between 2026 and 2028, those accounting choices could understate depreciation by about 176 billion, inflating reported profits across the sector. By his math, Oracle and Meta's profits could appear roughly 27% and 21% higher, respectively, than they would rather under more conservative assumptions. The question of how long GPUs should be considered useful is one of the most consequential debates in the AI boom. NVIDIA has accelerated its hardware release. NVIDIA has accelerated its hardware release cycle from every 2 to 3 years to annually, making older chips obsolete faster, at least on paper. Yet the market for secondhand GPUs remains surprisingly resilient. CoreWeave's filings show it depreciates GPUs evenly over 6 years, an accounting method that assumes the chips lose value gradually, while rivals like Nibius use 4 years. Sources told me that For some neo cloud companies, GPUs older than 5 years are still in demand despite the physical wear. Burry is betting against it. He sees a financial engineering. SoftBank's Masayoshi Son is selling NVIDIA for a more practical reason: cash to plow back into AI. SoftBank has been unloading some of its public holdings, including $5.8 billion worth of NVIDIA, to help finance a 22.5 billion commitment to OpenAI by December. It's a perfect illustration of AI money loop. SoftBank made millions, SoftBank made billions. SoftBank made billions from NVIDIA, sold the stock, and then funneled those profits into OpenAI, whose projects like Stargate will eventually buy more NVIDIA chips. SoftBank has also raised capital through 6 of its major hybrid securities and loans, through a mix of bonds, hybrid securities, and loans to fund its AI expansion, both for OpenAI and Sears hardware efforts centered around its own crown jewel ARM. Credit sites estimate SoftBank has made over $41 billion in recent investments and purchases, with loan to value ratio of just 16.5%. This gives the investment powerhouse more borrowing capacity and reassures creditors and investors that the company isn't over leveraged. So yeah, just says here, chart of the week. After a few years of silence, the tech IPO market is stirring again. According to Excel's latest report, software and AI listings are starting to rebound after just the IPO in 2023 and 4 in 2024. This year has already seen 8 new tech debuts, including names like Figma, which I own, CoreWeave, and Naven. It's still a fraction of 46 listings during 2021 boom, but investors and bankers are say the gears are finally moving again despite uncertainties over the government shutdown, or not even really the government shutdown. I don't know why they put that. And Americans are busy again with the strong IPO pipeline shaped up for 2026, was driving demand, blah, 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 demand is blah, blah, blah. So you're seeing just this today. You're seeing that sell-off in infrastructure, right? AMD held up nice. Some tech, NVIDIA, some of these semis closed flat. It's something I would look at going into the end of the month, maybe going into December. Again, we're going to get NVIDIA's earnings. So again, with that said, if NVIDIA, we shouldn't expect them. We should expect the same, right? Just the usual powerhouse that they are, still growing. Maybe not growing by as much, but still growing to a clip that is just unrivaled. And it's a place that should be. It's a name that should be owned, right? Maybe not necessarily up here, but whenever there are worries, right? I mean, you got to think about this, right? I remember the move that Biden did when they came out and said that they did not want China to have them. You guys got to think this stock. This is after 2 splits. After 2 splits, it was at $10. It was at $10 after 2 splits. I remember owning this in 2019 and 2020. So it's really hard for me. Like, I want to own some, I want to own more, but I can't justify paying this much. Like, sure, it would make my average cost wouldn't be anywhere near this, but it's just even on pullbacks to $80-$90, because I still remember it at 10-12. I remember it, before it had 2 splits. It had 2 splits. Right? It had 2 splits. So just keep an eye. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this going into the end of the month, going into the end of the year. Aside from whatever rally may or may not be there, we've had a rally all year. All year has been a Santa Claus rally. All year has been a Santa Claus rally. So I want to see if this persists. Okay, persist. The one name that I am looking at is Zscaler. I'm looking at Zscaler for a possible short here. This is a nice setup that you've got a nice little double top here. again, it's just not liquid. It's not liquid. If you want to go out in time, it's not liquid at all, unfortunately. Um, some names I would like to own, possibly Reddit, right? I have to do some more work on this, but I wouldn't mind getting back into Reddit. I owned it for a little while, then I sold it, and I should have used this pullback in the 175 as a buying opportunity, but I didn't because I was just busy, right? It's hard to keep track of all these names and where they're at and stuff like that. So this has still got a lot of upside if it can get going. I guess that'll be all for today, guys. That's all I got for you. Hope you guys have a good night. Tonight, I am going to be spending the rest of my night going over charts and getting prepared and finding out what's going on with the government shutdown and how that's going. Um, So yeah, I appreciate you guys stopping by. I appreciate you guys hitting the like button. I appreciate you guys commenting.
We'll see.
It means a lot.
Ear to the ground for
It
kids,
really does.
but so far.
Oh, Bovin says apparently it's a 13G from Goldman Sachs. I haven't seen it yet though, so thank you, Bovin, for letting me know. I have not yet seen it.
Okay.
I always like to wait on these things till I see them, but I will say that is apparently what's happening. Firefly also did post earnings, Neil, and it was a double beat and better than expected guidance. So Fly is probably flying.
Oh, it's flying all right. And Firefly, this is another one of these, grit your teeth, suck it up, Buttercup, because Firefly Aerospace is not going to have the fundamentals to back much of anything, guys. It's like they don't have, there's not a there yet. And that has been definitely reflected in the price. We talk about recent IPOs that come to market. Remember I showed you guys the Miami Exchange, like the only one up? This one might be the worst of the year, but when it's this bad, maybe the bottom's in. I don't know. Like sometimes it's a report. Who knows? Like sometimes there's an actual fundamental breakthrough, whatever it might be. With positive report, maybe this will make the turn. As a trader, it almost has to be on your radar.
I'm going to write this down.
Upside here because it's breaking out that low. But
all right, guys, I'm going to get up out of here. I got some work to do tonight.
You get a couple of days, and then you're going to right back into the downtrend. So don't get too excited until you get like the
no harm, no foul. As far as trade's concerned,
you're still trying to just hold one low and break it on out. So Firefly, I don't know what the short float is here. I don't know if it's too
Friday
early.
was nice.
It says 4%. I kind of believe like
kind
that
of a
seems
boring
light
week,
to me,
kind of.
but,
Unless you were hopped on names early on.
Short float,
I'm not going to say boring. I
higher.
wasn't in the right places.
Understand that this has been one of the worst IPOs of the year, if not the worst performing IPO, and one day does not make a turn in what has been a nasty downward trend. And I said it before, it's the boring names that have done well for the IPO season, like the Miami Exchange, and I keep throwing it up here, the one that nobody cared to talk about. I don't remember hearing anybody except for our show mention the Miami Exchange, and I only said it because we use the gateway here at Real Trading all the time. I probably do a couple of % of my volume on this exchange, and there are 2 exchanges. And look at them, straight shots to the upside. Market's doing volume and people are trading, this kind of thing that wins. I'm not saying buy it at the highs, but one of these IPOs is built a little bit different than the other. Circling back over to Cisco here, it did hold these gains. So the dip, I mean, they have some wicks that are down to 74, but the bid held well above 75. So it's holding that prior high. It's a small beat, as you said, Adara. They kind of eked it out, but it was a reasonable forward PE, and that's going to hold them up pretty well, up 8%. Not a crazy move, but certainly a decent one for sure. So good look here on Cisco. And TPS reports, you're right, building rockets does take a lot of CapEx. And people are getting punished for their spend without results right now, with the markets getting a little bit frothy. That's going to weigh on Firefly, and that's a very, very good point. But at the same time, if they do turn around and turn the ship around, I think there's tremendous upside with this. We've seen it in things like Rocket Lab, ASTS Mobile. I'm just not sure you got the bottom yet.
Yeah, I want to talk here, just a reminder on those numbers too, Neil. So better than expected, the earnings losses of 33 cents versus 41 cents expected. Sales 30.778 million, so pretty small, but it was above estimates of 27.708 million. And they raised their fiscal 25 sales guidance to 150 million to 158 million. I would say that as well above estimates of $135.485 million. Now, Neil, I do want to take a moment here to kind of chill out and talk a bit about some of the Fed talk that we got today. And I also want to discuss the shutdown situation, because a lot of people are saying we're going to get CPI tomorrow. I would not bet money on that. And here's why I think that. So as you guys know, I listen to all of these pieces of commentary from the Trump admin. We did have Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary. She was talking today. She did a conference. And to be clear, she was trying to make a political point when she said this. I think that's like a big thing to remember. But she basically said that there is a very large likelihood we're never going to get any October inflation data. So again, worth noting, she was like, there was a point that was trying to be made there, so it's not politically neutral. But the statement, if true, which we have no reason to necessarily believe it isn't, regardless of the context in which it was said, we might not get that inflation data. So I do want that. And then I also want to give you guys an update on the Fed chair search, because an individual certainly put his hat in the ring. I would argue maybe too aggressively. His name is Kevin Harris. Off camera. So he made this infographic, 11 people who were in contention. Larry Lindsay, this guy in the corner, he's already said he just wants to focus on family time, so he's out. But Kevin Hassett, who does have like a brief
oh my God, open broke out going into the bell. I fucking knew it. Oh man.
I 100% will become the Fed chair. And this, I was kind of shocked.
We talked about this earlier.
He said basically that he is more likely, in his opinion, to cut rates than Fed Chair Powell. So that is like, what a way of saying that you'll cut rates if you're the Fed chair. I mean, he didn't out and out say that, but let's be real, that was the meaning of what he said. But it gets a little wilder because, Neil, I told you this part as well. He basically said, yeah, I could step right in tomorrow if they need me.
Oh, goodness.
I have the experience. So like Kevin Hassett going to the mall with his resume and being like, hey guys, if you need a job, give me a call. And
all right, you guys have a great night.
Sir,
I'm gonna get up out of here. I appreciate everybody that is
I don't think you're going to be
by.
like, too hard
You guys
pressed.
have a great night, okay?
It's quite an aggressive strategy, and it's actually almost the opposite of what we've seen with Scott Bessent, who is he's not in this infographic.